Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2967. Long Chen witnessed a slow death with his own eyes. He saw Yuhua perish under the rule of the white bones of a beautiful woman, leaving only her bones and a few wisps of her soul floating in the blood sea. The sight of the white bones of a beautiful woman was shocking. Only Long Chen knew how much he had changed after witnessing it with his own eyes. He didn't have a deep relationship with Yuhua. If it were Lingxi or Mo Xiaolang, he would have gone crazy. She shouldn't have died. Now is the time for her to let go of the knot in her heart and start a new life. How can she die here? Long Chen looked at the white bones in his hand and the wisps of soul. This time, he had a deep feeling about the word life. A strong desire was driving him. It reminded him of the time when the God King of Hell wanted to kill Lingxi. He remembered that Lingxi had almost disappeared in front of him. That scene was a nightmare. It was as if the white bones in his hand were Lingxi. No, I can't die. In the past, the rules of fate had allowed Long Chen to defy the heavens and change his fate. But now, the white bone in his hand had lost its color, but it was challenging the limits of his heart. In his life, many scenes of lingering between life and death kept reappearing in his eyes. Life was like a candle flame. Sometimes it flourished, sometimes it flickered. When the candle flame was extinguished, it was the time for life to disappear. Extinguishing is the end. But the Tai Chi spirit dragon can even create life. Why can't it bring the dead back to life? Even the ruler of the Shady Sky region could find Mo Sang's soul and bring her back to life with precious treasures. Although Yuhua's situation was much worse, Long Chen didn't give up. Yuhua had helped him a lot. This time, he got the ghost blood curse and the origin dragon soul thanks to her. He felt indebted to this woman, but he also respected her. Beauty on white bones, beauty on white bones. Life and death are transformed by a single thought. Right now, he had made great progress in many of his laws. The only thing he lacked was life, but he hadn't made any progress. He lacked comprehension and experience, and Yuhua's disappearance had given him a deep impact, giving him a new understanding of life. Definitely. He can bring the dead back to life. The chaotic origin fate dragon could defy the heavens and change fate, while the Tai Chi spirit dragon could bring the dead back to life. However, Long Chen suddenly remembered. If the Tai Chi spirit dragon can be resurrected, then why did he die? This thought directly interrupted Long Chen's train of thought. Perhaps there was no such thing as resurrection. This made him dejected, and his expression became sorrowful. In the God Nation, everyone looked at him with concern and helplessness. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, they still had a good impression of Yuhua. Big brother, I think the ancestral dragon isn't really dead. Isn't your existence precisely the Tai Chi spirit dragon's resurrection? All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang said. Boom. His previous thought had smashed Long Chen into the depths of the abyss. And Mo Xiaolang's words had pushed him to a new peak. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered a new world. Everything in front of him was suddenly clear and wondrous. That's right. My existence is precisely the Tai Chi living dragon's resurrection. The more powerful a living being is, the harder it is for it to be reborn after it dies. The Tai Chi living dragon is already extremely powerful, but it still can't bring the dead back to life. Compared to the ancestral dragon, we are still like ants. If the ancestral dragon can do it, why can't we learn the art of resurrection? On the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, the ultimate mystical dragon could have 2 lives. That was because the mark of the ultimate mystical dragon was so strong that mortals couldn't really kill it the first time. It was the same for the former city lord of the wrongful death city. It was just that this ability disappeared when the gods descended, because divine power could easily destroy it. That couldn't be considered resurrection. At this moment, the enlightenment that had pushed Long Chen to the peak was resurrection. He thanked Mo Xiaolang for this sentence. This sentence was like a sharp thorn that came into contact with the Life Dao seal. It stabbed into the Life Dao seal, allowing the nomological power that once belonged to the ancestral dragon to descend into his primordial spirit. It allowed him to discover that the nomological power of resurrection really existed in this world. It was a symbol. An aquamarine ring condensed on the palm of Long Chen's left hand. It corresponded with the black swastika symbol of the ghost blood curse on the palm of his right hand. This ring pattern was the nomological power of resurrection in Long Chen's heart. Ring, the head and tail are connected. Perhaps this is the reincarnation of life. The passing of an old life is the beginning of a new one. Yuhua, I hope that you can use this to obtain a new life. Long Chen's eyes were completely aquamarine and emitted an incomparably majestic brilliance of life. This time, his comprehension of the nomological power of life had reached a new level. It wasn't just healing, it wasn't just taking life, it was resurrection. The palm of his left hand covered the forehead of white bone. He was already very calm after doing all this. He was familiar with the power of resurrection, so he naturally knew what would happen next. The people in the divine nation were also watching this scene nervously. The aquamarine ring fused with white bone. For a moment, white bone was emitting an aquamarine light. When Long Chen retracted his palm, the aquamarine ring on his palm had already dimmed. However, Long Chen knew that when the ring lit up with aquamarine light again, resurrection could be used a second time. As for the time, he wasn't sure. It could be a few days, or it could be a few years. This depended on how difficult it was for the life that was brought back from the dead last time. For example, God Emperor Yu Hua shouldn't be too difficult. Long Chen felt very relaxed. The nomological power of resurrection didn't need to be used, but it was much more limited than defying the heavens and changing one's fate. The number of times it could be used was very limited. Of course, it would be really bad if he had to use resurrection frequently. Everything else depended on Divine Emperor Yu Hua's transformation. Even Luo Yunyang himself had to hold his breath. What followed was a miracle of life. It was as though time was flowing in reverse. Everything that had disappeared returned once again. For example, white bone suddenly shattered and formed a ball of green light. The green light ball began to expand, and Long Chen could vaguely see a fair baby within it. Then, the baby grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, when the green light dissipated, Divine Emperor Yu Hua, who looked exactly the same as before, appeared in front of Long Chen. It was simply unimaginable. The Dark Sky Domain Lord had prepared for a long time in order to resurrect his daughter, and he had paid a huge price. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to suppress Di Jun and returned with his tail between his legs. But this time, Long Chen relied on a nomological power and nothing else to bring Yu Hua back from the dead. This was the most terrifying effect of the nomological power. Even if it was spread out, no one would believe that there was such a resurrection technique in this world that could allow a person to be reborn with only a remnant soul left. Of course, Divine Emperor Yu Hua was also dumbfounded. The world after death is actually a dream? She looked at herself in perfect condition, and then at Long Chen. She knew that she couldn't exist in front of Long Chen like this, so she felt that the world after death was a dream. This is the world of the living. I brought you back alive. Long Chen trusted her. She was a friend worth befriending. Therefore, he didn't plan to hide the trillions of lives in his divine kingdom from her. What's going on? Yu Hua found that everything was true. I have many friends in my divine kingdom. They will explain everything to you. Long Chen didn't hesitate this time. He directly pulled her into the God Nation to prevent the Era Sky Demon from appearing again. If he appeared again, the resurrection seal was now dim, and he couldn't let Yu Hua be reborn again in a short time. Don't worry. Yu Hua arrived at the God Nation and saw this incomparably vast world. Welcome to our home. Everyone was looking at her. Yu Hua raised her head and looked at the shocking scene. She suddenly smiled and said, I find that I seem to have fallen in love with this place. Your secrets are all here, aren't they? I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Long Chen glanced at the dim dark green bracelet on his left hand and the sinister ghost blood curse on his right palm. Together with the origin dragon soul in his divine kingdom, he had gained a lot from the death reign. Now, only he and I are left in the death reign. Even if he hadn't almost killed Yu Hua, Long Chen would have gone to find him. The battle between him and the Era Sky Devil was fated. Last time, they hadn't decided who would live or die, but this time, it would be. Perhaps the key to the secret of the death reign lies with him. He could control the blood sea and the blood beasts. His body must have undergone an inconceivable change. He wanted Long Chen to submit to him and become his puppet, but Long Chen had to get rid of him. For him, he and the Era Sky Devil couldn't coexist in this world, just like how Di Jun and him couldn't coexist. There had to be life and death, and only then could they be completely free. Therefore, he rushed into the depths of the blood sea. At the end of the passage, the Era Sky Devil was also rushing over from the other side. Perhaps he didn't know that Long Chen had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Controlling the ghost blood curse is indeed my limit. It seems that I can't rush to merge with the heaven-sacrificing spear. The Era Sky Devil is so difficult to deal with even when he's not in his true form. His true form must be even more difficult to deal with. But as long as he's alive, he'll die no matter how strong he is after being hit by my ghost blood curse. He crossed the layers of blood sea. Jun guarded outside the death rain day and night. In the death rain, Long Chen and the Era Sky Devil were approaching each other. After 3 days, Long Chen saw an endless tide of blood beasts in the passage ahead. Thousands of blood beasts were lying in wait for Long Chen. Among the blood beasts, there were more than 10 primeval troll. Chapter 2968. In front of him, countless blood fiends spread out and completely surrounded Long Chen. The blood fiends were ferocious. Among them were over a dozen primeval troll, all of whom Long Chen was familiar with. He had personally defeated them and sent them into the death rain. Of course, almost every primeval troll in the death rain had undergone a transformation similar to the Era Heavenly Demon. Their originally pitch-black dragon scales had all turned blood-red. Every primeval troll was shrouded in a dense blood-red light. Not only had they recovered to their peak, but they were also much stronger than they had been at their peak. Perhaps this was also the death rain's creation. Being sent into the death rain by Long Chen was a blessing in disguise. Over a dozen primeval troll and thousands of blood fiends charged towards Long Chen in the blink of an eye. The primeval troll were cold and cruel. Their scarlet eyes hid boundless killing intent. It was as if thousands of god emperors were surrounding Long Chen. Long Chen was not flustered. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Ordinary people were afraid of these blood fiends, but he was not. His extermination dragon seal could easily open a path. What he needed to be wary of were the primeval troll, who had become much stronger. There were over a dozen of them. Long Chen was very familiar with all of them. At this moment, the seawater in front of him churned. A giant beast that was over 10 times the size of the other primeval troll appeared in front of Long Chen. It had hideous bone spurs, dragon scales, a cruel face, a raging battle intent, a cruel and cold gaze, sharp claws, a thick body, and a long and sharp tail. All of which Long Chen was even more familiar with. This was the war demon that had once almost destroyed the eternal god domain. But now, its body had completely transformed into the color of blood. It was as if he had been slumbering in a sea of blood, and had only just awoken. Long Chen was the one who had sent him here, and was his mortal enemy. In the past, the thing he had been most unwilling to accept was that he had been defeated by Long Chen and sent here. They had endured thousands of years of loneliness, and now they had to endure this kind of torment again. Long Chen was their greater enemy, but Ji Yuan Sky Devil insisted on subduing Long Chen. When Long Chen met his eyes, what he felt in return was the strongest fighting spirit. That incomparably intense fighting spirit completely surpassed the fighting spirit of the heaven-punishing war god Star. The war devil was different now. Is the Era Sky Fiend not here yet? Long Chen was surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, but his expression didn't change. The war devil in front of him was incomparably huge, but it couldn't scare him. He's almost there, but he asked me to ask you something. Every word of the war devil's rough voice caused the blood sea to shake violently. Hurry up and spit it out. Long Chen sneered. The war devil stuck out its scarlet tongue and sneered as well. As it transformed, its body began to shrink until it was the same size as the other primeval troll. Then it said, "He asked you if you knew that resistance would lead to death. Would you choose to submit to him and sign a giant demon contract with him?" Long Chen's answer was very clear. In fact, it was even clearer when he attacked Yu Hua Divine Emperor. Without hesitation he said, "Then tell him that he'll be the one to die, not you. You've lost to him, so why be so arrogant?" These words caused many of the primordial giant demons to roar loudly. Long Chen refused to surrender. To them this was a good thing. They finally had a chance to take revenge. Today, they would return all their hatred to Long Chen. "Thank you for refusing. I knew you'd rather die than submit. Back then, you didn't even yield in such a desperate situation, let alone today." The war devil's voice drowned out everything else. Ji Yuan Sky Fiend hadn't appeared yet. It seemed like he really hadn't arrived yet. What had he been doing? He was so far away that even the primeval troll had appeared to surround him. "The order he gave me was to not let you escape if you refused to submit, but This time, I'm going to disobey his order. Long Chen, I hate you. The war devil laughed sinisterly. Then, almost at his command, the primeval troll and all the blood fiends charged at Long Chen as if they didn't care about their lives. To be honest, if it weren't for the ghost blood curse, Long Chen wouldn't have had the confidence to deal with Xueqi and subordinates. They were all existences that had made Long Chen despair time and time again. This time, even though they had grown stronger, Long Chen had grown even stronger. His growth was just that ferocious. The demon-subduing pagoda used the Annihilation Dragon Seal to clear a path. Once any blood fiends approached, the demon-subduing pagoda would be controlled by Long Chen. No matter how large the blood fiends were, they would be destroyed instantly by the Annihilation Dragon Seal. The sinister ghost blood curse condensed on his right hand once again. In the blood sea, the water surged violently. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled faintly. It had been a long time since he had been able to go on a killing spree like today. Swoosh! His target was the primeval troll. Xueqi Fiend had wanted them to stop him. Since he hadn't arrived yet, this was the best time to kill his henchman. You little thing, your killing intent is quite strong. However, I'm sure you'll still die at the hands of Xueqi Fiend, Xueqi said disdainfully from the ghost blood curse. She could only move her lips. When Long Chen started killing, she would still have to cooperate with Long Chen's attacks. Close. Boom, boom, boom. The demon-subduing pagoda smashed 3 blood beasts into smithereens. The ghost blood curse continued forward. Right in front of Long Chen was a blood-colored primeval troll. Upon closer inspection, soul-controlling demon, so it's you. This was the first fellow that Long Chen had sent to the death rain. Back then, in order to kill him, Long Chen had almost lost his life. Moreover, this fellow had incited the demon race, the sorcerer race, and the sea race to attack the dragon god domain. Come to think of it, he had almost killed Long Chen several times. Dang! The soul-controlling demon roared. His voice was even more terrifying. However, Long Chen's speed and resistance exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, without using any rules, he had already rushed in front of the soul-controlling demon. With a slash of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The ghost blood curse pierced through the soul-controlling demon's dragon scales and flesh. Of course, for the huge body of the primeval troll, this was only a negligible injury. It couldn't even be considered an injury. Whoosh! Long Chen passed by him. Roar! The soul-controlling demon let out an earth-shattering scream. In just a short moment, the ghost blood curse had already crawled all over his body, covering every corner. His entire body was convulsing, and he let out painful howls. Even so, it couldn't stop him from finally turning into ashes. Whoosh! He turned into countless rays of blood light and melted into the sea of blood. After being killed by the ghost blood curse, Long Chen couldn't use his blood devour anymore. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use this eternal-level destinable divine artifact, he wouldn't be able to deal with so many primeval troll and blood fiends. In an instant, life and death were decided. One primeval troll was gone. Be careful of his sword. Seeing the soul-controlling demon's fate, the primeval troll were stunned. Of course, this wasn't enough to defeat them. After reminding each other, they mixed in with the blood fiends and attacked Long Chen again. I'll kill as many as they come. Every single one of the primordial great devils was his mortal enemy. Kill. The sea of blood raged. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't fight too many opponents at the same time. He controlled time and reversed the sea of time, causing chaos. Amidst the chaos, he used the demon-subduing pagoda to open a path, and all the blood fiends were annihilated in front of him. His opponents were only the dozen or so primeval troll. From their encirclement, it became a one-sided massacre by Long Chen. Swish, swish, swish. The ghost blood curse had killed before. Even if the opponent's defense was good, it was still difficult for him to block a single strike from Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand the terrifying effects of the ghost blood curse. It was no wonder that the person Yu Hua liked wanted it so badly. It was also no wonder that Taoist Duobao and the others were fighting so hard. This sure-kill sword was simply a nightmare for demons and gods. Even a primeval troll would be killed in one strike. They would truly die from then on. The encirclement had turned into Long Chen's hunt. In the blink of an eye, Nearly half of the primeval troll had died to Long Chen's ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse devoured their remnant souls and continuously strengthened the curse's power. Seeing how fierce Long Chen was, even Xueqi was speechless. She didn't know what to say about Long Chen. Of course, she still didn't think that Long Chen could win. Let me. The war demon had a headache as it watched its brothers fall one after another. It had long been prepared to fight Long Chen. However, Long Chen refused. He couldn't leave a single one of these primeval troll alive. Every single one of them was his mortal enemy. In this chaos, the war demon couldn't catch up to him at all. The tragic cries of the primeval troll could be heard everywhere. In the end, the war demon could only see that all the primeval troll in front of him had the ghost blood curse on them. Long Chen had brought them a crisis of certain death in a very short period of time. It's all my fault. As far as the eye could see, all the primeval troll were dead. The war demon was the only one left. In fact, the Era Sky Fiend hadn't let him appear because he couldn't hold himself back. He couldn't forget his past hatred, so he brought his brothers out of hibernation. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so powerful, nor did he expect the ghost blood curse to be so terrifying. It was only now that he saw all the other primeval troll die in battle that he felt remorseful. He finally understood why the Era Sky Fiend wanted to subdue Long Chen. However, he hated him. Surrounded by thousands of blood fiends, he met Long Chen's eyes once again. It's your turn. Long Chen pointed the ghost blood curse at the war demon. Because too many blood fiends had been killed by the Annihilation Dragon Seal, the blood fiends had been intimidated by Long Chen and didn't dare to get close to Long Chen. Today, either you die or I die. The war demon's imposing manner surged, causing the entire blood sea to shake violently. The seawater surged wildly toward Long Chen, washing away all the blood fiends. Chapter 2969. In the vast death world, the endless bloodwater formed many whirlpools that surged in all directions. Long Chen and the war demon stood in the middle of the whirlpools. No matter how much the bloodwater raged, they did not move. The war demon's huge blood-colored body was shrinking. Although it had the appearance of a primeval troll, in the end, it was only the size of a human. The reason for this was that the larger its body was, the easier it was for Long Chen's ghost blood curse to hit it. This way, it maintained the terrifying power of the primeval troll and increased its agility. The human-shaped giant demon was very similar to Long Chen. Because in the battle, the blood-colored dragon scales appeared and covered his entire body. With the ghost blood curse in hand, Long Chen was even more powerful than the war demon. But the war demon used battle as its rule. In terms of battle intent, it was violent, ferocious, and intense, far surpassing Long Chen. This was a battle between the rules of battle and the rules of massacre. The war demon was different from the other primeval troll. He was much stronger. After all, he was a terrifying expert below the Era demon. In the death world, the things he had obtained were more than the other primeval trolls combined. He had killed the other primeval troll so that he could focus on this war demon. The war devil hated Long Chen, and hated him for playing tricks on him. Of course, Long Chen had no choice but to kill him. Ignoring the enmity between them, if he didn't kill him, then the Era Heaven Devil would die, and everything he had would be destroyed. The Divine Dragon Tribe would lose all hope. To put it more seriously, without Long Chen, the sky-swallowing race would destroy this world sooner or later. Therefore, the war demon had to die. Their battle broke out in the blink of an eye. The blood sea was already raging. At this moment, it was even more chaotic. Fighting in the blood sea was undoubtedly exciting. Undying war demon. Boom. The two moved at the same time. Long Chen brandished the ghost blood incantation, his body and sword turning into a bloody light. Without saying a word, the war devil charged forward. However, at the moment of impact, his body instantly transformed into 9 avatars. What was more frightening was that each of the war devil's avatars was as strong as him. This was beyond Long Chen's expectations. The war devil didn't have a fortune divine artifact. All of his power came from the unique primeval troll's power and his powerful physical body. When one became 10, it was 10 times more powerful. This rule was simple, but it was terrifying. Among the 10 of them, it's impossible to tell which one is the main body. Or perhaps, there's no main body at all. They're all the main bodies. Only by killing all of them can we truly kill him. Long Chen didn't have much time to think. That was because the two of them, who both possessed blood-colored dragon scales, collided with each other in an instant, producing a terrifying explosion. Undying indestructible palm. The 10 war devils were using the same rule as before. However, in the death world, the rule had undergone a metamorphosis. It was at a much higher level, and its power was even more terrifying, surpassing the ordinary God-Emperor rule. Boom! It was simply an inescapable net. Swoosh! Long Chen rapidly retreated. In a short moment, he had already kept the demon-subduing pagoda and appeared in his left hand. The longevity grass wrapped around his left arm. Sword of Time. A sword swept out. A crescent moon-like destructive sword chi erupted. The power of the ghost blood curse was attached to it as it swept out. The 10 war devils were all within Long Chen's attack range. Boom! The Sword of Time collided with the 10 war devils' rule. In terms of power, the Sword of Time was rapidly annihilated. However, the power of the ghost blood curse still climbed onto their bodies, bringing pressure to the war devils. Get out! Because it wasn't a direct attack, it couldn't kill the war devils. But at this moment, Long Chen's longevity grass penetrated the attack and wrapped around one of the war devils. Come here! The intense pain from the longevity grass was unbearable for anyone. Long Chen's movements were swift and fierce. He instantly pulled one of the war devils out from the group. Courting death. The other war devils attacked once again. Swish! Long Chen retracted the longevity grass and slashed out with his sword. The war devil that was bound by Long Chen's Sword of Time was hit head-on. Of course, the ghost blood curse still couldn't stab it. Even so, the war devil was still infected by the ghost blood curse. It could only use all its strength to resist the ghost blood curse. As a result, it was once again pulled by Long Chen. At this moment, the longevity grass wrapped around it tightly. Die! Swish! The ghost blood curse swept out. A war devil's head flew out. Success! The ghost blood curse spread rapidly, turning that war devil into ashes. However, the other 9 war devils also arrived before him. The price for killing a war devil for Long Chen was to be hit by the other 9 war devils. Ancient undefeatable divine fist. Rumble. The demon-subduing pagoda resisted. Even so, it was still blasted away. Its body almost collapsed. The war devil had a huge advantage in close combat. If not for the ghost blood curse, it would have crushed Long Chen. Flame of life. With the flame of life burning, Long Chen shuttled through the sea of blood. Although he was slightly injured, it wasn't a problem for him. Within the flame of life, he rapidly recovered. Of course, the remaining 9 war devils continued to chase after him. Coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, the war devil roared. Turning his head, he saw that the boundless sea of blood had already formed an incomparably huge blood-colored wave that rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen recovered from his injuries. This time, he suddenly turned his head. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed towards the core of the 9 war devils. The longevity grass flew out, stretching incomparably large. This time, the 9 war devils dodged it. There is nothing in the world that can't break the Great Tribulation finger. The 9 war devils stabbed out at the same time. The 9 fingers formed a terrifying array diagram that stabbed towards Long Chen. Its power was extremely terrifying. The phantom of a huge beast appeared in the array diagram. If Long Chen's guess was correct, it should be a gigantic god-fiend beast. Stab of Karma. This time, it was like a spear thrust back. Ferocious and indomitable. Forgetting about life and death, he only had hatred. He left everything to the mysterious karma. His encounter with the war devils here was the result of the past karma. I'm willing to use my heart to break through thousands of demons. The stab of karma. It struck the gigantic god-fiend beast array diagram. Break. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the ghost blood curse and the power of karma fused together, forming an incomparably terrifying penetrative effect. At this moment, Long Chen released the ghost blood curse and endured the power of the all-conquering finger alone. However, under his control, the ghost blood curse transformed into a blood-colored shadow that rushed towards the 9 war devils. Swish! 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 Several cold sounds rang out. Swoosh! The ghost blood curse returned to Long Chen's hand. Rumble! Long Chen was still sent flying by the shockwaves. This time, his injuries were even more severe. He had no choice but to use the flame of life again. The majestic flame of life burned, allowing him to gradually recover. However, this risk had allowed Long Chen to secure victory in the match. The Karma Thorn pierced through the other party's attack, allowing the Ghost Blood Curse to pass through. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 war devils were injured by the Ghost Blood Curse. Now, when Long Chen looked over, those 7 war devils were turning into ashes before Long Chen's eyes. Indeed, the war devil didn't have a true body. These were all his true bodies. The remaining 2 war demons fused together in a fit of depression and hatred. Although Long Chen had killed 8 of his clones, he still acted as if nothing had happened. However, his battle intent was even more ferocious and intense. You're powerful, but I'll make you pay the price you deserve. The war devil was covered in blood. His tail, dragon scales, wings, and other parts looked incomparably sinister. Even after killing 8 of his clones, his aura was still rising steadily. Boom! This time, his body was expanding instead. He grew infinitely bigger. In the end, most of Long Chen's vision was occupied by his body. He couldn't even see the end of a dragon scale. Ignite my battle flames, undying and inextinguishable. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the voice of such a huge body was. Actually, the war devil knew that Long Chen possessed the eternal level Ghost Blood Curse. Although he had been defeated, he was unwilling to accept it. At this moment, he gathered all of his power, all of his battle spirit, all of his will, all of it gathered into his claw. In the sky, an endless mountain was descending. Actually, it wasn't a mountain, but the war devil's claw. It was too big. That claw completely covered the sky that Long Chen could see. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. His claw was like the hand of the heavens. The heavens are like devils. The claw descended. It was a claw that gathered all of the war devil's power. If you dare to take it, I'll accept my defeat wholeheartedly. These were the last words of the war devil. He hoped that Long Chen would dare to take it and fight to the death with him. This was the will and dignity of a fighter. I'll take it. Long Chen didn't say much. He didn't think too much about it. In his heart, there was a saying, the brave are invincible. Therefore, at this moment, facing the claw that seemed to be from the heavens, he rushed upwards. It was the same Ghost Blood Curse and the same Karma Thorn, but it was different this time. This was because it was different karma. It was the end of karma. This time, you, war devil, shall be exterminated for all eternity. A beam of blood-red light shot up into the sky and pierced through the devil's claw as it came crashing down from the sky. The endless sea of blood was suppressed by the war devil. Therefore, when he raised his head, he was already in the sky. Because of the vastness of the sky, he could see the war devil at this moment. The Ghost Blood Curse penetrated his claw. No matter how big his body was, the swastika still spread throughout his body. As for Long Chen, it had to be said that the war devil's attack this time was terrifying. The war devil's will and all its strength were concentrated here. Long Chen had to admit that if he didn't have the Ghost Blood Curse, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by the flame of life. The power of the war devil had almost shattered his bones. As expected of a devil in battle. A very strong and admirable opponent. However, he had to die. Amidst the flame of life, Long Chen was recovering. Amidst the Ghost Blood Curse, the war devil roared unwillingly as it turned into ashes. When the war devil completely disappeared, Long Chen also went from a dangerous state to a relatively weak state. Just now, I almost wanted to use revival from the dead. Looking at his palm, the jade green ring was glowing again. In the end, the war devil couldn't kill Long Chen, not even once. Chapter 2970. As the Ghost Blood Curse expanded, the giant war demon gradually turned into ashes. Even its remnant soul was devoured by the Ghost Blood Curse, further increasing its power. I've underestimated you. You do have some ability, but if you want to be my master, this is not enough. Beside Long Chen, Xueqi emerged from the Ghost Blood Curse. Although she was beautiful and charming, her bossy manner was still displeasing. Since he had already gained control of the Ghost Blood Curse, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with her. Now that the battle was over, the surrounding blood fiends had dispersed. Such a huge commotion was finally coming to an end, and the Death World's blood sea was starting to calm down. Long Chen closed his eyes. His body was burning with the flame of life. The battle with the war demon was so intense. It seems like the Era Sky Fiend is even more difficult to deal with. If I can defeat him, I'll be able to grow stronger in the death world without any worries. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? How dare you ignore me? Xueqi flew into a rage when she saw his nonchalant attitude. She was extremely proud, especially when hundreds of god emperors were fighting over her. You're too noisy. The flame of life on Long Chen's body spread to the ghost blood curse in his hand. Suddenly, Xueqi let out a shriek and dodged the flame of life. She was so angry that her body was trembling, but she still looked very cute. Don't worry. Since you're not satisfied with me now, you'll be satisfied in the future. Just wait and see. Also one day, I'll have an even stronger fortune divine weapon. When that time comes, don't beg me to use you, Long Chen said indifferently. You wish. I've heard too many people talk big in front of me. Don't forget that you haven't passed the Era Heavenly Demon yet. Don't say such ridiculous things to me when you're alive. Phantom 7 laughed when he heard that. She was right. Although he didn't know where the real body of the Era Sky Demon was, he should be arriving soon. Long Chen had to seize the time to recover from his state after the battle with the war demon. Even though Phantom 7 says that he doesn't like me, he's still doing his best to help me in battle. Long Chen was well aware of this. He also needed to get used to the Fortune Divine artifact. The better he got used to it, the stronger he would be able to display. 2 days passed. Under the nourishment of the flames of life, he had completely recovered to his peak state. Long Chen opened his eyes. The entire blood sea was undergoing a silent transformation. In front of him was an incomparably huge blood whirlpool. It was boundless, but it had a center. Long Chen was currently in the middle of this whirlpool. He looked over. Yes, the person who had given him a suffocating feeling was the person who was gradually emerging from the center of the whirlpool. He looked like Du, but his hair and eyes were blood red. Even in this situation, there was still a faint smile on his face. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Old Fourth still didn't listen to me. Thank you for helping me kill him. He dared to disobey my orders. If you hadn't killed him, I wouldn't have let him live. The Era Sky Demon's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind as he crossed the blood sea and flew over. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have transcended time and appeared about a kilometer in front of Long Chen. Of course, this was a distance that could be crossed in the blink of an eye. He and Long Chen seemed to be within arm's reach. The Era Sky Demon said, "This is the last time we face off like this. I'll give you 2 choices, surrender or die. Now tell me what your final choice is." He still hadn't given up. From the very beginning, he hadn't given up. Long Chen said, "Let's not talk about these meaningless things before the battle. Without a battle, there will be neither surrender nor death. I may surrender, but I definitely won't give up without a fight." You're right. The Era Sky Demon nodded slightly. From the dragon sacrificial continent to this death realm, it was finally time for the victor to be decided. This fated battle should also come to an end at this moment. However, there's one thing you don't know. At this moment, Ji Yuan's Sky Demon became very strange. He laughed a little too loudly and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. A ray of blood-red light appeared in his hand as if something was happening to his forehead. That is, this death rain has a core. This is the death rain of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and I have the core of this death rain in my hand. It is the eye left behind by the ancient blood spiritual dragon. When he mentioned the ancient blood spiritual dragon's name, Long Chen knew that the Era Sky Demon definitely knew much more than he imagined. He even knew many secrets about him. Perhaps this was why he wanted to control him. It was because he knew so much that he knew that it was a pity to kill Long Chen. Only then did he know how great the benefits would be if he could subdue Long Chen. At this moment, he gently let go of the palm that was covering his forehead. A blood-red light pierced out. Long Chen was shocked to see that the Era Sky Demon's forehead had cracked open and was covered in bloody scars. In the middle of those web-like scars was a blood-red dragon's eye. They were extremely similar to Long Chen's eyes. Of course, these eyes were already dim and had lost their brilliance. However, even though they had lost their brilliance, they were still terrifying eyes, because they were the core of the death world. Indeed, it was just as he had imagined. If he hadn't controlled the core of this death rain, the Era Sky Demon wouldn't have reached this level. Therefore, I have to thank you for sending me here. The Era Sky Demon was still smiling, but at this moment, it was as if an eyeball had been forcefully pressed into his forehead. He looked extremely hideous, especially with his blood-red hair dancing in the wind. He looked even bloodier than Xueqi. In response, Long Chen took out the ghost blood curse. He held the slender black hilt with one hand and pointed it at the Era Sky Demon. The ghost blood curse crawled on the blade like a worm, making it look even more eerie. No matter what, as long as you let me slash you once, I can send you to the next world. The ghost blood curse is indeed not bad, but how can you hit me? Perhaps after he said that, the battle suddenly started. What the Era Sky Devil displayed was an astonishing speed. He seemed to have disappeared from the death world, yet he was everywhere at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blood-stained time blades suddenly filled the sky and rushed towards Long Chen. These attacks seemed familiar, but they had actually undergone a huge change. The Era Sky Demon had made a deeper progress and understanding of the laws of time. Clang, clang, clang. Long Chen waved the ghost blood curse and sent the time blades that approached him flying one by one. However, this wasn't the Era Sky Demon's signature move. Long Chen remembered how terrifying his laws had been in the past. You've really improved a lot over the years. You've actually managed to catch up to me at this level. This voice sounded like it was right next to his ear. His battle with the war demon was a fair and open confrontation. However, his battle with the Era Sky Demon was very difficult to grasp. The rhythm of the battle had always been controlled by the Era Sky Demon. Sand of Time. In an instant, the sea of blood around Long Chen spun rapidly. Crystalline sand appeared in the blood, which was condensed by time. Now that Long Chen was trapped in it, the sand of time was so vast. Not only did it possess the destructive power of time, but it also possessed the killing power of the death rain. The two nomological powers actually fused together, which was an eye-opener for Long Chen. Is this the fusion of the laws? If it were me, would I be able to do it too? For example, fusing the Annihilation Dragon Seal into the Time Sword. Of course, this was just a momentary thought of Long Chen. The Era Sky Demon had opened up a path for him. As for what he should do in the future, he would have to carefully ponder over it. Of course, if he didn't kill the Era Sky Demon today, there would be no future. Without saying a word, Long Chen was shrouded in the flames of life. The demon's subduing pagoda protected him, suppressing above his head. He held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Just as the sand of time was about to crush him, he roared and slashed out a resplendent time sword. The power directly tore the sand of time apart, creating a passage for him to escape. Long Chen instantly crossed over. Endless growth rings. He had just escaped from the sand of time, and the Era Sky Demon was everywhere. Before Long Chen could adjust, a blood-colored diagram that looked like a tree's growth rings suddenly appeared under his feet. The diagram rotated at high speed, producing a terrifying time-sucking power, and then sucking Long Chen deeper. This was a new nomological power that the Era Sky Demon had never used before. The most troublesome thing was that Long Chen couldn't see his position at all. He seemed to have fused with the death rain, everywhere. In this way, no matter how strong Long Chen's ghost blood curse was, it was useless. Damn it. The situation was urgent. Under such circumstances, he could only resist. At this moment, in the midst of the sucking of the endless growth rings, he attacked with his sword. Swoosh. Rumble. A blood-colored light instantly pierced the endless growth rings. The tyrannical power of the ghost blood curse tore the endless growth rings and broke the Era Sky Demon's nomological power. However, Long Chen was almost torn apart by the endless growth rings. Fortunately, he used the demon subduing pagoda and the flames of life to protect himself. After tearing the endless growth rings, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hiding? What's the point? Long Chen looked around vigilantly. The entire blood sea suddenly quieted down. Chapter 2971. In the next instant, countless droplets of blood erupted in front of Long Chen. Era Sky Fiend controlled the death rain, which meant that he controlled the entire world that Long Chen was in. Right now, he was like the creator, and the death rain moved according to his will. This made Era Sky Fiend extremely difficult to deal with. He was even more difficult to deal with than Long Chen had imagined, especially when Long Chen couldn't find him in the death rain at all. The core of the death rain, which should have belonged to him, had actually fallen into the hands of Era Sky Fiend. Instead, the other party had made use of the core to become so tyrannical. He was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. Hee. Era Skyfiend's laughter reverberated throughout the entire world. At the same time, the entire world moved according to the will of Era Sky Fiend. Heart of Time. All of a sudden, an endless amount of blood gathered before Long Chen's eyes to form a blood-red heart that was tens of thousands of zhong tall. That heart was beating, and the power of time and the power of the death world could be considered to have fused together perfectly. This caused the power of the laws to rise tremendously, surpassing all the laws that Long Chen had encountered before. In terms of nomological laws, Era Sky Fiend was the only one who could contend with Long Chen. The Heart of Time previously was black, and it wasn't as powerful as it is now. The same nomological laws are actually worlds apart. Era Sky Fiend didn't give Long Chen much time to think. Time, reverse the flow into a river. This Heart of Time was also an application of time reversal. The throbbing heart continued to beat, emitting loud bangs that assaulted Long Chen intensely. Just this sound alone was an irresistible impact of nomological laws. With each impact, the strength of his body would disappear a little. If I'm trapped in this Heart of Time, I'm afraid I'll lose all my strength. However, the nomological laws of this Heart of Time are so powerful. Long Chen knew that Era Sky Fiend was just warming up. Now that this Heart of Time was born, he wanted to crush Long Chen directly. Especially in this world, Long Chen could feel the crisis of impending death. It was a death crisis that made his scalp tingle. The Heart of Time pulsed, seemingly enveloping the entire death world. Right now, it was moving towards Long Chen. Because the Heart of Time was too big, Long Chen had no way to escape. In the blink of an eye, he was already within the Heart of Time. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender? I don't want you to lose all your power when you surrender and return to your starting point. The voice of the Era Heavenly Demon swept across the world and vibrated in the Heart of Time. What answered him was Long Chen's ghost blood curse. In that case, I'll let you see your original appearance. Sky Fiend Ji was very decisive this time. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He wouldn't give Long Chen a chance to reverse the situation. Boom. The Heart of Time throbbed violently for the first time. Within the Heart of Time, time flowed in reverse. It was as if a beautiful woman had turned into bones. His chaos divine power was disappearing, and he was even forgetting the laws he had comprehended. The easiest thing to forget was, of course, resurrection. I can't forget it. Long Chen clenched his teeth and made his final decision. Since he has the Death World's core, if I don't use any special moves, I won't be able to defeat him in a head-on battle. I have to say that he's far stronger than me. At least he could admit this. Sky Fiend Ji was not much weaker than Di Jun. If you want me to return to my original state, then you have to take control of my life. Then, watch me defy the heavens and change my fate. Rumble. Dr. Long Chen roared, causing the entire Heart of Time to tremble. His will and power were all condensed into one. When the power to defy the heavens and change his fate was born, the magical laws of fate formed a protective barrier, forcing the power of the time reversal out of Long Chen's body. At the same time, it invisibly stimulated Long Chen, giving him incomparable power at this moment. Sword of Time. Long Chen slashed out with his sword. This was simply a combination of the Sword of Time and defying the heavens and changing fate. A beam of dazzling sword chi burst out, and time was extremely violent. This was a destructive power that belonged to time. Supported by the Sword of Time, it burst out and tore the Heart of Time apart. Rip. Long Chen's torn Heart of Time rushed out. Behind him, the Heart of Time rapidly collapsed, turning into a sky full of blood rain, and disappeared from the death world. In the confrontation of the laws of time, Long Chen relied on the Sword of Time to defy the heavens and change his fate to gain a slight upper hand. But he knew in his heart that he had reached his limit, and yet Sky Fiend Ji still hadn't appeared. You have surpassed all my expectations once again. To be honest, if you were willing to submit to me, I would treat you as the most important existence in my life. But unfortunately, Sky Fiend Ji again. It was as if he was the death world. No matter where he was, his voice, his power, and his laws were everywhere. He now understood that he had to truly suppress Long Chen and make him lose all hope. Only then would he have a chance to be subdued. Therefore, Sky Fiend Ji was also in a frenzy at this moment. End the battle. Time prison, your last chance. Long Chen couldn't imagine that he had actually fused the laws of time prison with the death world so perfectly. This entire world was a time prison. In other words, as long as Long Chen was still in the death world, there was no way he could escape from this time prison. Rumble. Countless blood-colored pillars of time descended on the blood sea. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no end to them. And Long Chen was at the center of all the pillars of time. In that instant, all the blood-colored pillars of time shone brightly. In the end, even though he had used all his strength, he was still suppressed by Sky Fiend Ji. When the power of time stop attacked him, he maintained his original movement and fell into an eternal stillness, unable to move. It was also time stop, but it was used much better than his eternal instant. In fact, in this blood sea's time prison, even one's thoughts would be frozen by Sky Fiend Ji. At this moment, Long Chen finally understood that this was the difference between him and the current Sky Fiend Ji. Although it could be said that Sky Fiend Ji had the advantage of the death world's core, life and death were different from victory and defeat. Battles were never fair. The entire blood sea was suppressed by countless pillars of time, unable to move. There were at least hundreds of thousands of pillars of time. Long Chen remembered that the last time Sky Fiend used this time prison, there were less than 10 pillars of time. This was the most obvious change in the power of time prison. If he had used this time prison from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to resist. From the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. The death world's core helped him a lot. At this time, it was useless even if he was unwilling. Fate was like this. When the entire death world came to a standstill, not a single drop of blood moved. Even Long Chen's thoughts began to freeze. Then, Ira's sky demon finally appeared in the sea of blood. He appeared before Long Chen, holding a red rose in his hand. It was not a real flower, but a condensation of laws. This is the white bones of beauty. Sky Fiend stood in front of him and smiled. Now, I have the condition to tell you whether or not you want to submit. Under the time prison you have no chance at all. The white bones of beauty will completely annihilate you, leaving no trace. You will disappear in this blood sea forever. I will only give you one last chance. Submit or die. It's your choice. Although it was a time prison, it was also under the control of Sky Fiend Ji. Long Chen suddenly found that he could speak. He had one last chance. This time, it was really either submit or die. In the divine nation, those who knew what was happening outside were all worried for him. This was the most dangerous moment. Only by submitting could he survive. Long Chen's life was not just his own, but the lives of the entire Divine Dragon Clan and the trillions of living beings in the Divine Nation. His decision was of the utmost importance. Before you make your choice, I'll let you know some things you don't know. Then you'll understand why I wanted you to sign the giant demon contract with me from the very beginning and have you serve me. Ji Yuanshan said indifferently. His third eye of the primordial blood spiritual dragon looked at Long Chen coldly. At this point, he pinned the blood-red rose to Long Chen's ear and smiled. Listen carefully. You can choose not to make a decision, but if your final decision is not what I want to hear, then no matter how much I want to have you, I can only bear with the pain. After all, you are a dangerous thing. I don't want to take too many risks. Looking at the indifferent Long Chen with the rose, the Sky Fiend smiled faintly and began to narrate. I know what happened one epoch ago. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by the Sky Devouring clan and the ancestral dragon. The order of the myriad worlds was changed. Even today, the Sky Devouring clan is still eating away at the myriad worlds. One day, they will absorb all the energy in the myriad worlds and destroy this place. The entire myriad worlds will disappear for eternity. The Skyfiend's words made Long Chen's heart tremble. This was what his father had told him after crossing 100,000 years, and the Sky Fiend actually knew so much. Of course, this is all your business. Let me tell you, we, the primeval troll, were produced directly after the giant divine fiend beast devoured many divine dragons. We call the giant divine fiend beast, Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother originally wanted us, the primeval troll, to slaughter all the divine fiends of the myriad worlds after the end of the epoch and control the myriad worlds. However, they later discovered that directly transforming the divine fiends of the myriad worlds and changing the rules and order of the myriad worlds would make it easier to eat away at the world. So we, the primeval troll, were abandoned. Chapter 2972. Long Chen's eyes widened. He did not expect the primeval troll to have such an origin. It was no wonder that they had so many characteristics of the divine dragon. This divine demon beast is disgusting. Swallowing one thing and giving birth to another. The scariest thing was that he did not know that there were so many primeval troll in a deep slumber because they were useless. There could be countless strong ones among them. There was no need for epic sky demon to lie to Long Chen. Just like Mo Xing, if these primeval troll were to awaken, it would be a catastrophe for the myriad realms. Before the sky-swallowing clan could finish devouring the myriad realms, the primeval troll would be heavily injured or killed. Luckily, the sky-swallowing clan seemed to treat the primeval troll as useless trash. They sealed them up. They still wanted to raise the divine demons of the myriad realms like livestock farms. Of course, they would not allow the primeval troll to destroy the current structure. It was easy to understand. For example, the sky-swallowing clan were humans, herdsmen. The primeval troll were the wolves they raised. But the wolves would not eat grass, nor would they absorb energy from the world. Therefore, they modified the original sheep, and used the sheep to absorb the world's energy. In that case, the wolves they had prepared would be useless. They would be imprisoned. Even if the wolves sneaked out and attacked the flock of sheep, the wolves would be the first to be destroyed. Unless the sky-swallowing clan had recovered from the War of the Eras and could directly devour the myriad worlds. Speaking of imprisonment, Epic Sky Demon could not help but laugh coldly. Ever since I was born, I've been imprisoned my entire life. Until today, I'm still imprisoned in this death world. It's laughable, but you would never have guessed that I'm different from the other primeval troll. I hate the sky-swallowing clan more than you do, because they gave me birth and made me suffer for an era. I've been lonely for such a long time, living a life worse than death. It wasn't until this point that there was hatred in Ji Yuan's eyes. He had always been a very calm person in Long Chen's heart. Long Chen could understand him. He couldn't find the value and meaning of his existence, yet he had to suffer forever. He was an existence that liked to think, so loneliness was a disaster for him. Therefore, he truly hated the sky-swallowing clan. In fact, his hatred was no less than that of Long Chen. This also explained why he knew so many things. The gods and demons of the myriad realms lost their memories during the transformation of the sky-swallowing clan, but he was reborn at that time, so he did not forget what he knew. To the sky-swallowing clan, I'm just an ant that left home. No one would pay attention to me, but I discovered you. I have to say, Long Chen, I can see that although the dragon sacrificial continent is extinct, the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, which even the sky-swallowing clan feared, has flowed down and landed on you. I don't have a pure divine dragon bloodline like you, so I can't inherit this inherited blood essence. This is the most painful thing for me. When I first saw you, I had already guessed it. Ji Yuan's gaze was now completely on Long Chen. I feel that you are a spark that will overthrow the rule of the sky-swallowing clan. Maybe one day you will succeed. Therefore, I'm extremely excited. Since I can't take away what you have, I want to participate in this grand battle to take revenge on the sky-swallowing clan. However, the premise of all this is that you have to be my puppet, and I have to be above you. Otherwise, one day, I will be left behind by you. The giant demon contract is the highest contract that the sky-swallowing clan has bestowed upon us. Once you sign it, you will be restricted by this rule for life. You will submit to me, and let me lead you to complete this grand battle. Although you have a friend who will fight with you, and even command you, I won't stop your dreams and wishes at all. I will fight with you, and create glory. What a perfect ending. At least, the white bones of beauty won't take your life. I won't give up my desire for revenge, and kill you, and destroy the last spark of the ancestral dragon. At this point, Long Chen had completely understood his thoughts. He didn't want to kill him. What he wanted most was to control himself, to take revenge. His ultimate goal was the same as Long Chen's. However, the premise was that he had to control himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe, and would never be able to become the main character. However, if he still rejected him when his life was in his hands, even if he had to die, then he wouldn't be able to kill him. To kill you, I only need to cut off my own hatred and live a new life. However, you have to cut off your life, cut off your dreams, cut off everything, and cut off the hope of the divine dragon clan. Therefore, of course, I'm not willing. However, it all depends on whether you can make the right choice. At this point, Ji Yuan looked at him with a smile, waiting for his final decision. He said all this, of course, to let Long Chen understand his heart and the real situation. If it was before, Long Chen might not have agreed, but Ji Yuan believed that when there was no choice, any smart person would know that sometimes it was necessary to give up and compromise. Only then could it be possible to achieve one's dream. Say it. Ji Yuan was full of hope, and looked at him with some fanaticism. Long Chen couldn't move, and could only speak. He said, "You really are a strange primeval troll. You actually want to do such a crazy thing. No matter what, it is the existence that gave birth to you in this world." Ji Yuan shook his head and said, "If I could choose, I would rather not be in this world. So, what's your final decision?" "Oh." Long Chen looked at him with wide eyes. At this time, Ji Yuan was too eager. He had said so much, and all he wanted was a definite answer from Long Chen. However, Long Chen suddenly said resolutely, "I'm sorry, I refuse to submit. Moreover, it's absolutely impossible." "Why? Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Ji Yuan's face twisted. As he spoke, the red rose by Long Chen's ear was trembling. The power of the white bones of beauty could rush into Long Chen's body at any time and end his life. "It's not like that, it's just that you don't understand me." "That's not the case. It's just that you don't understand me. I'd rather die than submit to you and let you control me. My wish is nothing more than an internal conflict between the ancient giant demons and the sky-devouring clan. It's meaningless. Today, I'll die in your hands. It's my destiny. Anyway, I've never thought that I could accomplish this. The myriad worlds will eventually be destroyed." He stared at Ji Yuan, and didn't back down at all. "You." Ji Yuan had never been so angry before. He didn't think that under such circumstances, Long Chen would still act like this. He remembered that last time, in order to save lives, Long Chen had followed him to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. But this time, he didn't. He looked at him proudly, not wavering at all. "I'm really going to kill you." Ji Yuan clenched his teeth. Long Chen had shaken his rationality, and his thoughts were in a whirlpool. This was the moment he was most looking forward to, but Long Chen had given him a fatal blow. He was forcing him to go crazy. "Do whatever you want. It's enough for me to live until now. If you were me, you would know what pressure is. I've been carrying this fate since I was born. If you don't kill me, I want to die myself." Long Chen smiled. These words were said with such sincerity, as if he had always thought so. "Long Chen, have you broken down?" Ji Yuan took a deep breath. His hands were trembling. He really couldn't bear to give up his desire for revenge, but Long Chen's indifferent smile was forcing him to lose control. "That's right. What can you do to me? In the end, it's just death. I've experienced countless life and death situations, and this one won't make much of a difference. Closing my eyes and isolating myself from everything is a form of release. After I die, I don't care if the myriad worlds shatter, or if all lives perish." "You." The last sentence had already pushed the era heavenly demon to the extreme. Bang! The red rose by Long Chen's ear exploded. Countless time rules power entered Long Chen's body. This was a direct hit, and it was much more serious than what Divine Emperor Yu Hua had experienced. "I really didn't expect you to seek death. I really didn't expect it. Haha, Long Chen, it seems that the mystical dragons were wrong to put their hopes in you. They were very, very wrong." Ji Yuan's emotional breakdown made him give up on revenge. It was actually very painful. So at this moment, 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his blood-red eyes, and his body was convulsing and trembling. "None of your business." Even though Long Chen was rapidly aging, he still had that proud smile on his face. His indifferent gaze made Ji Yuan feel deeply defeated. Rumble. The time prison was finally broken. The time pillar disappeared. The Death World seawater surged again. It was magnificent, and the waves reached the sky. Ji Yuan's Sky Devil shook his head in pain and staggered. He knew the power of his white bones of beauty. That was his strongest rule power at the moment. Even a godly venerable one would probably die from it. That was his biggest gain from the death rain. Long Chen was in limitless weakness. He watched his body shrink and age. His primordial spirit and body collapsed. This was a real death. From the white bones of beauty, Ji Yuan was also very powerful at this time. Stupid, stupid. Ji Yuan looked at him a few times. At this time, Long Chen was close to the white bones of beauty. He would die without a doubt. He actually admired Long Chen, and he did not want to see this miraculous young man die in his hands. At this moment, he was lost, like a walking corpse. Long Chen looked at him with gloomy eyes. He thought of Emperor Rain, of his first encounter with this epic heavenly demon in the Devil Star, of the deadly battle in the Spirit Essence Star Sea, and of everything else. In fact, he did not hate Ji Yuan, not as much as he hated Di Jun. Especially when he knew that Ji Yuan also had a vengeful heart. He was a real person, but also a pitiful one. But fate had caused him to become Long Chen's stumbling block. Long Chen had to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would walk down a wrong path and lose everything. He would be controlled by Long Chen and would have to work for Long Chen's will. That was absolutely not allowed. So, everything he said before was to bring him back to life and reverse life and death when he was in the most pain and confusion. Chapter 2973. Everything that Era Sky Devil had said before was to wait for this moment. The laws of time in White Bones were indeed terrifying. There was no doubt that one would die. Long Chen had personally experienced the death of Divine Emperor Yu Hua, so he was well aware of all this. Of course, personally experiencing it was different from watching someone else. Therefore, the process of gradually dying and turning into white bones and remnant souls was naturally terrifying. But in order to win, in order to crush this calamity, Long Chen naturally dared to endure this kind of torture. At this point, his heart could not be crushed. I don't hate you, but you have to die. Death came as expected. Era Sky Devil had been forced to give up his heart of revenge by Long Chen. His heart was in endless pain. He held his head, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His long preparations and waiting had come to nothing. This was also a disaster for him. Long Chen had expected him to act like this. This would be Long Chen's only chance. In the midst of death, he carried an incomparably strong desire to live. His heart of revenge, his responsibility, and his mission to rise from the ashes of this calamity. Rise from the dead. Such a roar rang out in Long Chen's already dying heart. Of course, Era Sky Devil was still immersed in his pain, so he could not hear it at all. For this moment, Long Chen had prepared for too long. He had worked too hard. Among the white bones, the jade-green halo quietly brought him back to life. Flesh and blood were reborn, power was restored, and everything appeared again. The laws of life were so magical. This process actually happened in just a moment, especially with Long Chen's majestic fighting spirit that could crush everything. Compared to the time with Divine Emperor Yu Hua, it was much simpler and more straightforward. Rebirth. Once again descending into this world. Everything in front of him was so clear. He didn't have time to sigh. Before his flesh and blood were fully formed, Long Chen had summoned the ghost blood curse and swung his sword. His target was the epic heavenly devil standing in front of Long Chen. Holding his head and crying, the epic heavenly devil, who had absolute faith in his beauty and bones, suddenly saw the green light. At first, he was a bit dazed, even thinking that he was seeing things. He had already seen Long Chen turn into bones and die. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the dead to come back to life. Therefore, it wasn't just Ji Yuan's sky fiend. No one would have expected it. This is, while he was confused, he felt the murderous intent of the ghost blood curse. The instant he raised his head, a sharp scarlet sword flashed past his eyes and cut off a few strands of epic heavenly demon's scarlet hair. At the same time, it also cut through epic heavenly demon's neck, and the ghost blood curse entered his body. Everything had happened too quickly. When Ji Yuan's sky demon saw Long Chen clearly, his eyes were filled with deep astonishment. This was something that should have never happened, yet it had happened right before his eyes. Why are you? Epic heavenly demon couldn't help but laugh and cry. The ghost blood curse instantly covered his body. He was already stunned. Kill, kill, kill. What answered him was Long Chen crazily slashing at his body with the ghost blood curse again and again. Dozens of sword scars appeared on his body, each one so deep that the bone could be seen. Countless swastikas spread out from each scar. In a short time, even his scarlet hair had been taken over by the ghost blood curse. Long Chen still didn't stop. He had to kill epic heavenly demon. You can stop now, Long Chen. Epic heavenly demon, who was covered in the ghost blood curse, suddenly smiled faintly. It was like the murderous intent didn't hurt him at all. "I'm dead for sure," Epic Heavenly Demon said calmly. At this moment, Long Chen stopped the ghost blood curse that was about to pierce his rule core. The tip of the ghost blood curse had just pierced into Epic Heavenly Demon's body. Blood flowed down the blade. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Epic Heavenly Demon was indeed dead. Perhaps he would turn into ashes in the next moment. Hee. He suddenly laughed as if a heavy burden had disappeared and he became much more relaxed. Just now I was in extreme despair. Not only did I sever my own dream, but I also destroyed the future hope of the myriad worlds. I found that I felt worse than I imagined. Fortunately, you still gave me a surprise in the end. You are still that Long Chen. You didn't make me feel despair towards this world. Now that the situation is set, you gave me new hope and also gave me relief. Only now do I understand that to me, death is more of a relief than hatred. I wish you all the best." When he said the last word, he really turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's ghost blood curse had taken away his life. Is that so? In the past, when he defeated his opponents, he felt at least relaxed. But this time, even though he had survived this tribulation and personally witnessed the epic sky demon being annihilated in front of him, Long Chen was unable to relax when he heard his final words. When he knew that epic heavenly demon was in the death world, he knew that there would be a life-and-death battle like today. Maybe he shouldn't be my enemy, but this is fate. It's hard to change it. This is his fate. He is a primeval troll after all. He can't be with me. Of course, Long Chen could think it through clearly. He had finally killed him. He had come back from the dead and survived a disaster. In the God Nation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had survived a disaster. Of course, Long Chen couldn't surrender just like that. He was fighting with everyone's will and lives on his back. Epic Heavenly Demon had underestimated him. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have thought that he was really seeking death, and he wouldn't have let Long Chen come back from the dead to kill him. As long as he lived, the battle would never end. This was Long Chen. So this is the core of the death world. When Epic Heavenly Demon turned into ashes, everything about him disappeared in front of Long Chen. Only a dim eyeball was left. This originally belonged to Long Chen. It was only because Epic Heavenly Demon came here first that he obtained it. Now, the core of the death world belonged to Long Chen. The sea of blood gradually calmed down. Long Chen reached out and gently grasped the core of the death world. Perhaps it had sensed Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. The ancient blood spirit dragons quickly brought his arm closer to his forehead. Just like Epic Heavenly Demon, the eye actually began to fuse into his forehead. However, it wasn't as forceful as Epic Heavenly Demon's. It smoothly fused in and then disappeared. Of course, Long Chen could feel its existence. It was truly fusing with Long Chen and becoming a part of Long Chen's body. As this process went on, Long Chen began to realize that the entire death world was gradually transforming into a place similar to his God Nation. Of course, this transformation seemed to require a process. As time went on, Long Chen discovered many things. For example, he could command those blood beasts. This was the ability of Epic Heavenly Demon before, and he could easily learn it. Then, he could also control the sea of blood that filled the sky, which was also what Epic Heavenly Demon had done before. Epic Heavenly Demon has nothing to do with the ancient blood spirit dragon after all, so this is pretty much all he can do. However, he has been fusing with the core of the death world for a period of time, and through absorbing the power of the death world, his cultivation has improved greatly. As time went on, Long Chen carefully sensed the death world and soon discovered a new ability. He could actually move freely in the vast death world. With a single thought, he could appear anywhere in the death world. His real body could go there, and of course, he could also condense the sea of blood to form his own appearance, allowing his nomological laws to go anywhere. Epic Heavenly Demon could only allow his nomological laws to go far away, but he couldn't move freely in the entire death world. Otherwise, he would have killed Long Chen a long time ago. Fortunately, he first let Yu Huazhong use the white bones of beauty, so I could understand the nomological laws of resurrection. Otherwise, I would have been under the control of Epic Heavenly Demon. If that really happened, Long Chen would probably give in. After all, he would have nothing if he died. But if he gave in, he might still have a chance in the future. Of course, he was still familiarizing himself with the core of the death world. The entire death world had been gradually moved to the third heaven, and it took a total of an era. Now, it could be considered embedded in the third heaven. If he fused with the core of the death world, Long Chen would have a better understanding of the entire death world. Of course, he only had a superficial understanding of it. After all, there seemed to be a lot of information in the core of the death world. All of a sudden, Long Chen discovered something surprising. It turned out that there was more than one entrance to the death world, but there were a few. It was just that the other entrances were not obvious, and some were even in some places in the third heaven that could not be seen from the outside. Some even extended to the Pangu continent. Others have to wait for the entrance of the blood spirit abyss to open before they can come in. But I have fused with the core of the death world, so I can come and go freely from any entrance, and I can leave at any time without the help of the death world blood bead. This made Long Chen overjoyed. He knew that Di Jun must be lurking at the entrance of the blood spirit abyss, waiting for him to come out. In this way, he didn't have to stay in the death world until he could deal with Di Jun. He could choose an exit at random, and he might be able to escape. This was what made him excited. Even if Epic Heavenly Demon had fused with the death world, it was a forced fusion. At most, he could only control the death world on the surface. He even needed the help of the death world blood bead to get out. In his excitement, Long Chen continued to explore the core of the death world. Suddenly, he found a greater benefit. I see. This was not just good news. The death world had a greater effect. It turns out that with the core of the death world, no matter where I am, I can return to the death world in an instant by using the death world dragon gate. In this way, even if I encounter a strong enemy, I can return to this base camp immediately. Even if I encounter Di Jun face to face, it won't be a problem. Most importantly, after the crisis is over, I can return to that place through the Death World Dragon Gate, as long as the power of law left by the Death World Dragon Gate still exists. No matter where he was, as long as there was a crisis, he could hide in the Death World in an instant. Chapter 2974. If he could get out, who would want to be trapped in the death rain? Moreover, he would be trapped for tens of thousands of years. If he could get out, of course, Long Chen wanted to. Especially now that he had the core of the death rain, he could hide in the death rain whenever he was in danger. This almost meant that Di Jun's pursuit was no longer a threat to him. Although Di Jun was still alive and was still menacing, he could no longer threaten Long Chen's life, especially when Long Chen's current strength was quite close to his. He could open the death rain at any time, making him feel depressed and desperate. This has become my new trump card. Long Chen was very clear that this was a trump card that could not be killed. In fact, I can even lure my opponents into the death world and fight them there. Then, just like the Era Heavenly Demon, with my control over the death world, my strength will skyrocket, and I'll be able to defeat opponents that I can't defeat in the outside world. Perhaps he could lure Di Jun here and fight him now. However, Long Chen was still cautious about this guy. He was not as sentimental as the epic heavenly devil, but a real cold-blooded man. Perhaps there were many secrets hidden under the surface, such as his identity as a dragon warrior. Now, I can go to Pangu continent and have a look at the realm of life. Maybe there will be the blood inheritance of the syndicate dragon and the dragon soul of the Taiji spirit dragon. Besides, such an original incipient realm world is one of the largest worlds in all the worlds, so it must be extraordinary. As for Di Jun, with the core of the death rain, Long Chen could almost ignore his existence. There were only a few original incipient realm worlds in all the worlds. Pangu continent was one of them. It was the most prosperous world among all the worlds, and it was located near and surrounded by the third heaven. Of course, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to rest for a few days, waiting for the mark of resurrection to recover. Then, he would go to Pangu continent to have a look. It was absolutely safe in the death rain, so Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and the others had been wandering around in the death rain. After all, it was a bit boring to stay in the Divine Kingdom for such a long time. What are your plans? Divine Emperor Yu Hua stood before Long Chen. Divine Emperor Yu Hua glanced at the people behind Long Chen. In fact, she had basically familiarized herself with the continent, the Origin Dragon Palace, and the countless dragon martial artists. She had personally witnessed all of this. I realized that I can't bear to part with all of you. So, of course I don't want to leave. From now on, let me follow all of you. This kind of journey will definitely be very interesting. Actually, Yu Hua was easy to get along with and was a sincere person. Everyone liked her very much. Moreover, she was a member of the paper crane and had a lot of information on her. With her around, Long Chen could avoid many detours. Congratulations on joining our team. Another expert had been added to their ranks. Whatever. Even if you kick me out, I won't leave. Divine Emperor Yu Hua smiled slyly, which made him look quite cute. To his surprise, it took 3 months for the green mark on his left hand to recover. It seemed that Long Chen's resurrection was different from Divine Emperor Yu Hua's. Divine Emperor Yu Hua had recovered in just a few days. In the future, I'll have to use the rule of resurrection with caution. Just like the Death Rain and Dragon Gate, it's the last trump card to save my life. I should use it as little as possible, lest someone finds a way to break it. When the Emerald Ring returned to normal, Long Chen gathered everyone together and prepared to depart for Pangu Continent. One of the exits of the Death Rain extended to a location close to Pangu Continent. If they left from here, there was no way Di Jun would know where Long Chen was. Here it is. Therefore, with just a thought, he moved to the location of the Death Rain. Now, the Death Rain was like his divine kingdom. He could open it and leave it whenever he wanted. It was extremely convenient. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the exit of the Death World and came out. As soon as he came out, a vast aura rushed towards him. He was currently in the middle of a thick layer of clouds. In front of him was a boundless continent that was who knew how many times larger than the dragon sacrificial continent. Its actual surface area was even larger than the 3 layers of heaven that surrounded it. This was Pangu Continent. The place where Long Chen was located was the edge of Pangu Continent. There were countless living beings and gods on this continent. From where Long Chen was, he could feel the majestic and irresistible life force. Even though he was now so strong that he could defeat most of the super experts listed on the Divine Emperor list, he was still a tiny existence compared to the entire Pangu Continent. He remembered that the shape of this continent was that of a giant. It was boundlessly huge. Where you are now should be the foot of the Pangu giant, and the largest core of Pangu Continent is its heart. I heard that the realm of life is located there. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said. The reason why Long Chen came to Pangu Continent this time was because of the realm of life, and the things left behind by the divine dragons that might exist in it. Of course, he also hoped that this place could help him reach a higher level. Pangu Continent was vast and boundless. It was just too big. Long Chen was like an ant who had set foot on this boundless original incipient realm. He found that the soil, trees and rivers here were of a similar level to Mount Buzhou, but they had a majestic life force that Mount Buzhou did not have. This was a super world with an incomparably vigorous life force. Stepping on the moist soil here, Long Chen had a wish. He wanted to build such a world, so that the descendants of the divine dragons could also enjoy such vigorous life force. Instead of facing the destruction of the world, the third heaven has the 3 pure energies. Compared to other worlds, it is considered very powerful. Even an ordinary person can become a god, but it is still far from Pangu Continent. Pangu Continent is the first world in Western Star region, and it has a thick Pangu spirit energy that sweeps through the heaven and earth. Under this Pangu spirit energy, even an ordinary person can become a god here. Those who can't are considered to have poor potential. The barbarians of Pangu Continent have been reproducing for many generations, and many sons of gods and devils are born as gods and devils. This was the difference. In those days, when Long Chen was in Baiyang town, he was extremely weak. He lived in the lowest level of the world, with the lowest aptitude. Even the weakest cultivator on Pangu Continent could easily defeat the whole world if he went to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. This was the difference between a world that could not even be considered as a grade, and a world of the highest original incipient realm. The decline of Dragon Sacrificial Continent was all because of the heaven-devouring clan. In the past, Dragon Sacrificial Continent was a world that surpassed the origin level. How could a mere Pangu Continent compare to it? But now, as it was his first time coming to Pangu Continent, Long Chen was still very unwilling. No matter how powerful Pangu Continent was, it was someone else's world, not a world of wanderers like them. He did not want to occupy this place. He wanted to rebuild his home. Everyone in the Divine Kingdom had the same wish as Long Chen, to return to his hometown and rebuild it. The living beings of Third Heaven call themselves the Heavenly Clan, a race of heaven. They think they are noble and superior, ruling over many worlds. but the only thing they fear is the barbarians of Pango continent, and they admit that the barbarians are the only bloodline in the entire Western Star region that can make them submit. The three Tao ancestors all regard the savage ancient god as their leader, and address him as Brother Zhu. While listening to Divine Emperor Yu Hua's introduction, Long Chen ventured deeper into Pango continent. He estimated that he would be staying here for a long time, so he wanted to get to know this place better. It is said that the savage ancient god's strength is exceedingly mighty, and he is one of the strongest experts in the world. Even the three Tao ancestors are no match for him. Your ghost blood curse was actually obtained by him first, and then he gave it to the three Tao ancestors as a gift. Long Chen had heard the name of the savage ancient god many times. He was as famous as heavenly god Luya. It did not take long before he finally saw the barbarians. These barbarians are really tall. Long Chen sighed with emotion. At this moment, a burly man appeared in front of him, standing more than 2 meters tall. His skin was dark, and he was wrapped in animal skin. He looked like a primitive man, and his face was painted with some complicated runes. After being immersed and tempered by Pangu's spirit energy for generations, he had a savage aura, which made him very wild and violent. This is not an adult barbarian. He's just a child. An adult barbarian is at least 4 meters tall, which is already a giant to us. He could not believe that a mere child was almost at the realm of God King. His bloodline was comparable to that of a high-grade divine dragon. The barbarians were indeed powerful. However, the barbarian child in Long Chen's eyes was fighting, and his life was in danger. His opponent was a demon beast. Initially, Long Chen thought it was a transformation of the demon race, but later he found out that there was a difference. This is a creature unique to Pango continent, called Ancient Demon. In fact, the demon race is a kind of human race, and they can only transform into human form. This ancient demon is a real beast. It does not have a human form, and its body is not big. However, after being tempered by Pangu's spirit energy, it has become very powerful and ferocious. Those who come to Pango continent for adventures are not afraid of meeting barbarians, but they are afraid of meeting ancient demons. After all, ancient demons are ferocious and inhumane. The ancient fae in front of him had pale white fur, but there were strange black patterns on it. The array diagram was like a kind of array diagram, which allowed them to absorb a large amount of Panga's spiritual energy to attack. This barbarian child is going to be defeated and eaten soon, Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded. Chapter 2975. Before the barbarian child could see who had saved his life, Long Chen had already left. It was not because he was pressed for time, but because he had a member like Yu Hua with him, so he did not need to learn about Pango continent through the barbarians. What exactly is 1,000 paper cranes? Long Chen could not help but ask. Although I'm in 1,000 paper cranes, I don't know much about the higher-ups, said Yu Hua. It's not just me. The management of this organization is very strict. It's said that the leader is a divine lord, but not many people know who he is. Although I'm a divine emperor, I'm not cultivated by 1,000 paper cranes themselves, so it's not easy for me to get in touch with the core. 1,000 paper cranes mainly deal with intelligence, and they basically don't participate in the conflicts between the worlds. Is that so? Of course, Long Chen was just asking out of curiosity. He was more concerned about the realm of life on Pango continent. So, he followed the route alone and headed for the core of Pango continent. Pango continent was infinitely vast, and with Long Chen's current speed, it would take him 2 months to cross it. After all, he was going from the giant's feet to the heart. However, he did not go at full speed. He wanted to learn more about Pango continent as he walked. After all, if the death realm was the backyard of the third heaven, then the life realm was the backyard of the barbarians on Pango continent. It was not a place that anyone could enter at will. He also needed to have a certain understanding of the powers on Pango continent. In fact, the overall level of Pango continent was almost twice that of the third heaven. Standing at the top of the pyramid was naturally the ancient god of the savage wilderness, and below him were several divine lords, each of whom was the ancestor of the barbarians, with their own powers and descendants. The status of each supreme god was basically no less than that of the 3 Tao ancestors, or even higher. The closer to the core, the denser the Pango spirit energy is. Being born and cultivating here is indeed twice the result with half the effort. Even the lowest level of life can be extremely powerful. When he first set foot on Pango continent, he was filled with emotions. In fact, he did not expect that it was just the edge. His current position was the divine realm. Strange, there seems to be something wrong with the ancient demons along the way. In the past, they only dared to hide in the dangerous mountains and did not dare to show themselves. But now, there are actually many of them appearing from the dangerous places and attacking the barbarian tribe. They are much more daring. Are they crazy? On Pangu continent, the barbarians were the absolute masters. Although the ancient demons were ferocious, they could only hide under the suppression of the barbarian race. However, after hearing what Yuhua said, Long Chen also realized that Pangu continent was not peaceful these days. There were often ancient demons intruding into barbarian tribes and cities to kill barbarians. Usually, those ancient demons who dared to launch an attack were stronger, so they could still cause a certain degree of damage. However, in the end, they were all killed by the barbarian experts. On Pangu continent, there were even divine emperors in every tribe. Any small tribe here could crush a world like the Builder Wood Holy Tree. Along the way, Long Chen traveled through this wild, vast, majestic, and heavy world. He had learned a lot. Although the barbarian race's way of life was ancient and their intelligence was not very high, they were blessed by the heaven, which made them very powerful. I estimate it will take us another month to get close to the realm of life. It is the heart of the barbarian race, their holy land. Naturally, there are countless experts in that place. Apart from the divine venerables you can't defeat, there are also several experts ranked in the top 20 on the Divine Emperor list, at least 5 of them. Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded him. Apart from these people, the others are no longer a threat to me. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to such a level. Long Chen was quite satisfied with himself. He had forced himself to achieve this in the death reign. Speaking of which, I have to thank Di Jun. Without his constant threat, I would not have grown so strong so quickly. He flew across the land at high speed. He was surrounded by ancient trees, each of which had a history of hundreds of thousands of years. They were all primordial immortal spirits. Long Chen had connected his divine kingdom to Pangu continent. Under the nourishment of Pangu continent, the humans in the divine kingdom had made tremendous progress, becoming gods one after another. Even the ordinary trees and flowers had turned into immortal spirits and then primordial immortal spirits under the refinement of Pangu's spirit energy. This was the benefit of Long Chen staying on Pangu continent. Perhaps, in tens of thousands of years, the environment of the continent in his divine kingdom would reach the level of a primeval incipient world, and become a part of it. Occasionally, he passed by an ancient city of the barbarian race, but he did not expect to encounter an ancient demon. This ancient demon was relatively strong, with the cultivation base of a perfected divine emperor. At this level, ordinary barbarians could no longer resist it. From a distance, Long Chen saw that it was a giant beast lying on the wall of the ancient city. It was a cat-headed black hawk. Its body was still pale, but it was covered with countless strange demon marks, which were twisting like snakes and constantly absorbing a large amount of Pangu's spirit energy. This is an ancient demon mark, which is compatible with Pangu continent. It can absorb Pangu's spirit energy better than the barbarians. That's why ancient demons are very strong, and their reproduction speed is amazing. Several times, they were almost wiped out by the barbarians, but they were able to rise again and return to Pangu continent. Some powerful ancient demons are the nightmares of ordinary barbarians. In Long Chen's eyes, the cat-headed black hawk was lying on the wall, opening its mouth and forming a vortex. Countless tall barbarians were being swallowed by it. In just a blink of an eye, many had died. Long Chen's principle was that since he had seen it, he would help no matter what. So, he flew in the direction of the ancient city. Before long, when he got closer, he could see the ancient demon devouring the barbarians. Now, the ancient city had become hell on earth. Barbarians were crying and wailing, and many of them had lost their families. Those who could not stabilize their bodies and flew into the sky were basically swallowed by the ancient demon. For everyone, the process of flying into the ancient demon's mouth was an unimaginable nightmare. They could only watch helplessly as the huge mouth wailed and wailed. Long Chen was a little late. In just a short while, at least hundreds of thousands of barbarians had died, all of which had entered the ancient demon's stomach. Moreover, the ancient demon was extremely greedy and had no intention of stopping. Evil creature. Long Chen was about to strike, but he stopped because someone was faster than him. Rumble. A 5-meter-tall giant descended from the sky and smashed into the ancient demon's head, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. The expert let out a furious roar and stabbed his hands into the ancient demon's head. Starting from the head, he ripped the ancient demon into two. There were also some barbarians that fell from the ancient demon's corpse, but most of them had already died after being swallowed. Damned ancient demon! The barbarian expert roared and threw the ancient demon's corpse to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. After that, he escorted the surviving barbarians to the ground safely. Although the ancient demon was dead, the barbarian expert's expression was still rather ugly after seeing so many people die. My fellow brethren, I'm sorry for being late. The barbarian expert pressed one of his eyes with one hand and covered his abdomen with the other. He bowed towards the barbarians in the ancient city, his voice heavy. This should be the barbarian's gesture of apology. In the ancient city, the survivors all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Chief-elect, thank you, Chief-elect, for saving our lives." They prostrated themselves on the ground. The chief-elect then said loudly, "Everyone please rise. The ancient demons are wreaking havoc now. If you encounter another powerful ancient demon in the future, please inform me immediately." This expert from the barbarian race was very responsible. Even though he was an ultimate divine emperor, he was still very polite to the ordinary barbarians. After settling the barbarians, he prepared to leave. However, before he left, he glared at Long Chen fiercely. It seemed that he had long discovered Long Chen's existence. Swoosh! The giant crossed tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of Long Chen. I have to say that this was the strongest barbarian Long Chen had ever seen. No matter which direction he looked at, he was wild and domineering. His aura was vigorous, and his thick body and bulging muscles were full of destructive power. At this moment, he stood before Long Chen like a huge mountain. Now that the ancient demons are wreaking havoc on Pango continent, in order to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of the situation, we have made a rule that no outsiders are allowed to enter Pango continent. If you have just arrived, please leave quickly, lest I have to expel you myself. As he spoke, he was also sizing up Long Chen. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura emanating from Long Chen, especially his right palm, which made him feel very dangerous. He had never seen such a dangerous figure before. Of course, he knew that this was the first time Long Chen had come to Pango continent. Long Chen did not expect such a thing to happen. He had not figured out the death rain, so he would not leave. "If you are worried that I will take advantage of the situation, you don't have to do this," he said. "If you don't know me, perhaps you can rest assured after getting to know me and becoming friends with me. As for the chaos caused by the ancient demons, perhaps I can help you." Yeah. The chief-elect studied Long Chen with his huge eyes. Suddenly, they narrowed and shot out two beams of bright light, while a wild divine pressure burst out from his huge body. Obviously, he had recalled Long Chen's identity. "I know who you are. Although I didn't see you with my own eyes, your name has been spreading like wildfire in the third heaven recently. You are Long Chen, the one who defeated the experts ranked on the Divine Emperor list from the 3 heavenly palaces during the struggle in the Death Rain, and finally obtained the Ghost Blood Curse. Not only the Divine Emperors from the 3 heavenly palaces coveted the Ghost Blood Curse, but the experts on Pango continent also coveted it. However, as it was given by the ancient god of the wilderness, they could not compete for it. Nevertheless, the name of Long Chen was still very famous on Pango continent. Long Chen was just doing a test, and he did not expect that the opponent could recognize him just like that. Chapter 2976. This could only mean that he was too famous now. On this Pango continent, as long as he wanted to know more about the realm of life, his whereabouts would be exposed. Something as obvious as the Ghost Blood Curse could not escape the tracking of others. Therefore, Emperor Jun must know that he was here. In that case, there was no need for him to hide. The most important thing now is the realm of life. After that, I'll discuss with Ghost Qi about the ancestral planet. On this Pango continent, I want to defeat Emperor Jun and put an end to this feud. This was Long Chen's biggest goal in the recent period. One of his mortal enemies, Ji Yuan Heavenly Devil, had fallen, and only Emperor Jun, who was guarding the Blood Spirit Abyss, was left. "Yes, it's me," Long Chen said frankly. The chief-elect was amazed for a while. He roughly understood that the thing in Long Chen's right hand must be the ghost blood curse. He kept shaking his head and said, I heard that you obtained the ghost blood curse, and planned to stay in the death world until you could escape from Emperor June. I didn't expect that you would suddenly appear here. Could it be that you've escaped from Emperor June? How is that possible? As long as Emperor June was guarding the blood spirit abyss, how could Long Chen come out without being noticed? It has nothing to do with you, said Long Chen. Anyway, I'm fine, and I won't kill any barbarians, let alone fish in troubled waters. Don't worry. The chief-elect looked at him in surprise. At last he said, I don't care how you came out of the death world, and I don't care about the personal feud between you and Emperor June. But, I heard that you defeated Taoist plentiful treasures easily with the ghost blood curse in the death world, am I right? So what? Long Chen said with a smile. The chief-elect cupped his fist. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. We barbarians worship the strong, he said in a deep voice. We barbarians worship the strong, and we respect the strong. The strong protect our race and fight against the enemies. You are a strong man, and as long as you don't make an enemy of the barbarians, I will respect you. From now on, you can call me by my name. My name is Man Ji. Long Chen was confused by his formal attitude. However, Chief-elect Man Ji continued, I, Man Ji, was born with an incredible strength since I was a child. After stepping on the path of cultivation, I've been fighting all the way, and now I'm ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. I heard that you've easily defeated Taoist Duo Bao, who's ranked 37th. I'm sure you'll be able to fight me to your heart's content. If you can defeat me, you'll be my brother. In the future, if you need any help on Panga continent, you can always summon me. After saying that, Man Ji retreated 1,000 meters and unleashed his aura. Although he was only 5 meters tall, his aura was monstrous. Divine energy swept out and a 10,000-meter-tall giant condensed behind him. He was like an ancient god, domineering and mighty. Even his breathing was like a drum and his eyes were like bronze bells. He looked extremely barbaric. When he heard of Long Chen's identity, he wanted to challenge Long Chen. It could be seen that he just wanted to challenge Long Chen, and he had no other purpose, nor did he want to fight to the death. If it were in the past, Long Chen would be very happy to have such an opponent, and he would definitely satisfy his desire to fight. Because he also had the desire to fight. But the problem was that the situation was different now. Facing Man Ji's monstrous desire to fight, he said, Man Ji, it's not that I don't want to fight you, but I relied more on the power of the ghost blood curse to defeat Taoist Duo Bao. Anyone who touches the ghost blood curse will die. If I fight you, if I'm not careful, I'm afraid that even a scratch can kill you. After hearing Long Chen's words, Man Ji had a good impression of Long Chen. He laughed and said, You don't have to worry about that. As soon as he said that, a fortune divine item gradually condensed on his body. It was an armor that completely covered his body, dark green in color, ancient and heavy, and had a trace of savage aura, which made Man Ji's aura rise again. This is the Chief-elect Ink armor, the origin of my name. To be able to reach the 33rd rank of the Divine Emperor ranking, Man Ji's cultivation level was very high, and this Chief-elect Ink armor must be a half-eternal rank fortune divine item, at least not weaker than a Tai True God's Heavens will Rui. With this Chief-elect Ink armor, it won't be easy for you to stab me with the ghost blood curse. Long Chen, if you don't accept my challenge in the barbarian tribe, you are looking down on me. Since it had come to this, Long Chen could only accept the challenge. The 33rd rank of the Divine Emperor ranking was a new height for him to challenge. In fact, his current rank was the 37th on the Divine Emperor ranking, but everyone knew that he still had a lot of room for improvement. What answered Man Ji was the ghost blood curse that Long Chen took out. The moment the ghost blood curse appeared, the light of the Chief-elect's ink armor was immediately suppressed. Long Chen turned from an amiable youth into a sinister, bloodthirsty, and baleful fighter, a killer. As expected of the ghost blood curse. It makes one's blood boil. Man Ji laughed out loud. His voice was loud and clear, and no one knew how far his excited laughter could travel. Heavenly Desolate Fong. Immediately, a huge weapon condensed in his hand. It was also a half-eternal fortune divine item, and it was a thick mace with sharp fangs. Each of its fangs was fierce and sharp, and there were billions of wild beast souls lying dormant within it. Vaguely, one could hear the roars of tens of thousands of beasts. This was the Heavenly Desolate Fong. These were the two most powerful fortune divine items that Manji had. On Panga continent, the wild and violent Manji and the cold-blooded and bizarre Long Chen were confronting each other. For a moment, Manji's side was in a violent storm, while Long Chen's side was quiet. Fight! Manji's eyes were filled with excitement. Although his body was huge, his speed had reached the peak, and his murderous aura alone was enough to suppress Taoist Duo Bao. Heavenly Desolate. The law exploded. Long Chen didn't know what law Manji cultivated, but when he used it, the world became desolate, and the mace gathered the power of law. Wherever it went, the vigorous life force of the trees, the essence of all living things, and the Panga spirit energy were all sucked into the mace, forming a destructive force that swept across and crushed Long Chen. Manji was like a storm. Rumble. The earth shook on Panga continent. Shatter, Yi Futian said. Manji's roar shook the universe. Facing such a divine power, as if the vast world was about to be destroyed, Long Chen didn't panic. He held the ghost blood curse tightly in one hand and swung it without saying a word. The Sword of Time. Time always surpassed speed. The dazzling sword energy carried the fortune divine item's power and the ghost blood curse. It was just a casual swing of Long Chen's sword, but it had the power to sweep the world. In just a flash, it crossed the distance and arrived in front of Manji. Bam! The Sword of Time exploded in front of Manji. However, the heavenly desolate tooth in Manji's hand also flew out. Long Chen's sword had completely destroyed his law. At that moment, Manji felt the deadly killing intent of the ghost blood curse. Although the Sword of Time was broken, there were still a lot of ghost blood curses coming at him, but they were blocked by his black armor. Even so, he felt a chill in his heart. Be careful. Suddenly, Long Chen moved. He turned into a blood shadow and came at Manji with a peerless killing intent. Damn it! It was the first time Manji had seen the power of the ghost blood curse, so he lost some of his confidence. Now that Long Chen took the initiative to attack, he became even more vigilant. Manji was not someone who would give up easily. So, at this moment, he reached out his hand and called back the heavenly desolate tooth. He let out a furious roar like a wild beast and unleashed his full power. Panga's possession. What Long Chen did not know was that what Manji had just used was the biggest trump card of the barbarian race. As long as one had the barbarian bloodline and was on Panga continent, he or she could use this technique. Even those who had not ascended to the immortal realm could use this technique. However, there was a difference in the degree of each person using this technique. For example, Manji had already activated this barbarian talent to a very high level. When Long Chen came at him, he pressed one hand on the ground, causing the ground to crack. But when this talent was activated, the endless power hit Manji. At this moment, Manji had become one with the entire Panga continent. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was to deal with him at this moment. When fighting against the barbarian race on Panga continent, everyone was most afraid of Panga's possession. When Panga possessed someone, their strength would increase tremendously, and their divine body would not be destroyed. This was the true immortality. At this moment, Manji was already surrounded by the vast natural energy of Panga continent. When Long Chen fought against him, it was like he was fighting against the entire heaven and earth, the entire original incipient realm. At this moment, Manji wielded the desolate heaven tooth. Hot blood of the barbarian race, sweep across 10,000 worlds. The desolate heaven tooth was filled with the power of Panga continent, and it swept over violently. Manji attacked before Long Chen, so his momentum was absolutely tremendous, attracting the attention and astonishment of many barbarian experts. However, he did not attack before Long Chen. Defy the heavens and change fate. Before Long Chen attacked, he shot out a white light ball, which instantly melted into Manji's body. The rule of fate was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In just a blink of an eye, Manji's Panga possession collapsed. The majestic power suddenly dissipated. Without the support of Panga continent, the power of Manji's sweeping across 10,000 worlds was reduced by half. This was the great effect of defying the heavens and changing fate, and it was also the most unbelievable thing that happened to Manji today. He and all the barbarians had never failed in their Panga possession, but this time, it was forcefully dispelled by Long Chen using the rule of fate. Karma stab. When he got close, he thrust the sword. It was a fatal attack. The ghost blood curse was as fierce as a poisonous snake. It pierced through the desolate heaven tooth and nailed Manji's body. Then, the power of the karma stab didn't stop. It went straight through the chief-elect's ink armor. At last, Long Chen pulled back his hand. It seemed like the ghost blood curse was only a little bit away from piercing into Manji's body and killing him. Of course, Long Chen would not kill him for no reason. After pulling back his hand, he quickly retreated, leaving Manji staring at the desolate heaven tooth on his chest and the chief-elect's ink armor that was pierced through. Although the two divine items were not completely destroyed, they were still damaged. He guessed that he would need some treasures to repair them. But it was a fact that he had lost. Chapter 2977. The battle was over. For all barbarians, there were only situations where they could not defeat their opponents even after using Panga's possession. But there had never been a situation where Panga's possession was broken. At the last moment, Manji sensed Long Chen's heaven-defying and destiny-changing law, which forcibly changed him from the state of Panga's possession. Although I wasn't able to defeat you in my strongest state, since you were able to break the Panga possession of the barbarian race, that is also a kind of ability. I admit defeat to you wholeheartedly. From now on, you are ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. Manji had walked back from the brink of death. He cupped his fists and said to Long Chen solemnly. In this way, he would not expel Long Chen from Panga continent. That was much better. Manji scratched his head and glanced around. He knew that many people were hiding in the dark, watching the battle. So what happened here would soon spread out. I'm sorry. I was too focused on challenging you, but I didn't know that you were hiding from Di Jun. Now that I've exposed your whereabouts, I'm afraid that Di Jun will soon catch up with you. When that happens, you will be in danger. After all, I'm ranked first on the Divine Emperor list, the #1 Divine Emperor in all the worlds, the strongest person under the Divine Realm. It's inevitable, said Long Chen, and it has nothing to do with you. Brother Manji, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Manji still felt apologetic. He thought for a moment, then said, You defeated me, so I will respect you. I will treat you as my brother. My chief-elect tribe is nearby. I wonder if brother will do me the honor of visiting my chief-elect tribe? I have to think of a way to help you escape from Di Jun, otherwise I will feel very apologetic. You can ask Manji about the realm of living. He should be someone from the barbaric sect. It will be more convenient for you to travel around Panga continent if you have a good relationship with him. Although Long Chen did not know what the barbaric sect mentioned by Divine Emperor Yu Hua was, he trusted her. After giving it a second thought, he realized that Yu Hua was not a native of Panga continent after all, and there were some things that he could only rely on the barbarians to have a say in the territory of the barbarians. All right, I'm new here, and I have some things that I would like to consult you on. Long Chen readily agreed. Brother, you are truly a straightforward person. Please follow me to my chief-elect tribe. Manji was very excited to be able to invite Long Chen. The barbarian race respected the strong and respected the strong. All the strong had the responsibility to protect the people. Following Manji, Long Chen moved forward again. The chief-elect tribe was heading in the same direction as before. The realm of life was in this direction. Along the way, both of them had a pleasant conversation. That Divine Emperor Jun is really haunting me. I heard that he has been chasing after you for a long time. I heard that you killed his daughter, and he is hunting you down for revenge. But I have always been a good judge of character. Brother Long Chen is a benevolent and righteous man. Even if he killed his opponent, I believe there must be a reason behind it. Divine Emperor Jun was indeed clever in this regard. No one knew that his real target was actually Origin Dragon Palace. In his opinion, it was something that belonged to him. It did not take long for them to arrive at the chief-elect tribe. It was a large tribe, with hundreds of millions of barbarians living here. There was not much difference between living beings and gods. Manji was the leader of this tribe, and most barbarians addressed him as the chief-elect war god. In this tribe, Long Chen was also respected to the highest degree. When they arrived, Manji set up a banquet and invited Long Chen alone. I'm thinking of a way to help you avoid Divine Emperor Jun, but I'm not sure if Sect Master will protect you if I bring you into Panga's heart. After all, the opponent is an expert at the level of quasi-divine, and I need Sect Master to suppress him. Sect Master. Was that how they addressed the barbaric ancient god? Seeing that Long Chen did not know much about it, Manji excitedly explained. We, the barbaric sect, are the strongest power on Pango continent. We rule over 70% of the land, and over 80% of the barbarians. The founder of barbaric sect is the strongest god on Pango continent, and also the strongest god in Western Star region, the barbaric ancient god. Therefore, barbaric sect is one of the strongest powers in all the worlds. However, the barbaric ancient god has long been aloof from worldly affairs, and rarely shows himself. The barbaric ancient god has always been in charge of barbaric ancient god, a disciple of the ancient god. I see. As a matter of fact, Long Chen had just left the worlds. Otherwise, he would have known all these basic knowledge. And Panga's heart is the most sacred place of barbaric sect. Generally speaking, sect master and all the divine emperors are in it, except for someone like me who controls a region outside. No one is allowed to enter Panga's heart without the permission of sect master. If I can find a way for you to hide in it, you can avoid divine Emperor Jun's pursuit. Long Chen knew that Man Ji was trying to help him out of kindness. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I already have a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here in broad daylight." Man Ji was sincerely happy to hear the news. "That's good. I'm relieved. After all, I'm the one who exposed you, and I don't feel comfortable about it." Man Ji burst into a hearty laughter. "By the way, the main purpose of my visit to Pango continent is to find out more about the realm of life." "Man Ji, can you tell me how I can enter the realm of life?" The realm of life. Man Ji was taken aback. He never thought that Long Chen would be related to the realm of life. But then he shook his head and said, "It's impossible to enter the realm of life. In the early years, the ancient gods used the realm of life as a training ground for outstanding divine emperors to fight for treasures, just like the third heaven. I was lucky enough to enter, but something strange happened in the realm of life. Many people died, so the ancient gods forbade everyone from entering the realm of death. But I heard that all these years, the ancient gods have been in the realm of life. The realm of life has become their place of cultivation, and the only person who can contact them is the sect master. If you want to enter the realm of life, you can only ask the ancient gods through the sect master." Long Chen didn't expect it to be so troublesome. "I can't believe that ancient god's savage wilderness has been cultivating in the realm of life, treating it as his place of seclusion." This was troublesome. Long Chen could control the realm of death, so how could he familiarize himself with the realm of life, or even the terrifying existence of the ancient god's savage wilderness? Long Chen didn't want to come into contact with experts of that level. Man Ji pondered and said, "The sect master has always been fair and strict, and he treats his friends well. But it won't be easy for you to get him to disturb the ancient gods, because the sect master respects the ancient gods the most. In his heart, the ancient gods are the heaven and earth. This is the first difficulty, and the second difficulty is to get the ancient gods to agree. If you are a nobody, the ancient gods will definitely ignore you. Long Chen, I think the only thing I can do for you is to take you to Panga's heart to see the sect master." Man Ji trusted Long Chen, so he didn't ask Long Chen what he wanted to do in the realm of life. Instead, he thought of a way for him. Long Chen knew how difficult it was. He said, "I'm not in a hurry. I just want to go to the realm of life and see what's inside." "In that case, the entrance to the realm of life is in barbaric sect, right?" Man Ji nodded and said, "Yes, the entrance to the realm of life is in barbaric sect, in the depths of Panga's heart. However, there is actually another entrance to the realm of life, which is in the eye of Pangu of primitive sect. Of course, because we ancient gods are in the realm of life, even if they have an entrance, they don't dare to go in. On this Pangu continent, the other 4 divine emperors dare not disturb the ancient gods. One was in Pangu's heart, and the other was in Pangu's eye." "Is the desolate sect another power?" asked Long Chen. Speaking of primitive sect, Man Ji smiled faintly and said, "It's just a group of barbarians who like to rebel. They call themselves Flood, but in essence, they are barbarians. They occupy about 10% of Pangu continent's territory, and built primitive sect around Panga's eye. Their sect leader is a supreme god, and his overall strength is about the same as our sect leaders. However, we have ancient gods, so the other few divine emperors on Pangu continent can only show respect to us." Long Chen wouldn't go to primitive sect for the time being, but he remembered that there was also an entrance to the realm of life there. If it didn't work here, it might not work there. The most important thing was to collect more information so that it would be easier for him to act. Man Ji began to talk about it himself. On Panga continent, in addition to the 2 divine emperors of our savage sect, there are 4 other divine emperors. The sect leader of primitive sect who occupies Panga's eye is one of them. In the south, there is Divine Sun, a hot-tempered fellow who is also a barbarian, but he is a lone wolf and does not have any power. There is also Yin Yang Celestial Emperor, who is not a barbarian, but he is doing well on Panga continent. The Yin Yang Palace he founded has also occupied some territory on Panga continent. Finally, there is Immortal Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix clan has also settled on Panga continent since ancient times. They stand aloof from worldly affairs, and they are on good terms with the barbarians. Divine Phoenix. Upon hearing the name, Long Chen thought of Xueqi. He drove her out of the Divine Kingdom and asked Manji, "Is she a Divine Phoenix?" Manji's eyes almost popped out when he saw her. "It seems to be the highest bloodline of a Divine Phoenix, but I've never heard of this little girl. Where did she come from?" "I'm from the Phoenix clan of the Divine Tree," said Xueqi proudly. "I've never heard of her." Manji smiled honestly. "I brought her away from another world. I didn't expect that there is still a Divine Phoenix clan on Panga continent. If we have time, I'll take you to that clan. After all, the immortal Divine Phoenix is also a supreme god. She might be able to help us." Xueqi pouted and said, "No, it must be a group of old fellows. I'll be left there again. It'll be so boring." Chapter 2978. Now that Long Chen had the death rain, he could hide in it at any time and return. He didn't have to worry about anything. In this case, even the savage land ancient god might not be able to do anything to him. Xueqi didn't want to go to the Divine Phoenix clan, so Long Chen only asked casually. After she returned to the god nation, Long Chen continued to learn more about the realm of life from Manji. "You've been to the realm of life. What does it look like?" Manji said, "Actually, it's just a boundless green forest. It's very quiet, and there's not much movement. However, the strange thing is that anything that's destroyed here will quickly recover to its original state. For example, if a tree is chopped off, it can also quickly recover. There are many other strange things, but I didn't have much time to understand them back then. The realm of life is very big, and I didn't explore much." He thought for a while and said, "Brother Long Chen, since you're so interested in the realm of life, and that Di Jun is chasing after you, I'll take you to Panga's heart. That's where the experts of the savage race gather. The sect leader is there, and the entrance to the realm of life is there. If the sect leader and the ancient god agree, you can enter the realm of life directly. I'll speak for you there." It was best to have someone to recommend him. In the Savage Land sect, Manji was ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. He was one of the few people with the highest status after the sect leader. With him, at least they wouldn't rush in recklessly. "In that case, I thank you." Long Chen naturally agreed. He didn't have any worries, so he could try anything. Manji laughed. "It's nothing, it's not worth mentioning. Now that the ancient demons are in chaos, I'm afraid the Wildlands sect will make a big move. I might not be able to take care of you in the future. Since we've decided, let's go to Panga's heart as soon as possible. It will take at least half a month to get there." After the two agreed, they set off from the Chief-elect tribe. There were a few divine emperors in the Chief-elect clan. Manji told them to take care of things here, then headed to Pangu's heart with Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen asked Manji for a detailed understanding of the situation on Panga continent, so that it would be convenient for him to act next. At least, compared to the other original incipient realm worlds, Panga continent is relatively stable. For countless years, basically, it has been peaceful. But recently, ancient demons have appeared again, and their numbers are astonishing. There was once an ancient demon at the level of a supreme god. Although the ancient god killed it later, it ambushed the barbarian tribe when it first appeared, causing us to suffer heavy casualties. Because of that lesson, our barbarian race will be very vigilant once the ancient demons start a riot. Even if it's an ancient demon comparable to a deity emperor, it can still cause great losses. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In a few days, we'll reach Pangu's heart. The closer they got to Pangu's heart, the denser the Pangu spirit energy became. Although it was a barren wasteland in front of them, It was because the Pangu spirit energy was too strong for ordinary primordial immortal spirits to bear. Even a grain of sand would be a heaven-defying treasure on Dragon's sacrificial continent. All the Pangu spirit energy comes from Pangu's heart. Of course, some of it comes from Pangu's eye, but it's too small to be compared with our barbaric sect. Manji was very proud of barbaric sect. Once we arrive here safely, I don't think Dijun can catch up with us. After all, we're almost there. Manji said carelessly when he saw Long Chen carefully observing the surroundings. It's said that he borrowed the gate of the universe from divine Tai Hao. When he hears the news, he can move to Pangu continent. It was for this reason that Long Chen had a vague sense of foreboding, as if danger was coming. The gate of the universe. Manji obviously did not know about it. At this moment, they crossed a mountain, and there was another mountain in front of them. The earthy yellow mountain soared into the sky, stirring the yellow clouds. On the top of the mountain, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His long hair was shining, and he had a pair of eyes, one of which was as hot as the sun, and the other was completely empty. Dijun. The moment he saw him, Long Chen knew that he must have used the gate of the universe after hearing the news. He probably guessed that Long Chen would go to the chief-elect's tribe, so he went there first, and then learned that Long Chen was in front of him. Although he did not know where Long Chen was, he could go to the path that he had to pass and wait for Long Chen. Sure enough, Manji and Long Chen appeared in front of him. They stood on two mountains, facing each other. At that moment, Manji felt his hair stand on end. He quickly said, "Run, I'll stop him." "It's too late, but don't worry, I'm confident," said Long Chen softly. Perhaps this time, Long Chen could take a closer look at this existence who came from the dragon's sacrificial continent with him. Sure enough, his divine power was vast, even greater than the pressure brought by the heavenly fiend of the previous era. He stood there as if the whole Pangu continent was his territory. It was a feeling of a king overlooking the world, a realm that many god emperors could not reach. He was the real emperor. Long Chen, with a swoosh, Dijun flashed and appeared directly 100 meters in front of Long Chen. This distance was no different from standing in front of Long Chen. From this position, he could feel the pressure brought by the #1 god emperor. Looking into his eyes, Long Chen knew that he needed to at least reach the realm of ultimate god king to be able to compete with him in strength. Otherwise, if Dijun could fight a divine emperor, he could also fight a divine emperor. And a divine emperor was already the supreme being of all worlds. The encounter between the two was a fated battle. Even though the other party's divine power was vast and murderous, Long Chen was not frightened. He looked at Dijun quietly. "Dijun, Long Chen is a friend of my barbaric sect, and he is under our protection. Without the consent of us, the ancient god of barbaric wilderness, and the divine emperor of barbaric wilderness, no one can touch him. Please leave." Of course, Manji was not afraid. His huge body stood in front of Long Chen, looking down at Dijun like a giant beast. Dijun's face was calm. He looked at Manji and asked, "Don't tell me this is your trump card this time. The death rain was a good trump card last time, but this time, it's not difficult for me." Being mocked by Dijun, Manji flew into a rage and shouted, "How dare you? This is the Pangu continent of the barbarians. How dare you, a person living under someone else's roof, speak nonsense here?" Living under someone else's roof? This was perhaps the biggest unwillingness in Dijun's heart. If Manji had poked his sore spot, his expression instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But he held it back and said, "Fine, you two can come at me together. As for Divine Emperor of Barbaric Wilderness, I will personally go and apologize to him. As for you, Manji, you are not qualified to represent Divine Emperor of Barbaric Wilderness and the ancient god of Barbaric Wilderness. You are just yourself, don't try to fool me with this little trick." As he spoke, his eyes were constantly tracking Long Chen's position. This time, he would never let Long Chen escape. "Manji, move aside. Don't worry. I hope you haven't forgotten what I told you before." Long Chen had told him that he had a way to deal with Dijun. Seeing the confidence in Long Chen's eyes, Manji hesitated for a moment, then snorted coldly at Dijun and stepped aside, letting Long Chen settle the score himself. Besides, he knew that he could only scare Dijun with Barbaric Wilderness sect at most, and he wouldn't be of much help even if he really fought. He guessed that Long Chen wouldn't want to defeat Dijun at this time. To be honest, I'm really curious about how you got out of the death world and escaped here. But when I saw you, I suddenly didn't want to know so much. As long as I can get back what belongs to me from you, it doesn't matter what method you use, Dijun said word by word in a cold and indifferent tone. Dijun said word by word in a cold and indifferent tone. After he finished speaking, he was actually ready to make his move. He had always been a swift and decisive person. He had missed several opportunities, and this time, he naturally did not want to miss it. There are some things that are destined to never be yours, so why force it? Considering that we are both people of the dragon sacrificial continent, if you are willing to submit to me, I can let go of these grudges with you. Long Chen was very confident. After being chased by this guy for so long, it was impossible for him not to be angry. His words indeed provoked Dijun's anger. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry to return to the death world. He wanted to see the gap between him and Dijun. So at this time, he calmed his mind and concentrated. His battle intent surged. The ghost blood curse appeared in his right hand and pointed at Dijun. The murderous aura gradually engulfed the surrounding territory. I heard that after you obtained the ghost blood curse, you became a lot stronger. I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight me, heh? Dijun couldn't help but laugh. To him, this was indeed a joke. So at this time, he waved his hand and said, "Make your move." Long Chen wouldn't be courteous with him. After dozens of years of chasing, escaping miserably, and narrowly escaping death, this kind of hatred wasn't fake. The pressure that Dijun brought him was greater than anyone else. Now that the main character was in front of him, this was the best opportunity for revenge. He had to see clearly what was the difference between him and this person, and what kind of metamorphosis he needed to defeat him. At this moment, Long Chen's peak power erupted. He gathered all his power into the ghost blood curse, fusing it with the creation divine power, and then used the irresistible law of the thorn of karma to defeat Man Ji. Could this move cause even a little bit of damage to Dijun? Long Chen didn't hesitate. He stabbed at Dijun, who was right in front of him. Chapter 2979. Ghost Blood Curse. Karma Stab. He thrust his sword forward. Man Ji was full of anticipation. After all, this was the sword that Long Chen had used to defeat him. Moreover, it was an eternal-level creator divine weapon. If one wasn't a supreme deity, they would have to dodge the sharp edge of an eternal-level creator divine weapon. But Dijun reached out and caught it. At that moment, Long Chen noticed that Dijun's eyes, which were originally illusory and invisible, were now filled with flames and scorching suns. It looked exactly like his other eye. Dijun had originally been two extremes. Two unrelated powers had merged together, but this time, it was completely different. The power of space on his body had completely disappeared, leaving only the aura of the scorching suns. When the ghost blood curse stabbed into his palm, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He knew that Dijun wouldn't court death like this, so he must have a way to deal with it. Swoosh! The next moment, Long Chen understood. The sword had stabbed into his palm, but it had pierced into another world. The moment the ghost blood curse touched his palm, a sun mark suddenly appeared on his palm. Although the mark was small, it was extremely hot, like a real sun. Long Chen's sword stabbed into the sun. It looked like it had pierced through Dijun's arm, but in fact, it was only the ghost blood curse that had entered that world. It was a world of extreme heat. Long Chen even suspected that Dijun's Dao was related to the original incipient level sun world. At that moment, he felt as if he had stabbed the ghost blood curse into the sun. Arg! Ghost Qi cried in pain. This was the first time she had suffered a loss. Long Chen could already see the terrifying flames spreading towards his body through the ghost blood curse. If he didn't pull the ghost blood curse out soon, he would be burned to death before he could kill Dijun. He finally understood the gap between him and Dijun. At this moment, the wisest choice was, of course, to stop. Long Chen immediately executed his plan, but it seemed to be too late. At that moment, he felt a killing danger behind him. Someone was behind him. But Dijun was right in front of him. The person behind him was no weaker than him. Who was it? How could he appear behind him without making a sound? Even Man Ji didn't see him. Long Chen did not care about anything else. He took out the ghost blood curse and turned around, using the time sword. Whoosh! Even though the sword of time had forced the other party back, The other party's attack had still made contact with him. In that instant, Long Chen had been heavily injured. He could feel the power of space. The other party's laws had struck him, and the power of space had shattered Long Chen's bones, tendons, and flesh. Long Chen had almost instantly lost the ability to fight. Di Jun, of course, Long Chen saw who attacked him. When the eyes of Di Jun turned into blazing suns, a man with long silver hair and hollow eyes appeared behind Long Chen. He was dressed in a silver dragon robe and looked exactly like Di Jun. Yes, he was also Di Jun. Both of them were him. Of course, Long Chen didn't know what kind of rule this was. How could he divide his strength into two bodies? Moreover, the strength of each body had basically reached the extreme divine emperor realm. Di Jun really had too many tricks up his sleeves. Flame of Life. This injury could still be resolved by the Flame of Life, but the next time, he would probably have to come back from the dead. After trying it out, it turns out that it's still very difficult for me to deal with this guy. However, there will come a time when I succeed. He is the same as me, having also obtained the luck of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. It's normal for him to be difficult to deal with. Although he was defeated, Long Chen was not discouraged, nor was he frightened. He sped through the Flame of Life to avoid being surrounded by these two Di Juns. However, he knew that the silver-haired Di Jun, who was proficient in the law of space, was very close to him no matter how far he was. Since you are convinced, then bow your head. With a swoosh, the silver-haired Di Jun disappeared, and no one knew when he would reappear. As for the golden-eyed Di Jun, he was engulfed in golden flames and pressed towards Long Chen. Previously, he failed to completely defeat Long Chen. This time, it was the end for Di Jun. He had completely lost his patience and did not want to continue being entangled with Long Chen. The bigger the mess, the smaller the possibility of him obtaining the Origin Dragon Palace. It was time. When Di Jun thought that Long Chen was at his wit's end, Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate in front of him. Standing in front of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, Long Chen said, "Don't be naive. If I couldn't deal with you, would I appear in front of you so openly? Di Jun, it has been a few decades and you still failed to take down a nobody like me. Don't you feel ashamed? This is the last time you will see me. The next time will be a few thousand years later. You are welcome to continue chasing me in the endless starry sky." Actually, when he started talking, he had already flashed into the Death Realm Dragon Gate and closed it. In such a short time, Long Chen disappeared in front of Di Jun's. The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed very quickly. When the silver-haired Di Jun appeared in front of the Death Realm Dragon Gate, it didn't close. However, it seemed that the two Di Juns could not be separated. Therefore, the silver-haired Di Jun did not chase after them and could only watch as Long Chen left. Di Jun's expression was cold as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Long Chen's words before he left, that ridicule was something he would never forget. That was one of the few humiliations he had received in his life. Brother Long Chen. Man Ji was also startled for a long time. He finally understood that Long Chen's method was so magical. He was able to disappear in front of an expert proficient in the law of space without anyone noticing. That's the Death Realm. He went back to the Death Realm. Although Di Jun looked cold on the outside, he was about to explode in anger. He was the first on the Divine Emperor ranking, but he had let Long Chen slip away from him twice. It felt like he had lost to a 3-year-old. Especially this time. Long Chen had opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate in front of him. Didn't this mean that as long as Long Chen could stay like this, he would never be able to catch him, and he would never get the Origin Dragon Palace? Of course, Di Jun couldn't let this happen. The silver-haired Di Jun fused with his body, and one of his eyes became illusory. Di Jun suddenly turned around and gave Man Ji a cold look. What? What do you think you can do to me? If you dare to touch a single hair of mine on Pango continent, we ancient gods can turn you into an ant. If he wants to crush you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Man Ji rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. Then you better not leave Pango continent for the rest of your life. Di Jun said the last sentence and disappeared in front of Man Ji. He had to go back to the Death Realm and figure it out. He knew that Long Chen was in there. You scared me. Man Ji had to admit that Di Jun's last sentence was a little scary. However, he was too lazy to leave Pango continent. I didn't expect that Long Chen could open the gate of the Death Realm at any time, and return to it from here. That's amazing. Rumor has it that someone can control the Death Realm. Could it be that he has already controlled it? Then, is that his purpose of coming to the life realm? Anyway, the life realm belonged to Pangu continent. Manji certainly felt that it was not appropriate for Long Chen to take it away. But, that's the ancient god's business. With the ancient gods around, Long Chen can't take it away. I'll try my best to help my friend. But, now that Long Chen has returned to the death realm, what should I do? After thinking for a while, Manji decided to go back to the Chief-Elect's tribe. He thought that if Long Chen still wanted to go to the life realm, he would go to the Chief-Elect's tribe to find him. At the thought of this, he set off. Manji. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in the same place. The Death Realm Dragon Sect had left behind the power of laws here, so Long Chen could easily return through the gate that was not completely closed. This was the power of the Death Realm's core. Let me enter your divine kingdom, then go to Panga's heart. In this way, he could prevent Di Jun from suddenly appearing and assassinating him. All right. Manji was very straightforward. He opened the divine kingdom and let Long Chen in, then glanced around and walked quickly toward Panga's heart. As for Di Jun, he did not know that Long Chen could return here, so he missed Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen had recovered from Di Jun's attack. Presumably, after I attain the realm of the ultimate God King and make some progress in the laws, I will have the confidence to deal with him. Now, let's take a look at the life realm. There's no need to rush. When I have enough confidence, I will lure him into the death realm and kill him. Fortunately, I've tested Di Jun's strength this time. Otherwise, if I rashly lure him into the death realm and fail to kill him, I won't be able to stay in the death realm. While he was reflecting, 5 days passed by quickly. When he arrived here, Long Chen found that the surrounding Pangu spirit energy had reached a terrifying level. From this position, he saw a ring-shaped mountain range in front of him. In the center of the ring-shaped mountain range was a vast bottomless pit. Almost 80% of the Panga spirit energy on the entire Panga continent came from this place. This was Panga's heart. It was the holy land of Panga continent, the source of the whole world's power. Without Panga's heart, there would be no barbarians and no Panga continent. We're here. I'll bring you in. Manji stretched and let Long Chen out of the divine kingdom. Here, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and auspicious year of the goat. My zodiac sign is the goat, and this year is also the year of my birth. How many readers of Dragon Blood are in the zodiac sign of the goat? I hope you can read the following words carefully. This year's new year came too late. After waiting for 13 months, I finally have time to return home, reunite with my parents and relatives, and meet my classmates and friends. After a year of hard work, I need a little rest before I set off again. Starting from New Year's Eve, almost all professions have taken a break. All the year round, everyone wants to have a reunion. Those who write novels don't have time to rest all year round, and we don't have the chance to watch the Spring Festival Gala with our parents or chat with our elders about work and life. These days after returning home, Madman has been writing novels in his room. His parents, sister, and grandmother are busy preparing for the new year, cleaning the room, and many other things. Madman has not been able to help them, and he feels very guilty. Throughout the year, he can only stay at home for a few days, but he doesn't have the chance to reunite with his parents. While others have a break from work or study, we can only write novels, day after day, with a splitting headache and no chance to rest. The mental exhaustion is secondary, but the main thing is the deep guilt towards our family. If you're more mature, you should be able to understand. I won't say too many pretentious words. Those who don't write novels will never understand the troubles of an author. The more responsible an author is, the greater the pressure in his heart, and the greater the consumption of youth and years. As an author you have to be carefree to be carefree. But I'm born to work hard, and I can't stand to be slandered or insulted by others. So, I've always wanted to shut everyone's mouth. But after a few years, Madman also knows that no matter what, it's stupid to waste energy to care about what others say. Those who support him all understand in their hearts that those who don't care, no matter how well they do, will be ridiculed. This year, Madman will adjust his updates and spend as much time as possible with his parents and family, and visit relatives. He will walk out of the darkness of writing novels and bear the responsibility of a family. Sometimes, parents need you to get along and accompany them. I haven't been able to do that, and I'll be leaving after the new year. In these last few days, Madman will first thank everyone for their understanding. Everyone has parents, and filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Parents work hard for their children, and now that I've grown up, I naturally have to repay them. Perhaps everyone has only missed a few chapters, but to Madman, this is a rare opportunity for reunion. After the new year, we will all go our separate ways, and there will be fewer opportunities to be busy. I hope that our brothers and sisters in the Dragon's family can spend more time with our parents. I thank everyone for their love. I believe that tolerance will make every family more beautiful and harmonious. Madman leaves home and returns to school on the 9th day of the new year. During the new year, the update schedule is as follows on the 30th day, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th day of the new year. On the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th day of the new year. The update time will be at 18 p.m. Note, I won't be able to make up for the missing chapters. After all, when school reopens, Madman will have to prepare for his graduation project, graduation thesis, and all sorts of makeup exams. Maintaining 3 chapters is already my limit. Finally, I thank everyone for their understanding. Tomorrow is the 30th day of the new year. To thank everyone, Madman is going to take out 1,000 yuan of royalties and distribute red packets to the readers in various book friend groups. There will be a total of 10 groups, and each group will receive 100 yuan. The 100 yuan red packets will be divided into 5, which means that if you manage to snatch one, you will get about 20 yuan. Normally, there should be 50 readers who will get about 20 yuan red packets. It's mainly a token of my sincerity, so don't think it's too little. Madman will distribute the red packets when the time is right for each group. There will be 5 red packets in each group, and it will depend on everyone's hand speed when the time comes. Below are the groups and numbers: Massacre Dragon City, 308-72429, red packet time, 9 p.m., Devil Star, 297269272, red packet time, 10 p.m., Immemorial Dragons, 281621556, red packet time, 11 p.m., Evil Dragon Palace, 81213606, 12 p.m., Martial God Palace, 1118270224, 13 p.m., Sky Dragon Star, 3182431557, 14 p.m., Divine Star of Destiny, 2011666769, 15 p.m., 10,000 Dragon Palace, 2820592111, 16 p.m., Origin Dragon Palace, 231810042, 17 p.m., Supreme Dragons, 592363447, 18 p.m. Those who want to participate in the red packet snatching can now join the group, but some groups might be full, so you can only join other groups. Chapter 2980. Looking at the Panga's heart from such a close distance, Long Chen found it even more terrifying and vast. The Panga spiritual energy that was born in it was a kind of power that was even denser than the 3 Pure One's true qi. It was also the birthplace of the most powerful world power that Long Chen had ever seen. Without the heart of Pangu, there would be no countless living beings on Panga continent. Therefore, this place is the #1 holy land in the hearts of all barbarians. Many barbarians wish to have a look at this place, but they can't, because the Panga spirit energy in this place is so strong that no one under the God King realm can come here. Long Chen felt it too. The Origin Dragon Soul was also absorbing the energy here, and because of it, the divine kingdom inside Long Chen was getting closer and closer to the level of an original incipient world. In fact, after the energy entered the Origin Dragon Palace, it had been transformed into another kind of spirit energy. It was no longer the Pangu spirit energy, but the power of divine dragons. Nourished by the new energy, the whole world was developing rapidly. Standing at the edge and looking down, the heart of Pangu was a mass of khaki-colored mist. Under the strong Pangu spirit energy, nothing could be seen clearly. Let's go in together. I'll take you to the sect master. As soon as Manji said that, the mist in the heart of Pangu moved, and someone seemed to come out of it. There were about 1,000 god emperors in the entire heart of Pangu, and all of them were peerless experts of the divine realm of absolute beginning. But at this moment, Long Chen sensed that there were at least 500 god emperors. What's going on? Manji was stunned. He was just bringing Long Chen to the heart of Pangu. Why was there such a big commotion? Could it be that Long Chen had something they valued? Boom, boom, boom. Over 500 god emperors rushed out of the heart of Pangu, all of whom were barbarians over 5 meters tall. It was a magnificent scene. It was rare to see 500 god emperors come out at the same time, even on Pangu continent. But, obviously, they did not come for Long Chen. Sect Master. Man Ji saw one of the 500 people, and immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. Long Chen did not need to look to know that divine venerable Man Huang was among them. Of course he was the leader. All the top figures on Pangu continent were gathered here. Man Ji. Seeing that the chief-elect was here, the god emperors who were about to leave stopped. That was the Wildlands Sect Master, Hierarch Man Huang. Supreme God. With a tall and burly figure of the barbarian tribe and a cultivation of the Tai divine realm, the barbarian sect leader's chi power almost overshadowed the sum of all the deity emperors behind him. Each of these deity emperors was someone who could crush Long Chen. Of course. Now Long Chen was only afraid of a few of them. Hierarch Man Huang glanced at Long Chen and said, "You have mastered the ghost blood curse, so you must be Long Chen. I heard that Emperor Jun is hunting you, but I didn't expect you to come to Pangu's heart. Is there anything I can help you with?" As expected of a supreme god, he could recognize Long Chen at a glance, which saved Long Chen a lot of trouble. This Tai divine realm expert would not target him, but was very friendly. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The Wildlands sect leader was generous, dignified, and awe-inspiring. At the side, Man Ji quickly said, "Sect Master, Long Chen is my good friend. I brought him to Pangu's heart, and I was about to bring him to meet you." The Wildlands sect leader nodded and continued to look at Long Chen. Seeing that the Wildlands sect leader was a straightforward man, Long Chen did not hesitate and said, "Senior, I want to go into the realm of life, so I came to ask if you can help me ask the ancient god of savage wilderness if he can let me into the realm of life." Once these words were spoken, quite a number of berserkers began to discuss it. It seemed that they were not very willing about this matter. Now, the realm of life had gradually become the cultivation ground of the ancient gods of the wilderness. Even they could not see the ancient gods of the wilderness. However, the Wildlands sect leader quickly answered, "You have just risen to prominence recently, so you are not very famous on Pangu continent. Even if I ask my master, he doesn't know you, and I don't think he will let you in. Besides, we are facing the chaos caused by the ancient demons, and are about to disperse the world to kill them. I'm afraid we don't have time to entertain you. I'm sorry unless what? Senior, just tell me." Long Chen knew in his heart that the Wildlands sect leader would not let him in easily. After all, it was their territory, and if it were him, he would not agree so easily. The Wildlands sect leader was very straightforward. The chaos caused by the ancient demons this time is a little troublesome. Ancient demons who are harming living beings have appeared everywhere on Pangu continent, and we need help, he said. If you can contribute to the barbarians in this chaos, I'll introduce you to my master when the war is over. If he is interested in you, he might agree to help you. At least, I'm very interested in your legend." His eyes were like two chaotic worlds, and he looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face. Long Chen understood. He liked the Wildlands sect leader's way of doing things. It was simple, straightforward, and not wasteful at all. They were about to deal with the ancient demons, and all the god emperors were mobilized. Since Long Chen had a request, he was just asking the ancient god of savage wilderness. Therefore, he could easily add another helper. Of course, no problem. Long Chen will do his best to help the chaos caused by the ancient demons, so that Senior can introduce me to the ancient god of savage wilderness. Long Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, it was not a big loss to him, and it would only delay him a little. Now that he had the core of the death world, he was not afraid of such a delay. Since that's the case, you and Man Ji will team up. You will be in charge of the area around the chief-elect tribe that Man Ji is in charge of. This is an important location, and also a place where the ancient demons are rampant. I hope you can help my barbarian tribe survive this calamity. If my master doesn't agree in the end, I will give you a good gift." Hierarch Man Huang could see that Long Chen's rise was shocking, and his future would definitely be terrifying. He also knew about the grudge between Long Chen and Di Jun. In any case, he wouldn't offend either of them, but he wouldn't please either of them. He wanted Long Chen to kill the ancient demons, but he had no intention of protecting Long Chen. After all, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stay in Pangu's heart. Then it's settled. Man Ji was overjoyed. He was more than happy to have Long Chen help him. However, even among the barbarians, there would be different opinions. Man Ji was very happy, but there were also some who were jealous. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind the sect master. Sect master, I'm not convinced. Long Chen looked over and found that the troublemaker was a woman, a barbarian woman. Generally speaking, it was rare for barbarian women to reach the God-Emperor realm. Panga continent was born to produce men. The barbarian woman in front of him was 3 meters tall. Compared to the burly barbarian men, barbarian women were actually petite. Their bodies were wild, and their skin was the color of wheat, full of wildness like a black panther. They were also very attractive, especially this one, who was the most outstanding barbarian woman. She was the top few among the countless barbarian tribes. This is Great Empress Hutu, ranked 18th on the Divine Emperor list. She has an eternal fortune divine artifact called Imperial Heaven Hutu. She is very powerful. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was the first to warn Long Chen. Great Emperor Chongshang was ranked 19th on the Divine Emperor list, and also had an eternal fortune divine artifact. This Great Empress Hutu was stronger than him. What's the matter? Asked the Wildlands sect leader lightly. She is the wife of the Wildlands sect leader, the one he loves the most. You'd better not offend her, added Yu Hua. So they were husband and wife. She stared coldly at Long Chen and said, I remember that the ghost blood curse belongs to my people, but it has fallen into the hands of this outsider. That's why I can't accept it. Anyone who takes something from my people is my enemy. How can we let him join our team? And he wants to go to the realm of life? Absolutely not. He has entered the realm of death, and then the realm of life. Who knows what his purpose is? No one dared to say a word when the husband and wife had a conflict. However, Great Empress Hutu did represent the thoughts of some people, so she received some support. Of course, everyone still obeyed the Wildlands sect leader's order. The Wildlands sect leader was not angry. He knew Great Empress Hutu's temper better than anyone. For countless years, she had her own ideas and would not obey him completely. That was one of the joys of life. So he said, fine, according to the rules of the barbarians, if you don't accept it, you can challenge me and solve the problem with a fight. Okay. Great Empress Hutu did not expect the Wildlands sect leader to listen to her. So, she already knew what to do. At this moment, her black eyes stared at Long Chen and said, I have long wanted to try the power of the ghost blood curse and see if it can suppress my Imperial Heaven Hutu. Today I will challenge you in the way of the barbarians. Do you have the guts to accept it? You defeated Man Ji, so you are quite ambitious. I am ranked 18th on the Deity Emperor list. Do you have the guts to challenge me? Since she asked such a question, and it was from a woman, even if he did not want to accept it, under the gaze of 500 deity emperors, he would be a coward if he refused. Long Chen wanted to enter the realm of life and make the Wildlands sect leader interested in him. The barbarian race gave him the first hurdle. If he could not get past Great Empress Hutu, then there was no need to talk about entering the realm of life. Facing such a challenge, Long Chen was very calm. If he did not take out his ability, he would be envied by the barbarians. Although Great Empress Hutu was challenging him, she was also helping him. Of course, the premise was that he could defeat her. The eternal divine artifact of fortune, the Imperial Heaven Hutu. The fighting spirit in his heart was gradually boiling. Great Empress Hutu is known as Mother Earth on Panga continent, and also the Mother Goddess of Earth. The law of Hutu is the supreme law of Earth. She was born about the same time as the Wildlands sect leader, and is the oldest god on Panga continent. Before Long Chen accepted the challenge, Divine Emperor Yu Hua told him some details about Great Empress Hutu. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen did not answer, but the ghost blood curse had already appeared in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out. Chapter 2981. It was not Long Chen's murderous aura, but the murderous aura of the ghost blood curse. Eternal grade divine artifacts of fortune were the pinnacle of all divine artifacts of fortune. They were either emperors or supreme among evil weapons. The ghost blood curse was the supreme of divine artifacts of fortune. As soon as it appeared, it made Long Chen look terrible. So far, Long Chen's best achievement was defeating Man Ji, the god of war, and he was ranked 33rd on the Divine Emperor list. However, with an eternal grade divine artifact of fortune, it was clear that his ranking would continue to rise. It all depended on whether Great Empress Hutu could stop his charge. Of course, among the more than 500 divine emperors present, Great Empress Hutu enjoyed a very high status, not only because she was the wife of the sect master of the Wildlands sect, but also because of her extraordinary fighting prowess. She was ranked in the top 5 among all 500 divine emperors. If she can't defeat Long Chen, I'm afraid there are very few on Pangu continent who can fight him. Not necessarily. Although he has obtained an eternal grade divine artifact of fortune, it has not been a day or two since Great Empress Hutu took control of the Imperial Heaven and Hutu. Long Chen was ready to fight. The ghost blood curse was the symbol of his battle. Since Great Empress Hutu has given me face, Long Chen will have to accept it, said Long Chen. Facing his challenge, Great Empress Hutu was very calm. She had anticipated what kind of person Long Chen would be. Before the barbarian Hierophant said anything, she said directly, "Come with me. Let's change places. We can't just stand on Pangu's heart." Of course. After getting an affirmative answer from Long Chen, the 18th on the Divine Emperor list passed through the crowd of Divine Emperors and headed in a certain direction. Long Chen followed closely behind her. Behind Long Chen was, of course, the army of Divine Emperors on Pangu continent. There were more than 500 of them, including a supreme god. The scene brought great pressure to everyone. It was normal for one to be nervous when facing a battle. Around half a day later, the god kings had left Pangu's heart and arrived at a desolate area. It was a desert. The original incipient grade world was very stable. Long Chen didn't have the ability to destroy it. With my current strength, I can totally destroy that world. That's why I feel like I can dominate that world. But, when I'm on Pangu continent, I finally understand how tiny I am. The gap between the 5th and 8th ranks was so huge. Right here. Hutu Great Monarch's expression was indifferent. She stood barefoot on the ground. Long Chen had a strong feeling that when she was in contact with the earth was a part of her. She was connected to the boundless earth. Hutu Great Monarch was definitely the existence who had the deepest understanding of the law of earth among all the people Long Chen had met. Behind her, hundreds of god emperors spread out and formed a huge encirclement. The gazes of 500 god realm experts of absolute beginning were, in fact, an endless pressure. Of course, the barbarians were on the same side. They supported Hutu Great Monarch and hated Long Chen. Therefore, they naturally had to suppress Long Chen. Psychological suppression was also terrible. Opposite Long Chen stood the Wildlands sect master. Although he was expressionless and did not deliberately suppress Long Chen, he was, after all, a supreme god in the Tai realm. Just by standing there, he could form a world of his own, and that was still a terrible pressure. Long Chen calmed his mind and focused all his attention on the ghost blood curse. Humph. I think you're going to lose today. I know that the Imperial Sky Hutu is an unbreakable tortoise shell. If you don't have enough strength, don't even think of attacking your enemy. Xueqi began to mock him. If I can't break it, then you can only blame your ghost blood curse, Long Chen said indifferently. Xueqi was so angry that she stomped her feet. The ghost blood curse also trembled. Of course, even so, when the real battle began, she could only fight with Long Chen. This Hutu Great Monarch is the limit of my strength. I may win, but I may also lose, Long Chen said. But to him, winning or losing was not important. What was important was still progress and growth. Therefore, he was very open and wild in this challenge. No matter who his opponent was, even if it was the woman of a supreme deity, he would only treat her as an opponent to challenge at this time. Ding! He gripped the ghost blood curse with both hands. The long and sharp blade was filled with killing intent. It complemented Long Chen's cold temperament, making him look like a god of death that had walked out of hell. The Hutu Great Monarch was very cold. However, just like Long Chen, she had summoned her destinable divine weapon before the battle had even begun. Eternal Realm. Imperial Sky Hutu. She floated slightly. Countless grains of sand condensed under her feet to form a piece of yellow land. There wasn't much soil, so only a few people could stand on it. It was like an auspicious cloud under their feet that constantly changed shape. Although it looks simple, the Imperial Sky Hutu actually has a thick earth aura. This small piece of land is comparable to a primordial chaos realm world. There are countless array diagrams in every grain of sand, and when enlarged, they can form a piece of land. It said that the Imperial Sky Hutu was refined from a primordial chaos realm world. When it unfolds, it can transform into a huge world. Divine Emperor Yu Hua sighed ruefully. Precisely because of this, she was worried that Long Chen would be defeated. The Imperial Sky Hutu could be said to be the perfect counter to the Ghost Blood Curse. It was a transformative and defensive destinable divine weapon. It was like a shapeless mass of water that was difficult to be truly destroyed. When the Imperial Sky Hutu and the Ghost Blood Curse met, the two Eternal Realm destinable divine weapons were evenly matched. The smell of gunpowder between Long Chen and the Hutu Great Monarch gradually intensified. Then, amidst the clamor of the two Eternal Realm destinable divine weapons, both sides did not waste words or be courteous. An extremely fierce battle began. The Hutu Great Monarch was surrounded by yellow earth, and her divine power was vast. The difference between her and Long Chen was that her boundless divine art was at the Eternal Realm, a level higher than Long Chen's power. In terms of power, there was definitely a huge suppression. Mother Earth's sword. The Hutu Great Monarch's figure danced and melted into the boundless land. Under the transformation of her laws, the Imperial Sky Hutu beneath her feet rapidly transformed. It actually condensed into a huge earthen yellow sword that pointed at Long Chen. This was a transformative destinable divine weapon. It could transform into anything. The laws that formed the Mother Earth sword were even more suitable. Under these laws, the Imperial Sky Hutu and the boundless fertile land beneath her feet were completely connected. In an instant, Long Chen became the one fighting against the boundless land, the two worlds. Boom! The Mother Earth sword absorbed the power of the land endlessly, becoming stronger and stronger. Under the cold instructions of the Hutu Great Monarch, the Mother Earth sword rushed towards Long Chen. The speed of the land was still unparalleled. The battle was about to start, and it exploded on the spot. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned into a blood shadow and rushed forward. He continuously slashed out with his sword. Every sword was extremely fast, so fast that it surpassed the speed of the Mother Earth sword. The resplendent sword Qi from the Sword of Time slashed onto the Mother Earth sword formed by the Imperial Sky Hutu. Every impact was a top-notch collision, and it was also the collision of an Eternal Realm destinable divine weapon. Boom boom boom. A huge storm arose. The land surged like waves, and everything was crushed like duckweed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Every ferocious Sword of Time could slice off a section of the Mother Earth sword. When the Mother Earth sword rushed in front of Long Chen, it was completely torn apart by Long Chen. However, the aftermath still sent Long Chen flying. The Hutu Great Monarch's majestic divine power still forced Long Chen to retreat tens of thousands of meters, and he received a huge impact. Of course, Long Chen also dealt with the opponent's laws in a spectacular manner. Not bad. The Hutu Great Monarch flipped her palm, and the soil that was torn apart by Long Chen once again gathered under her feet, forming a piece of land. This was the ability of the Imperial Sky Hutu. Even if it was torn apart, it was just changing from one state to another. Swoosh! Long Chen returned unscathed. Of course, he knew that the other party was just testing him. What followed was the real killing move. She was confident that she could defeat him in one go. In a battle, unless one had absolute confidence, it was best not to let others seize the initiative. Therefore, after returning, Long Chen was like an arrow that left the bow. The Ghost Blood Curse was unleashed, and he charged toward the Hutu Great Monarch. Of course, the Hutu Great Monarch was also very fast. She flipped her hand, and the Imperial Sky Hutu under her feet turned into a piece of soil. She held it in her hand and instantly threw it toward Long Chen. During this process, a tremendous change occurred. Imperial Sky Mountain. The Hutu Great Monarch's divine power exploded. She shouted softly, and under her rule, the Imperial Sky Hutu suddenly turned into a golden mountain. It shone with golden light. It wasn't very big, and it quickly pressed down on the top of Long Chen's head. So heavy. Before it got close to him, Long Chen could feel the weight of the Imperial Sky Mountain. It was simply the weight of an entire Chaos Element world. Such a weight could easily squash other ultimate god emperors. Therefore, before the Imperial Sky Mountain could get close to him, the ground that Long Chen was standing on had already collapsed from the pressure. A terrifying weight. Long Chen's attack was forced to turn into defense. The Imperial Sky Mountain arrived in an instant. It descended from the sky, covering the sky as it pressed down. At this juncture, The barbarian god emperors roughly knew that the Hutu great monarch was indeed stronger than Long Chen. However, what surprised them was that Long Chen was still able to remain calm. Moreover, he didn't give up on attacking at all. It was just that his target had changed to the Imperial Sky Mountain. Karma stab. Everything has karma. If karma is connected, then there's nothing that can't be broken. Admittedly, the Imperial Sky Mountain would definitely be terrifyingly hard at this moment. However, with his willpower and understanding of the karma stab, Long Chen dared to do so. Standing firmly on the ground, he held his sword with one hand. When the Imperial Sky Mountain was pressing down on his head, he thrust his sword into the sky. If the sky suppresses me, I'll shatter the sky. Karma stab. Pierce through heaven and earth. The tip of the ghost blood curse was going against the hardest part of the Imperial Sky Hutu. Boom. The outcome of this moment was what all the god emperors were looking forward to the most. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Little Crazy Boy wished everyone a happy new year. Congratulations on getting rich. Chapter 2982. This was a clash between two eternal-grade creation divine weapons. In terms of creation divine weapons, there wasn't much of a difference, and they were of different types. Long Chen lost to his opponent in terms of divine power, but he had the upper hand in terms of laws. Karma's laws were ultimately stronger than Hutu's laws. In a situation where everything was about the same, all that was left was a clash of wills. Long Chen's sword soared into the sky in accordance with his will. As one, he executed a move, and a blood-colored sword shadow with the ghost blood curse stabbed into the sky. The Royal Heaven Mountain suddenly descended, and the power of the entire world pressed down on Long Chen's head. The Thorn of Karma was searching for the point where the Royal Heaven Mountain would be destroyed. Ding! Before everyone's anticipation, the sharpest blade of the ghost blood curse stabbed into the center of the Royal Heaven Mountain, and the two forces clashed. The key was revealed at this moment. Without a sound, the golden Royal Heaven Mountain shattered again, turning into a plate of loose sand that vanished into the air, turning into powder. The Royal Heaven Mountain was resolved. It looked simple, but in reality, Long Chen didn't have it easy. At that moment, he had nearly used a heaven-defying power that could change fate before the Royal Heaven Mountain finally crumbled and withstood the attack. Most of the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air, impressed by Long Chen. However, this was only because Long Chen had neutralized his opponent's attack, not because he had defeated his opponent. Therefore, before the outcome of the battle was revealed, everyone still held a deep sense of curiosity as they watched the battle. Not bad. However, you will never be able to do anything to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Hutu great monarch didn't even frown. After the Royal Heaven Mountain shattered, she casually waved her hand, and the countless grains of sand returned to her side. They condensed into a brownish-yellow fortress that enveloped her completely. In the next moment, she did something that shocked Long Chen. Through the fortress, she abruptly stretched out her hands and pressed them on the ground. Her connection with the earth was extremely intimate, as though she was one with the earth itself. And at this moment, when her hands pressed on the ground, an unprecedented divine might descended. Pangu's possession. It was the barbarian race's trump card. To be able to force out Great Emperor Hutu's trump card, Long Chen is quite impressive. With Imperial Heaven and Earth in Pangu's possession, Long Chen doesn't stand a chance. At this moment, a 10,000 zhong tall giant appeared behind the Hutu Great Emperor. He spread his thick arms and roared angrily at the sky. His roar was earth-shattering and everything trembled. The boundless Pangu spiritual qi in the surroundings gathered towards the Hutu Great Emperor. Rumble. After Pangu possessed her, the Great Emperor of Earth's skin had an additional golden luster. Her entire body shone with an endless amount of light. It was very dazzling, and at the same time, she was terrifyingly powerful. At this time, the Great Emperor of Earth was still surrounding her. With the support of her power, it could be said that the Great Emperor of Earth had become even more sturdy, and the fortress it formed was even more terrifying. All of Imperial Heaven and Earth seemed to be transforming under her control. As expected of someone who was close to becoming an ultimate god. The Great Emperor of Earth that surrounded her made Long Chen depressed. Of course, you can come and see if you can break my Imperial Heaven and Earth with your ghost blood curse. The Great Emperor of Earth's voice was deep, but it was clearly a female voice. Let's try. Long Chen naturally wanted to give it a try since the other party was provoking him. The most uncertain thing is whether the destiny-changing rules can penetrate the imperial heaven and earth. Although he could not be sure, he still turned into a beam of crimson light and charged forward. The ghost blood curse shot out. At the same time, the heaven-defying fate-changing law condensed in his other hand also followed him and charged at the Hutu Earth Great Emperor. Karma Thorn. It was the same killer move. Ding. At this moment, when the ghost blood curse stabbed the fortress, it suddenly bent. It was unable to shatter the imperial heaven and earth Queen Earth and hurt Hutu the Great Emperor. Most importantly, although Hutu the Great Emperor had been possessed by Pangu, he was completely blocked by the imperial heaven and earth Queen Earth. Her level of defense and destiny-changing rule could not penetrate it. If she couldn't enter, she couldn't change her state of being possessed by Pangu. She also couldn't destroy the changed imperial heaven and earth and hurt the other party. If that went on, the Great Emperor of Earth would be invincible. I'll give you a few more chances to try. The Great Emperor of Earth smiled faintly and her tone was full of contempt. Without saying a word, Long Chen struck a few more times. Each strike was of an extremely high standard. Unfortunately, even the ghost blood curse couldn't break through the imperial heaven and earth and was ineffective against the Great Emperor of Earth. I'm so angry. You're so useless. You can't even break this. Ghost Chi's face was hurt and he was naturally unhappy. The biggest problem Long Chen faced was that he couldn't break through the destiny-changing rules. He could only use brute force to tear the imperial heaven and earth apart. But as expected, the Great Emperor of Earth's strength increased greatly after Pangu's possession. He couldn't tear the imperial heaven and earth apart anymore. That's enough. Long Chen charged forward a few times, but to no avail. Great Empress Hutu looked down on him and sneered. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, she suddenly sneered and used the power of Pangu's possession to extract power from the ground. At the last moment, the Hutu of Imperial Heaven underwent a huge change under her control. Hutu Holy Prison. The Imperial Heaven Hutu instantly changed from a protective state to a surrounding state. Just as Long Chen's sword was about to slash over, the Imperial Heaven Hutu, which was originally protecting the Hutu Great Emperor, instantly surrounded Long Chen. The Imperial Heaven Hutu spread out rapidly, covering the sky and instantly enveloping Long Chen. Boom! The Hutu Holy Prison descended. Being surrounded by the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth, Long Chen seemed to have entered another world. It was a huge world, one that was filled with endless chaos. He could vaguely feel that the Great Emperor of Earth was outside this world. She was now controlling the Imperial Heaven and Earth, so she naturally wanted to defeat him and win the battle. After all, she didn't want her ranking on the Divine Emperor ranking to drop. She also wanted to stop Long Chen from rising up and destroy the legend he had created. The Hutu Holy Prison will destroy both your body and soul. Tell me when you can't take it anymore. The Great Emperor of Earth was merciful and didn't want Long Chen's life. Of course, Long Chen was a strong opponent to her. Under such circumstances, she had to make Long Chen admit defeat as soon as possible. Therefore, the Hutu Holy Prison changed rapidly. In this endless world, huge earthen yellow walls appeared in all directions. Long Chen was trapped in a fixed space. At this time, the 6 walls around him were shrinking. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to shrink to the point where Long Chen would be flattened. Swoosh! Several times swords slashed at the walls, but they couldn't tear them apart. These walls are actually the Imperial Heaven and Earth. They are controlled by the Great Emperor of Earth, Pangu. I can't break through the Imperial Heaven and Earth. If this goes on, I can only lose. Long Chen was very clear. Although losing wasn't a big deal, he didn't want to lose, especially in front of so many divine emperors. However, the Great Emperor of Earth, Pangu, was behind him. He tried a few times, and the Imperial Heaven and Earth was indeed a defensive fortune divine artifact. It specialized in defense, and even the Karma Thorn couldn't tear it apart. Roar! Long Chen turned into a God Dao heart-refining dragon. With the Sword of Judgment, he used the Karma Thorn and pierced one of the walls. Bang! There was a huge commotion on the wall, but it couldn't be broken. The Imperial Heaven and Earth had a strong transformation ability. As long as it wasn't broken in one go, it would recover instantly. There was no chance for Long Chen to rush out. Based on the current situation, as long as Long Chen rushed out, the Great Emperor of Earth would be defeated. You're so useless. You're destined to lose this battle. Ghost 7 had finally found an opportunity to mock Long Chen. Of course he would pout and mock him. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The Divine Emperors outside also realized that Long Chen was at an absolute disadvantage after the Great Emperor of Earth, Pengu. They were just waiting for him to admit defeat. Long Chen returned to his human form and held the ghost blood curse. The surrounding walls had shrunk a lot, and it wouldn't take long for them to crush him. When that happens, the only choice left is to admit defeat. Because the other party wouldn't kill him, he wasn't worried. He just wasn't willing to lose like this. Therefore, he gripped the ghost blood curse's hand tightly. Up, down, left, right, front, back and back, the walls were all getting closer and closer, shrinking. This feeling was, of course, quite uncomfortable. Watching the moment of defeat arrive, it was a kind of absolute mental suppression, making Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. If I were to lose just like this, it would be really meaningless. This is an opponent that I could have dealt with. Long Chen glared at his surroundings. He did not resist, nor did he attack wildly. All he did was think. If you can't even deal with her, how are you going to deal with Di Jun? You had better hurry back to the Death's World and escape. Xueqi crossed her arms and laughed mockingly. Death's World. Long Chen thought of an idea. He could return to the Death's World from here and disappear. The other party would definitely open it up and take a look. At that time, he would just have to appear again. That would be a chance for him to defeat the other party. But he wasn't willing. That would mean that he had lost. Death's World. He had the core of the Death's World. Now that he was in constant contact with the Death's World, Long Chen thought of the Death's World in his indignation. It provided him with some ideas. Just as the surroundings were pressing down on him, the core of the Death's World seemed to be transmitting a message to Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes and tried to feel the energy. Just as everything was pushing him closer to the core of the Death's World, the Death's World appeared in his heart. Sensing Long Chen's unyielding fighting spirit, the entire Death's World erupted into an endless tsunami under Long Chen's left and right. Even the heavenly demon era can use the power of the Death's World. Why can't I? Chapter 2983. Actually, this was a set of rules. Under the suppression of the Imperial Heaven Hutu, Long Chen's heart was in line with the ancient blood spiritual dragon's fierce and heaven-defying will. He then thought of the core of the death rain and felt its power. Finally, the slaughter seal. Numerous impacts condensed into a set of rules. The power of the death rain reached the core and gave birth to another set of slaughter rules. It was pure slaughter rules and not the extermination dragon seal. But compared to the extermination dragon seal, this set of rules that directly carried the power of the death rain was obviously more terrifying. Long Chen had already walked further and further on the path of rules. His heaven-defying ability was that he could very likely gain enlightenment in any environment and communicate with new rules. Just like at this moment, this set of rules descended into Long Chen's heart. All of a sudden, when he opened his eyes, they were no longer pupils. Instead, they were filled with an endless sea of blood. It was as though the Grim Reaper was right before his eyes. What was even more frightening was that his glabella suddenly split open, revealing a blood-colored eye. Bloody light shot up into the sky, and a murderous aura surged up into the sky. The eyes were a sea of blood, and the blood-colored eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a killing move that displayed the ancient blood spiritual dragon's will to the fullest. Although the extermination dragon seal was a killing move, it did not have such a pure killing intent. This was a kind of resistance against fate, a kind of unyielding, extremely furious resistance. Buzz. Blood dyed Long Chen red. Admit defeat. The Hutu Great Emperor said. At this time, the Imperial Heaven Hutu had already squeezed to Long Chen's side. The Hutu Great Emperor knew that under her Panga's possession, Long Chen could not break out of the Hutu holy prison with his previous performance. However, just as she finished speaking, an extremely powerful impact erupted. The entire imperial sky and Hutu shook intensely. Even the Hutu Great Emperor's expression changed. The God Emperors looked at each other. What's wrong? What happened? When a faint blood-colored light spread out from the Imperial Heaven Hutu, even the Wildland sect leader looked carefully. His expression was solemn, afraid that he would miss this detail. It was an astonishing turn of events. At this moment, the boundless power of the Death World was pouring into Long Chen's body, into the ghost blood curse, causing his body to merge with the Death World. Behind him, an illusory image of a 10,000 zhong-wide death rain appeared. The god emperors were baffled as they saw the boundless death rain appear in front of them. That majestic baleful aura erupted. Under this murderous aura, even the Hutu great emperor who had been possessed by Pangu seemed minuscule. Of course, she was the one who bore the brunt of this killing intent. Hence, her face instantly turned pale. Her hands that were controlling the Queen of Earth were also trembling. At that moment, her expression changed drastically. At the same time, the Imperial Sky Hutu had already completely suppressed Long Chen's body. However, at the very last moment, Long Chen unleashed a move that contained the power of the death rain. This burst of power had been suppressed for a long time. When it was unleashed, it was a nightmare for everyone. The sword struck out. Death Rain's Killing Tribulation. This was the name of this rule. It was the power of the primordial blood spiritual dragon's wrath. It was the power that was born after controlling the death rain and merging with it. It was pure killing and pure destructive power. One strike of the sword was the power of the entire death rain. The most obvious thing was that Xueqi did not make a sound. She was enjoying the feeling of being ruthlessly attacked by the power. The ghost blood curse also shone brightly. When the most baleful rule met the most baleful destinable divine weapon, even the Hutu holy prison created by the Hutu great emperor behind Pangu could not withstand a single strike of the death rain's killing tribulation. It dissipated once again. The power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas erupted, tearing everything apart. The sword shot out with the power of the death rain. Just as the Hutu great emperor was completely defenseless, the ghost blood curse appeared on her neck. A light stroke from Long Chen would be enough to take her life. This time, the Imperial Sky Hutu was severely damaged. Even without the ghost blood curse, just the fact that Long Chen had broken the Imperial Sky Hutu great emperor was enough to injure her. Her face was pale, and she took a few steps back. "You've lost." Long Chen retreated bravely and suppressed the death rain's chaotic power. After the rule ended, the eye above his head also disappeared. The sea of blood in his eyes disappeared, and they turned back into his eyes. His current amiable appearance seemed to have nothing to do with the extremely ferocious him just now. The Hutu great emperor nodded absent-mindedly. Her mind was blank. She was so close to victory, but she was suddenly defeated. It happened too quickly. Her memory was still the death rain's killing tribulation that Long Chen had faced. If he had not restrained his power, she would have been killed by the ghost blood curse. Everyone knew how powerful the ghost blood curse was. Shaking her head, the Hutu great emperor came to her senses and said, "Everyone saw that I was defeated. There is nothing more to say. Also, from now on, the 18th place on the Divine Emperor list is yours." This ranking was even higher than the Eternal Monarch. Of course, to be honest, Long Chen was also confident that he could defeat the Eternal Monarch. At least, the Eternal Monarch would not be possessed by Pangu. Impressive. Manji was also stunned for a long time before he cheered for Long Chen. As for the other barbarian race deity emperors, most of them were still in shock and awe. This was their defeat, so they had mixed feelings. Clap, clap. The Wildland sect master clapped his hands and said, "We've all witnessed your ability. If you're willing to help us deal with the ancient Fae, you'll be a great help to us. When the ancient Fae chaos is over, I'll definitely keep my promise and tell my master about your request. Of course, whether he agrees or not, that's out of my control." This was the greatest help he could do. "Thank you, Senior. I will do my best for the ancient Fae riot." After this battle, most of the barbarians were convinced by Long Chen. In fact, most of them were not convinced by the ghost blood curse. But seeing how Long Chen used the ghost blood curse, they could vaguely feel that Long Chen was the most suitable person to use the ghost blood curse. Great Empress Hutu returned to the Wildland sect master's side. She was convinced and said no more. In fact, the reason why she challenged Long Chen was probably the Wildland sect master's idea. She wanted to see what Long Chen was capable of, but she did not expect that she would help Long Chen trigger the Death World Tribulation. "The ancient Fae riot is imminent. We will leave first. You can go with Manji. Goodbye." The Wildland sect master said no more and left with over 500 deity emperors, then went to different places on Pangu continent. "Brother Long Chen, it seems like we don't need to enter Pangu's heart anymore. Follow me back to the chief-elect tribe." Manji walked up to Long Chen with a smile on his face. He was the one who brought Long Chen here, so he was very proud of him. Thank you for your introduction, Brother Manji. It did not take long for them to set off on their way back. Long Chen looked back at the location of the heart of Pangu, and was still amazed by the magnificence of this place. The last rule must be the one you comprehended recently. It's really powerful. With this rule, I think you won't be so passive in the hands of Dijun. Manji was happy for Long Chen. I'm still a little far from being able to defeat him. I need to work harder. The previous fight with Dijun had made Long Chen deeply aware of the danger. He knew that Dijun would come often, but he had the Death World. He could not hurt Long Chen, but Long Chen could use him to train himself again and again. In a few days, he and Manji returned to the chief-elect tribe. There were many barbarians in this place, and they had to guard against the attacks of ancient Fae. Long Chen did not stay in the chief-elect tribe, but wandered around nearby, subduing any ancient Fae that appeared. If there was any trouble, Manji would contact him. In this way, because of his irregular movements, it was not easy for Dijun to find him. After comprehending the Death World's tribulation, my control has improved. Now I can try to make the Spear of Heaven grow. After finding a place in this endless Pangu continent, Long Chen stopped. Originally, Ghost 7 from the Ghost Blood Curse was always mocking Long Chen, but after the Death World's tribulation, she did not dare to talk to Long Chen anymore. Whenever Long Chen asked her, she would stammer, like a little wife who was bullied. Long Chen focused on the Spear of Heaven. He had a feeling that when the Spear of Heaven was completed, it would not be weaker than the Ghost Blood Curse. The fourth sacred deity scepter was soon under his control, and he began to fuse with it. The power of the Spear of Heaven rose again, surpassing the god-slaying sword in all aspects, and began to advance towards becoming a half-eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Long Chen still had some leeway, so he began to control the fifth sacred deity scepter. He did not expect to succeed so quickly. He was stronger than he had imagined. After fusing with the fifth sacred deity scepter, the Spear of Heaven burst out with a stronger light. In fact, it could already be considered as a half-eternal grade fortune divine weapon. Then, the sixth sacred deity scepter. Although it was a little difficult, he still succeeded. By the time he reached the seventh scepter, Long Chen was well aware that this was his limit. After controlling the seventh scepter, he had already reached his limit. Of course, the heaven-sacrificing spear was even more ferocious. The silver spear in Long Chen's hand emitted a sharp light that was infinitely close to an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. In fact, it might not be inferior to an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. Once the Ghost Blood Curse is unleashed, it will definitely kill. Fortunately, this Spear of Heaven is righteous and strong, and can be used interchangeably. Otherwise, if I use the Ghost Blood Curse for a long time, I will be affected. The final fusion with the sacred deity scepter required a higher level of ability. At that time, he would be able to control 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. Long Chen knew that he could not be too hasty, so he planned to wait until he reached the ultimate God King realm to complete it. Chapter 2984. On the peak of the mountain, the Pangu spirit energy was hovering under his feet. Long Chen looked at the crowd. Nowadays, many barbarian warriors were in contact with each other. Once a strong ancient demon appeared, they would inform Manji, and Manji would inform Long Chen in turn. For the time being, Long Chen would not be needed to deal with ordinary ancient demons. The barbarians had a large army of god spirits, which could defeat those ancient demons. On Pangu continent, it was always the barbarians who defeated the ancient demons. Even if the ancient demons were resurrected this time, it was basically impossible to defeat the barbarians for the time being. The only thing the barbarians were worried about was that the ancient demons would cause great harm to the weaker barbarians. After all, in the history, there had been ancient demons at the level of Divine Venerable, who had caused great suffering to the people. That was why the Wildlands sect master was so cautious and sent out all his men. The news that I defeated the great emperor of Hutu and ranked 11th on the Divine Emperor list must have spread to the higher realms. Dijun should have known about it long ago. So, since I've been here for so long, he should have come to me by now. In such a vast original incipient realm world, Long Chen was not as easy to find as he was in an ordinary world. Even if Dijun knew he was nearby, it would not be easy to find him. This was the reason why he came to Pangu continent. I finally found you. Di Jun's voice came from behind. He had suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. Obviously, he had used the principle of space to move to this position. However, he was not in a hurry to attack. Long Chen spun around abruptly and faced him. At this moment, Di Jun was cold and indifferent, which proved that he was in a very calm state. My biggest mistake was allowing you to enter the Death World, and it seemed that you had even gained control of the legendary Death World's core. Now that you have such abilities, it will be difficult to deal with you. However, even so, I still want to negotiate with you. Di Jun said coldly, his eyes burning with passion and emptiness. With him standing in front of them, the countless spaces around them were all sealed by him. You first. Long Chen was curious. The enmity between the two of them had already reached such a degree. How could he still negotiate with him? In any case, in Long Chen's eyes, they were fated to be mortal enemies. Long Chen had gone through untold hardships, and now he was finally close to finishing him off. His inner desire to kill this person had already reached the peak. Di Jun went straight to the point and said, "It's simple. Give me the Origin Dragon Palace. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. Of course I won't kill you." It sounded like he was making a concession. Long Chen laughed and said, "So you think that you can kill me this time?" Di Jun said indifferently, "Even if it's not this time, it'll be the next time. What's the difference?" It seemed like he still had absolute confidence in himself. The thing that Di Jun feared the most was that he had many unknown trump cards. The unknown meant absolute danger to Long Chen. There are some things that you can't control. Forcefully taking them will only bring you death. This is your last chance to save your life. Of course, Long Chen would not give him the Origin Dragon Palace. He changed the topic and said, "I'm curious. What kind of divine dragon's inheritance blood essence did you inherit? You weren't this powerful before you left the dragon sacrificial continent. You must have obtained the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul to improve so much. Looks like you'll definitely reach the peak ultimate god realm in the future." Di Jun sneered and said, "Looks like you know quite a lot. Unfortunately, this will make you even less qualified to continue living. I guess you won't agree to this condition." Long Chen still did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "Do you mind telling me what kind of divine dragon it is?" Although Di Jun was unlikely to answer, it would be easier for Long Chen to deal with him if he knew which ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence he inherited. Di Jun's confidence in himself was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He did not mind at all and said, "You must be curious. His name is Sacrificial Dragon. I think the few inheritance blood essences you inherited are similar to mine." Therefore, he still did not know that Long Chen inherited the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. Sacrificial Dragon. Long Chen repeated this name in his heart. He knew the names of most of the ancestral dragons from the 3rd ancestral dragon to the 9th ancestral dragon. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon symbiotic dragon must still exist, but it was definitely not Di Jun. Other than that, there were only the 1st ancestral dragon, Origin, and the 2nd ancestral dragon, Primordial. The 1st ancestral dragon controlled the Origin. The Origin is related to the spirits of all living things. The 2nd ancestral dragon controlled the Primordial. The Primordial is everything. Everything that can be seen and felt is everything. Space is also a part of the Primordial. Therefore, this sacrificial dragon is most likely the 2nd ancestral dragon's symbiotic dragon. What he displayed today is completely the power of a real dragon. I just don't know where he got the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon palace. When he heard this name, Long Chen deduced that Di Jun was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The reason why Di Jun was standing here waiting for Long Chen to find him was because he wanted to see if Long Chen could defeat Di Jun. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. After the previous failure, Di Jun was obviously prepared. This time, he must be thinking of ways to stop me from entering the death rain. He might be talking to me to buy time and make arrangements. If I want to escape, I have to take the initiative. This time, it is a great harvest to know about his inheritance blood essence. He has inherited the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul for such a long time. He has a huge advantage. It is not realistic for me to kill him in one go. Haste makes waste. In a short moment, under Di Jun's cold gaze, Long Chen thought about many things. Finally, He decided that he could not let the other party delay. He must take action immediately. From a calm state, he reached the peak in an instant. At that moment, the power of the death rain gathered and went berserk. The entire blood sea of the death rain was tumbling. Countless blood fiends were roaring, contributing their strength to Long Chen. At that moment, the blood sea in Long Chen's eyes was tumbling. The surging blood sea in his eyes was the real death rain at this moment. At this moment, the third blood-red eye on his forehead suddenly split open. An earth-shattering killing intent that affected thousands of miles of fertile land swept out. Di Jun, who was in front of Long Chen, naturally received a huge impact. Di Jun had defeated too many opponents, but he had to admit that this was definitely the strongest killing intent he had ever encountered. The ghost blood curse was raised above his head in an instant. The blood-red sword blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing pierced the sky. After gathering all the power of the blood sea, the ghost blood curse appeared crazily and swam around the sword blade and the space around it. Even though the surrounding space was like a quagmire, or even as tough as steel, it was easily torn apart by Long Chen. From an ordinary person, he became a peerless killing god in an instant. Death Rain Killing Tribulation. The power of the death rain poured out, and the rules slashed down. The sword light turned into a blood-red dragon and rushed towards Di Jun. All of this happened in the instant that Long Chen finished thinking. At that moment, the mountains and seas were overturned, and the killing intent occupied thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Di Jun's expression changed. He was the one who had reached Long Chen's limit last time. Therefore, he had focused on setting up the rules that would make Long Chen unable to move. Now that he was almost done, his stalling was very effective. However, he did not expect that Long Chen would erupt with such a level of attack at this moment, completely disrupting his rhythm. Swoosh! Di Jun teleported and crossed over. However, teleportation took time. The reason why the death rain killing tribulation was called a tribulation was that it was like a shadow. As long as Di Jun was not far away, it would catch up. Therefore, Di Jun continuously changed his position hundreds of times in a short period of time. Not only did he not shake off the death rain killing tribulation, but he was also forced to fight it head-on. Empty. Di Jun frowned deeply and shouted in a low voice. He struck out with one hand, bringing with it a void. The death rain killing tribulation collided with this attack. In the blink of an eye, millions of killing intent erupted, dyeing the void that Di Jun had created completely red. Di Jun gritted his teeth and suppressed this power. However, the monstrous power eventually squeezed the void and exploded it. Swish! Swish! Di Jun's body was covered with a few more wounds. The ghost blood curse of the swastika extended wildly towards his body. Di Jun was extremely angry. He used all his strength to suppress the ghost blood curse. After all, it would not be so easy to kill him without a real blade. However, it was undeniable that this was the first time he had been injured by Long Chen's attack. This meant that Long Chen was actually quite close to him. After dealing with the death rain killing tribulation, Di Jun looked up. Long Chen had long disappeared before his eyes. It was impossible for him to escape. Obviously, he had returned to the death rain. I've let you escape again. But, this time, I guess you can only reappear here. Di Jun knew very well that if Long Chen did not reappear directly at the place where he disappeared the last time he returned to the death rain, there was no way he could return to Pango Continent so quickly. After all, Long Chen was not him. Even though he was furious, Di Jun still stayed here and waited. In fact, his heart was becoming more and more shaken. He could not even count how many times he had let Long Chen escape from his hands. The scariest thing was that every time Long Chen escaped, he would grow stronger, and this time, he could even injure him. If this were to continue, there would come a day when he would defeat him and escape from this place. Perhaps, I only have one last chance. I can no longer underestimate him. From today onwards, I'll treat him as an opponent of the same level. If I don't plan and prepare well, I won't be able to defeat this guy. Next time, I must kill him with one strike. In fact, his plan this time was to buy time so that Long Chen could not return to the death rain. But, Long Chen was too shrewd. He had seen through his plan and attacked him. Chapter 2985. When he arrived at the death rain, he vaguely felt that Di Jun had left. I can't believe he didn't stay where he was. Long Chen pondered for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. He thought to himself, he managed to make me hide in this death rain twice in a row. Even with his arrogance, he still suffered 2 setbacks in a row. Presumably, he now truly views me as a formidable enemy and has gone to prepare carefully. Presumably, the next time he appears, even if I have the death rain, it won't be easy to deal with him. Ordinary people would not fall in the same place thrice, let alone Di Jun. The Death World calamity this time was just a surprise to him. However, this kind of accident wouldn't happen every time. The death rain is working on him, but it's not easy to kill him. I have to find a way to reach the ultimate God King realm as soon as possible. Of course, I can't kill the barbarians, so I can only target Gu Yao. Anyway, he was now on the opposite side of Gu Yao. I have to have the power to fight against Di Jun before he launches his next attack. He could not stay in the death rain forever, as it was too difficult to gain power. The last time I came to the death rain in Pangu continent, the power of principle still exists, but it seems to be disappearing soon. Although Di Jun has left, it might still be lurking around. In the death rain, Long Chen stood on the sea of blood and sensed this. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he thought, I've come back to Pangu continent through the Death Realm Dragon Gate twice, and there are still the remnants of the Death Realm Dragon Gate's principles in those 2 locations. I can use this method to teleport quickly, and the effect should be similar to Lingxi's shifting stars. This was an original incipient realm world, and it was impossible to complete a formation like the Cosmos Teleportation Formation. It was not easy to travel through such a stable world. Therefore, even God Emperors had to hurry. After the battle with the Death Dragon Gate, Long Chen could still return to that place in about 10 days. For example now, he was worried that Di Jun was still in the same location, so he directly left the death rain and appeared on the road from Chief-Elect Tribe to Pangu's heart. Although it will take some time to get back to Chief-Elect Tribe, it's better than encountering Di Jun. Long Chen looked at the towering mountains, the barren land, and the materialized Pangu spiritual energy in the air. Di Jun is like a shadow following me. I have to get a chance to enter the world of life as soon as possible. The most important thing is to increase my strength. If I can't devour the barbarian tribe, then why don't I go and deal with the barbarian tribe's greatest enemy, the ancient demon? The ancient demons do not possess any intellect at all. Killing them is no different from killing beasts that are no different from puppets. Di Jun. This battle made Long Chen even more determined to kill this person, no matter how much he had to pay. His anger and hatred towards him had long since burned like a flame. In the entire Pangu continent, there are hundreds of places where the ancient demons gather. Ordinary barbarian tribe members do not dare to go near these places. The experts and gods of the barbarian tribe often sweep through these places, but every time, there will be some remnants. These places are mostly dangerous places that even gods and devils fear. Instead of waiting for the barbarian tribe to attack, I might as well kill my way in and have a look. After making up his mind, Long Chen first returned to Chief-Elect Tribe to look for Man Ji. He remembered that near Chief-Elect Tribe, there was a place called Stream of Demons, which was a forbidden place for the barbarian tribe and the territory of the ancient demons. Where are you going? No, it's too dangerous there. If it were any other time, and when I'm alone, I wouldn't even dare to go in and take the risk. Not to mention that the ancient demons are wreaking havoc now. They will swarm out soon, and a great war will break out. Man Ji was worried about Long Chen's safety. Don't worry. Even Di Jun can't kill me, let alone Stream of Demons. Now that the ancient demons are in a turbulent situation, I can take this opportunity to find out more about them. Besides, if I don't make a contribution, why would the ancient gods of the barbarian tribe allow me to enter the world of life? Since Long Chen had made up his mind, his heart was naturally calm. Man Ji had seen Long Chen escape with his own eyes, so he naturally believed him. He nodded and said, "Why don't we go together? That way we can take care of each other." Long Chen shook his head and refused. It's easier for me to hide if I'm alone. Furthermore, the Chief-Elect Tribe needs your protection. If you abandon your duty and cause the Chief-Elect Tribe to be destroyed by the ancient demons, then it will be our responsibility. At this point, Man Ji no longer insisted. He did not know that Long Chen's main purpose was to become stronger, so he was very touched. After pointing out the location of Stream of Demons to Long Chen, he sent Long Chen away respectfully. The Chief-Elect Tribe was relatively peaceful at the moment, with only some small tribes and cities around it being attacked by some ordinary ancient demons. Of course, wars were breaking out frequently in other parts of Pangu continent. The Wildlands sect master and the other 4 divine supremes had been dispatched to destroy the strongholds of the ancient demons to quell the chaos. Facing the 4 divine venerables, the ancient demons could not hold on for long, and for the time being, they did not cause too many casualties to Pangu continent. It seemed that the sect master and the others had taken control of the situation. Long Chen crossed the mountains and rivers, and finally came to the so-called stream of demons. It was the place where the ancient demons were hibernating. Chen, Yenner is moving. Just as he was about to enter the stream of demons, he heard Lingxi's slightly weak voice. Long Chen quickly retreated and stayed away from the place for the time being. How was it? To be honest, he had been waiting all these days. After being pregnant for so many years, Lingxi was about to give birth to her child. Of course, Long Chen had been waiting for the moment to become a father for a very long time. Ever since he learned that Lingxi was pregnant, he had been in a state of anticipation and torment. Therefore, when Lingxi suddenly mentioned that her daughter had some movements, Long Chen was instantly startled. Even though he had prepared for a very long time, he was still a little apprehensive about the matter of becoming a father. After all, this was a little life that he had personally created. No matter how he looked at it, it was a kind of mystical feeling. The magic of life, the crystallization of love. It's not the time to be born yet, but it will be soon. Come and see the changes in her. I can't tells. Lingxi was recuperating most of the time now, and many people were taking care of her. Li Xuanji and Yang Yu were also there. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the god nation. In a palace, everyone was surrounding Lingxi. Of course, Long Chen could see through her belly and see the child inside. When he saw it clearly, Long Chen's entire body trembled in astonishment. Yenner actually turned into a dragon in your belly. That's right, the originally human-shaped fetus had now turned into a red dragon in Lingxi's belly. It was curled up with its eyes still closed. It was very pocket-sized, but also very cute. From the faint aura it exuded, it could be seen that this little dragon had completely inherited the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Her body had a very strong aura of the slaughter ancestral dragon, just like an infant ancient blood spirit dragon. In terms of bloodline, it has completely inherited my ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline, so it's purer than mine's. Long Chen was actually looking forward to seeing Long Yen, because the 10 great ancestral dragons had never reproduced, and it seemed impossible for them to do so. They were all too strong, and it was difficult for them to reproduce a bloodline as strong as their own, the bloodline that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. But Long Chen seemed to be different. In the entire myriad worlds, apart from his father, he was the only one who had inherited the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. In fact, he was born after Long Qinglan inherited the essence blood of the void cosmic dragon and his mother. But when Long Chen was born, his starting point was very low, no different from a mortal. So at first, he thought that Long Yen would be the same as him. But now it was obviously different. Long Yen had now taken human form, and had directly transformed into the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Just like a pure ancient blood spirit dragon. This was what puzzled Long Chen. Why was it that she was so weak when she was born, but her child seemed to be very strong? This child made Long Chen feel nervous in his heart. Although she was still in Lingxi's womb, she was destined to be extraordinary. They were both descendants of ancestral dragon warriors. Or maybe it was because of the mysterious dragon jade. The only difference between him and Long Qinglan was this mysterious dragon jade, which was the current dragon jade seal. Until now, Long Chen still did not know what the first ancestral dragon had given him was. When he and Lingxi became one, the dragon jade had already existed at that time. I can sense that the power of her bloodline is very strong and very pure. Of course, Lingxi was proud from the bottom of her heart, but she was also a little worried. After all, this was her first child with Long Chen, and she was worried about whether she could be born smoothly. In her womb, the small fetus was changing between a human and a dragon. Yes, it's almost the same feeling as when I inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood essence. It's like she also inherited the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood essence. But shouldn't there be only one ancient blood spirit dragon in the draconic sacrificial continent? He thought that he might be able to create a future ancient blood spirit dragon. However, we all have the inheritance blood, but there seems to be only one origin dragon soul. In this case, if Long Yen grew up, she would only be equivalent to an ancestral dragon with the inheritance blood, but not the origin dragon soul. Although it's a pity, at least she can rush to the Tai immortal realm. It should be not bad. Long Chen thought. Chen, but I feel that her soul doesn't seem to be much different from yours. There is something more that you don't have. At this moment, Lingxi reminded. What? Long Chen was really shocked. In his eyes, the blood-colored little dragon was sleeping. Long Chen could feel that her soul was very weak, but it was indeed different from his. The difference was like the difference between a true dragon with the origin dragon soul and himself. Could it be? Chapter 2986. She even has an origin dragon soul. Long Chen almost cried out. This was too exaggerated. She had already transformed into a dragon before she was even born. This was equivalent to inheriting the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen guessed that this was related to inheriting the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the mysterious dragon jade left behind by the first ancestral dragon. However, she already had an origin dragon soul. What was going on? Of course, the origin dragon soul was not the origin dragon soul that Long Chen was looking for. Like Long Yen, it was still in a fetal state and was very weak. However, it was undeniable that in the future, whether it was the origin dragon soul or something else, it would grow along with Long Yen. In other words, the dragon's face right now was that of a newborn primordial spiritual blood dragon. Long Chen was not completely an ancestral dragon yet. His child in Lingxi's womb was already a tiny ancestral dragon. As long as there was time, it was completely possible for her to grow into an ancestral dragon. This, currently, only Long Chen and Lingxi knew about this matter. Of course, they were still not sure if it was really an ancient blood spiritual dragon. After all, if it was really an ancient blood spiritual dragon, the commotion would be slightly smaller. The birth of the 10 great ancestral dragons in the divine dragon origin grounds would definitely be very powerful. No matter what, we must allow her to peacefully arrive in this world and grow up without any worries. As for her potential and so on, we will carefully observe her before making a final decision. In the end, Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and spoke calmly. Lingxi was also shocked. She was still in a daze as she said, I just don't understand. You and she are both descendants of the ancestral dragon. She was conceived when we were still in the true martial imperial domain. At that time you were far from being as powerful as you are now. How could she have reached such a level now? Long Chen smiled faintly and said, Little she, I feel that this is a gift that the first ancestral dragon left for us. Or perhaps it's one of his arrangements. No matter what, it's only good for us. Think about it, if every one of my descendants could be like Yen, then I wouldn't have to do anything in the future. Wouldn't it be enough for us to just have children? It seemed like they had not been in love for a long time. How annoying. You have to be able to afford to have so many babies. Who knows what Yen will need after she's born? That was true. When Yen is born, we can indeed consider it. But I also feel sorry for making you work so hard for so many years. There should not be such a plan for the time being, and it may not be easy. The two temporarily put aside the matter of Long Yen and did not tell the others about the origin dragon soul. After all, it was too exaggerated and they were not completely sure. This child is truly troublesome. You and Di Jun have already fought to such an extent. Why didn't she be born earlier or later? Why did she have to wait until now? If she coincidentally bumps into your battle with him and distracts you, that would be terrible. Lingxi said worriedly. Don't worry. How can there be such a coincidence? No matter what, I will protect her and let her come to this world with peace of mind. She will grow up in the happiest way. After all, she is my child. Long Chen knew that no matter what happened in this period of time, he would live to welcome the arrival of this new life. In the stream of fiends. Putting aside the matter of Long Yen for the time being, Long Chen crossed the barren mountains and rivers and came to the top of the stream of fiends. In front of him was a boundless abyss, with no end in front and no end at the bottom. Everywhere was filled with gray mist, which was actually Pangu's spirit energy, but after coming here, it had been transformed into a dark and bizarre power. It felt somewhat similar to the power of ancient demons. There are hundreds of places like this where ancient demons are hidden on Pangu continent. I wonder if there are demons comparable to the god realm of Absolute beginning in this stream of fiends. If not, I will have come here for nothing. Among the hundreds of places where ancient demons gathered, this stream of fiends was one of the smaller ones. The probability of having god realm of Absolute beginning ancient demons was relatively low. The ancient demon killed by Man Ji might have come from here. However, the danger of this place was unpredictable, so Man Ji would not come here rashly. It was possible that this abyss, which seemed to be empty, could hide powerful and terrifying ancient demons. Long Chen passed through the layers of gray mist, entered the state of the Time Dragon, and headed deeper into the stream of fiends. He had already seen many ancient demons moving around. Most of them were not as strong as gods and fiends, while a small number were comparable to gods and fiends. Although it was only a small number, there were still quite a lot of them. Ancient demons above the God-King realm were relatively rare. At least, Long Chen had only seen a few hundred along the way. Of course, this stream of fiends was too big. If all of them were added up, it would be hard to count the number. There were too few that could interest him and make him kill them. It turns out that unknowingly, I have already stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. Even divine emperors are nothing in my eyes. Long Chen felt a little emotional. Now, he was at the peak of the myriad worlds, but in the entire world, there were only a few that were stronger than him. This was the symbol of strength. Since he came to the myriad worlds, he had basically endured the most difficult stage. Now that he could kill Di Jun, he was already a supreme expert of the myriad worlds. He continued to descend. Occasionally, he would be discovered by the nearby ancient demons. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse in his hand. Once an ancient demon charged at him, he could casually kill it with a sword. It was very convenient and tyrannical. This made the ancient demons fear him, not daring to get close. About half a day later, he finally reached the bottom of the stream of fiends. There were simply too many ancient demons here. However, because Long Chen's ghost blood curse was too powerful, after Long Chen killed many of them, the ancient demons didn't dare to get close. Long Chen stood at the bottom of the stream of fiends. Large numbers of ancient demons were roaring and clamoring. They surrounded him, forming layers of meat shields to prevent him from escaping. There were at least 100,000 of them. How depressing. Not a single one of them is at the Divine Emperor realm. Long Chen slashed out with the time sword. The corpses of the ancient demons fell like rain, smashing into the ground. A small portion of them were directly turned into ashes by the ghost blood curse. This way, it would be hard for him to devour them. An ancient demon that alarmed the Wildlands sect leader and made the barbarian race nervous wouldn't be at this level. Long Chen held the ghost blood curse and walked deeper into the stream of fiends. If there were any ancient demons blocking his way, he would directly kill them, carving out a path of blood. Creatures like ancient demons have no intelligence. They only know how to devour and kill. They are more like puppets, similar to the blood beasts in the death rain. It seems like there are some unknown secrets behind these ancient demons. After walking for about an hour and killing a large number of ancient demons, he was suddenly attracted by a strange energy. In the depths of the stream of fiends, he passed through layers of fog and ancient demon corpses. Finally, he saw a huge gray array diagram in the depths of an abyss. The array diagram had a diameter of a few million meters. This array diagram has been set up for a long time. It's actually so complicated. Long Chen floated above the array diagram, searching for its core. Something strange. He stopped. In fact, the commotion he caused was relatively huge. Because there were ancient demons attacking him from time to time, he had no choice but to counterattack. Even at this moment, a large number of ancient demon corpses fell into the complex gray array diagram. When the ancient demon's blood dyed the array diagram red, the gray array diagram suddenly exploded with a monstrous murderous aura. Countless symbols on it lit up. There seemed to be a giant beast in the middle of the formation diagram, which let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire demon stream. Even as Long Chen lowered his head, a deathly gray supergiant beast burst out of the millions of meters-long formation diagram. It was the head of a lion. A lion that was completely gray in color was like a rock. It gave Long Chen a feeling similar to that of old demon stone. The lion had an extremely lush mane, and each strand of its mane was a long gray snake that was twisting and turning. Roar! That furious roar had come from this super behemoth. It was also an ancient demon. It was a very strong ancient demon, far stronger than the one Man Ji had fought before. Long Chen sensed it and knew that in terms of power, this ancient demon had completely surpassed him and Man Ji. However, it was definitely lacking in laws. Without intelligence, it was difficult to have profound laws. Good stuff. Long Chen came to Fiend's Stream to find an ancient demon of this level. Perhaps there were very few ancient demons of this level in the entire Pango continent, but only this kind could be of help to Long Chen. Rumble. The lion rushed out of the array diagram. Sword of Time. Long Chen did not hold back. He held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hand and slashed out with the Eternal Grade Fortune Divine Weapon. He did not use the Ghost Blood Curse to attack in close range. If the ancient demon was turned into ashes by the Ghost Blood Curse, it would not be worth it. Rumble. The Sword of Time left numerous sword marks on the ancient demon's body. Long Chen retracted the Ghost Blood Curse, and the Heaven-Sacrificing Spear, which was the fusion of 7 sacred god scepters, appeared in his hand. It was an existence that was infinitely close to an Eternal Grade Fortune Divine Weapon. He held the silver spear with both hands, and as the ancient demon rushed up, he suddenly descended. Karma Thorn. The Heaven-Sacrificing Spear was the most suitable weapon to use in actual combat. The power of karma was also the judgment of justice. The Heaven-Sacrificing Spear could use this power to form a fatal attack. Swoosh. The tip of Long Chen's Heaven-Sacrificing Spear slammed fiercely into the ancient demon's forehead. Under Long Chen's control, the spear pierced deep into the ancient demon's forehead and flew out from the back of the ancient demon's head. The ancient demon howled miserably. No matter how tough its skin and flesh were, it could only be defeated by Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen did not stop there. His attacks came wave after wave. Chapter 2987. 1. The extermination dragon seal was imprinted on the head of the ancient demon. The ancient demon's soul was dispersed and its life was extinguished. It couldn't withstand Long Chen's attack. This was the moment that Long Chen was waiting for. The ancient demon was actually very strong. However, Long Chen happened to counter it. If it was Man Ji, it wouldn't be so easy. Man Ji might not even be able to do anything to the ancient demon. This ancient demon's blood chi is very vigorous. It's more helpful to me than an ordinary ultimate divine emperor. Long Chen used the primordial blood spirit dragon's blood devour to devour the huge ancient Fei on the gray diagram. The ancient Fei's flesh was vigorous, but there was a lot of impurities. Long Chen spent some effort to completely refine it. I haven't reached the ultimate godly king realm yet. At my current level, it's still a little difficult to raise my cultivation level with just 1 or 2 blood devourers. Fortunately, the ancient Fei are endless. If there were more ancient demons, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the ultimate divine king realm. After the ancient demon appeared, the gray formation diagram became silent. Long Chen couldn't understand anything from the formation diagram, but he felt that the strongest ancient demon in the vicinity should have been killed by him. I should head to the next gathering place of ancient demons. As he thought of this, he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned around, the gray diagram beneath his feet lit up once again. Furthermore, the intensity of the light this time was several times or even dozens of times brighter than the last time. What's going on? There are so many powerful ancient demons. Under the bright light, Long Chen couldn't open his eyes to see what was in the formation diagram. As the number of experts was beyond his expectation, he could only rush upwards. When he stood at a high enough position, he was shocked to see more than 30 ancient demons emerging from the formation diagram. Each of them was comparable to an ancient demon in the absolute beginning divine realm and had the power of a divine emperor. Even at this moment, there were still more ancient demons appearing. Some of them looked stronger and bigger than the lion. In just a short time, the number of ancient demons had exceeded 100 and each of them was at the deity emperor realm. Could it be the lair of an ancient demon behind this formation diagram? The Wildlands sect master had brought 500 divine emperors with him. He just came to the demonic demon stream out of a sudden. How could there be more after killing one ancient demon? And the number was still increasing. Before Long Chen could take another look, hundreds of deity emperor ancient demons charged towards him. Although most of them were far weaker than him, there were just too many of them. Moreover, some of them were comparable to ultimate deity emperors. It was indeed troublesome to deal with them all at once. There must be a secret here. I don't have to be in a hurry to leave. If he wanted to leave, he could rely on the Death Realm Dragon Gate at any time. With this, there was no need to be anxious. Therefore, he took out the Ghost Blood Curse and killed his way into the group of ancient demons. Long Chen could basically kill the weaker ones with a single slash. The stronger ones could not stop his nomological killing moves. Those that could provide him with power, he tried his best to attack them with the Extermination Dragon Seal. In a short time, he had killed quite a few blood devourers. However, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the ultimate godly king realm. Rumble. At this moment, even stronger ancient Fae came out of the array diagram. One of the gigantic beasts was 10 times the size of the male lion. Such an ancient Fae was comparable to the Hutu Great the Arch. With the appearance of such an existence, the other ancient Fae made way for it to deal with Long Chen. Good stuff. Long Chen sneered. Just as he was about to use the Ghost Blood Curse to execute the Death Rain Calamity to kill this gigantic beast, he was dumbfounded. However, when the gigantic ancient Fae appeared, 4 other ancient Fae of the same size as him appeared in the gray array diagram. At a glance, there were more than 300 God Emperor ancient Fae. This team was comparable to the Wildlands sect leader's team. Something's wrong. These ancient Fae would not appear here because of me. They should have appeared here to attack the barbarian race. It's just that I happened to be here. The ancient Fae that had appeared were difficult for Long Chen to deal with. These 300 God Emperor ancient Fae were enough to take Long Chen's life. Of course, that was under the premise that Long Chen did not have the death rain. If Di Jun encountered so many ancient Fae here, he would probably turn around and leave. I have to inform Man Ji and the rest. Moreover, there are so many ancient Fae gathered here instead of attacking randomly. There must be an intelligent existence controlling the ancient Fae to launch sneak attacks. Moreover, they can appear in this gray array diagram. Does that mean that there are other ancient Fae gathering grounds like this? As the ancient Fae surrounded him, many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind. Hundreds of ancient Fae surrounded Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from escaping. It seemed like Long Chen could not escape from the depths of the demonic demon stream. Although he was strong enough, there were a few ancient Fae that could match him. They did not attack for the time being. Perhaps they are afraid of me. Perhaps they are waiting for someone to give the order. Clearly, the possibility of someone giving the order is higher. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the gray array diagram. There seemed to be no ancient Fae coming out. However, most of the ancient Fae were lined up neatly and respectfully around the array diagram, as though they were welcoming something. Long Chen had just guessed that they must be waiting for a stronger expert to descend when 2 people appeared in front of him. One had black hair and the other had white hair. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. The only difference was that one was slightly older while the other was slightly younger. The appearance of these 2 people instantly brought an incomparably huge threat to Long Chen. One of them, the older one with white hair, was definitely a supreme deity, Tai Immortal Realm expert. Even the younger one with black hair, with a creepy smile and chaotic eyes, seemed to be an ultimate deity emperor. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of the ultimate deity emperor realm. He gave Long Chen the feeling that the black-haired one was infinitely close to Di Jun. The ancient Fae did not have a human form. But they had a human form. They could be humans or demons. In fact, Long Chen was very familiar with them. They were neither humans nor demons. They were primeval troll, pure primeval troll, so pure that they wanted to die. However, they were not primeval heavenly demons. They were definitely another type of primeval troll. Their bodies had an incomparably majestic gray aura, very similar to the ancient Fae. In other words, all the ancient Fae's power and attributes came from these 2. This was definitely out of Long Chen's expectation. He never expected that the ancient Fae would be related to the primeval troll. Moreover, he thought that the strongest primeval troll in the myriad worlds was the primeval heavenly demon. He never expected that there would be an ultimate god primeval troll here. Sure enough, the primeval heavenly demon did not lie to him. There were indeed a large number of primeval troll. One had white hair, and the other had black hair. Both looked very similar. They were a type of primeval troll. They were either brothers or father and son. Judging from their demeanor, they should be brothers. The white-haired one was the elder, and the black-haired one was the younger. The low intelligence of the ancient Fae was probably caused by them. As soon as the two super experts appeared, their eyes fell on Long Chen. It was a very strange and demonic feeling. Their eyes contained a power that made one's heart palpitate. Primeval Troll. Long Chen did not plan to continue the blood devour for the time being. It was a major event that the barbarians had discovered an enemy of the level of divine realm. There was even a high possibility that the legendary creature that had caused great damage to the barbarians on Panga continent was this kind of ancient great fiend. I can't believe you know that we are Primeval Troll. The black-haired one was slightly surprised. He sneered and looked at Long Chen curiously. Then, he turned to the white-haired Primeval Troll and said, "Brother, this guy is interesting. Leave him to me." The white-haired Divine Sovereign, or Fiend Sovereign, glanced at Long Chen and said, "He has an eternal grade fortune artifact. Don't waste any more time. We need to move out soon." "All right." The black-haired ancient great devil cackled as he approached Long Chen. His demonic chi soared to the heavens. Although he wasn't from the monster race, he was actually far more monstrous than the monster race. He scrutinized Long Chen and said, "Strange, you're not from the barbarian race, so why did you come so deep into our territory? You just so happened to run into us. Your luck really is terrible. In order to prevent you from leaking any information, I can only eat you." Generally speaking, even if the white-haired fiend sovereign behind him was not included, ordinary existences would tremble when they met him, especially when he was surrounded by hundreds of ancient fae. Long Chen was not flustered. He studied the black-haired primeval troll and said, "I've seen some primeval troll. What kind of primeval troll are you, and where are you from? I never kill nameless people." In fact, he was very afraid of the fiend sovereign. Apparently, most of the ancient fae were killed by him. He could fight against the black-haired fiend, but now he wanted to take advantage of this period of time to learn as much as possible about these two existences. "Oh, you've seen other primeval troll? How ingenious." The black-haired primeval troll giggled. He stared into Long Chen's eyes and said word by word, "Remember, my name is Demon Feast, and we are Chaos Demons. Demon Hua, Era Heavenly Fiend, Chaos Demons." Long Chen could vaguely sense that their laws were very strange, and they should be related to the ancient fae. He also had some understanding of their strength, and now was the time to send the news to Man Ji. If Long Chen's guess was right, their sudden appearance and attack this time should be aimed at Man Ji's chief-elect tribe. So many experts had gathered together, and it was clear that their goal was to wipe out the barbarians bit by bit and occupy Panga continent. Demon Feast must know what Long Chen was thinking. Chapter 2988. The primeval troll relied on the strength of their bodies and laws. For example, the Era Heavenly Demon's time law was terrifying, and Demon Hua's black hole law was also very powerful. Therefore, in Long Chen's impression, the primeval troll did not rely on the creation divine weapons to win. However, if they had a powerful creation divine weapon, it would be a great help to them. They were originally a species that was born after the divine demon beasts devoured the divine dragons. Similar to the divine dragons, their bodies and laws were very terrifying, surpassing the human race, demon clan, and ordinary divine demons. That was their advantage. Long Chen had already asked Divine Emperor Yu Hua to contact Man Ji about the situation. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was a third heaven expert, so he could describe the situation more clearly. Man Ji knew the severity of the situation and believed that Long Chen would naturally report the news to the Wildlands sect master as soon as possible. If everything went according to plan, after killing Long Chen, the hundreds of divine emperors and ancient demons would gather and raze the chief-elect tribe to the ground. Long Chen could not stop the Chaos Fiend Demon Lord, so he had tried his best to spread the news. When Divine Emperor Yu Hua contacted Man Ji, Long Chen was facing the Chaos Fiend Demon Fei. His strength and cultivation level were very close to that of a hierarch. If everything went according to plan, he gave Long Chen the feeling that he had completely surpassed the Ho-Tu Great Monarch. At least, he was equivalent to the top 10 on the Divine Emperor list, or even the top 5. Such a person was a great challenge for Long Chen. Chaos Fiend Blade. Yao Yan did not transform into his primordial giant demon form. Instead, he took out the eternal grade creation divine weapon, the Primal Chaos Demon Blade. It was a fiendish weapon comparable to the Ghost Blood Curse. It was a slender and narrow deathly gray demon blade. Its entire body was gray, and it was forged from a kind of crystal. This crystal was divided into billions of tiny crystals, and each of these tiny crystals emitted a deathly gray energy. A deathly gray fog surrounded the primal chaos demon saber. It was comparable to the ghost blood curse's curse chi. It was obvious that if the primal chaos demon saber were to hit someone, the effect would be comparable to the ghost blood curse. Although it might not be fatal, the power of the primal chaos demon saber would make one wish they were dead. Looking at the ghost blood curse in Long Chen's hand, Yao Yen stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his slender chaos demon saber. He smiled and said, "Your fortune divine artifact is really attractive. I want to obtain it. What do you think I should do?" Now that Yu Hua had made things clear to Man Ji, Long Chen could focus on the ghost blood curse. He said, "What else can I do? If you want it, come and get it. I am also interested in your chaos demon saber." The one he was truly afraid of was his elder brother. This devil lord was the one who could put Long Chen to death. Although Yao Yen was also tyrannical, and Long Chen didn't have much confidence in defeating him, he wouldn't be killed by him either. Clearly, his role had been fulfilled. He just wanted to test the difference between him and this chaos demon. "Hurry up, stop fooling around." The devil lord had already led the other ancient demons to leave. With Yao Yen holding Long Chen back, the other ancient demons didn't surround Long Chen. Long Chen got a chance to fight Yao Yen alone. "All right." Yao Yen held the primal chaos demon saber horizontally and sneered. The power of the primal chaos demon saber fused with his own power, posing a huge threat to Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen was faster than him. With the devil lord around, he had to attack quickly to have a chance to escape. Therefore, he had already prepared the Death World Calamity. The first 2 times he executed it were extremely successful. This time it was even more so. When the blood sea filled the sky, the core power of the Death World erupted from the third eye. The ghost blood curse was unleashed, and the Death World Calamity was condensed within the sword light, instantly tearing everything apart. Behind Long Chen, there was an illusionary image of the blood sea that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was the surging and invincible energy of the Death World. All the energy was condensed into this sword. It could be said that Long Chen didn't attack. The moment he attacked, Yao Yen was shaken and the Devil Lord turned his head. Primal Chaos Astral Saber. Yao Yen was shocked. He swept his saber horizontally, using the power of Primeval Troll to fight against the Death World Calamity. That saber couldn't block the Death World Calamity. Long Chen made use of the fact that the Devil Lord was looking down on him to use his killer move. Yao Yen was forced to retreat, and the Primal Chaos Demon Saber was sent flying. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, a few more wounds appeared on his body. The ghost blood curse rushed towards his body, suppressing Yao Yan's energy and causing a new round of damage. However, at that moment, a white-haired man appeared behind him. It was the Devil Lord from the Chaos Demon Realm. He pressed his palm on Yao Yan's back, and in an instant, the power of the ghost blood curse was completely expelled. If it wasn't for the Devil Lord, Yao Yan would have been seriously injured. This was the result of him underestimating Long Chen. If he had fought cautiously, this wouldn't have happened. "Let me do it," said the Devil Lord coldly. "Let me do it." Yao Yan was furious. He stared at Long Chen who was retreating. With a swoosh, the primal chaos demon saber appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Long Chen. This time, he displayed his true strength. In an instant, his demonic aura was monstrous, comparable to that of an ultimate god. "Loser. You are not worth mentioning." Long Chen knew that the Devil Lord was a prideful person. A simple sentence from him would provoke Yao Yan half to death. After succeeding in one move, Long Chen smiled coldly. Just as Yao Yan was about to rush towards him, Long Chen flipped his hands. Death World Dragon Gate. A Death World Dragon Gate appeared in front of him. Realizing that Long Chen was about to escape, the Devil Lord stretched out his hand to grab him. However, Yao Yan was blocking his way. Long Chen's speed was too fast. In an instant, Long Chen rushed into the Death World and closed it. Where did he go? Yao Yan held the Primal Chaos Demon Saber horizontally and looked around furiously. He seems to be in another world. No wonder this guy isn't afraid of me. He has such a trump card. The Devil Lord looked around and pondered. Brother, are we just going to let him go like this? There's no way to drag him out. I wasn't ready to fight just now and let him succeed. Do you know how disgusting it is? In front of this devil lord, Yao Yan is like a child. Well, since you underestimated your enemy, you deserve to be humiliated, and you will have to face even more severe consequences. Our target is the berserkers, so don't forget the plan. Also, as long as he is on Pangu continent, there will always be a chance for us to fight. Next time, I'll give you another chance for a fair fight. Fine. How dare you say I'm a loser? I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. He just ran away. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Yao Yan gnashed his teeth. Oh right, when he found us, he will definitely tell the barbarians. Don't worry. The barbarian divine lords are not nearby. When we come back after wiping out all the barbarian tribes, they will only be able to sense us. Do you think the tunnel I spent millions of years to build will be useless? Long Chen appeared at the place where he used the death world on Di Jun Man Ji. What's the situation? He flew toward the chief-elect tribe. Man Ji's heavy voice came from the communication device. I've told Sect Master. He and the other divine lords are not nearby. If this divine lord ancient demon attacks, I can only defend with my life. After all, I can't escape in such a short time. Wait for me. Long Chen sped up. His position was not far from the chief-elect tribe, so he arrived in a short while. Most of the barbarians in the chief-elect tribe were evacuating to the north. Man Ji and a few god emperors were standing in the direction closest to the fiend demon stream, their eyes filled with the determination to face death. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, Man Ji's eyes turned solemn. He quickly said, Brother, our sect master will come as soon as possible. We have to hold on until he arrives. You should go first. We didn't expect another divine lord ancient demon to appear. You've done us a great service by helping us get this news. That's enough. We thank you. Long Chen turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the demonic stream. A large number of terrifying ancient demons were approaching. A battle to the death was unavoidable. He said solemnly, You guys can't hold on any longer. Look at the situation. Let's see how many of you can escape. Facing hundreds of god emperors and 2 chaos fiend demons, Man Ji and the rest would only be sending themselves to their deaths. I can't go. I'm a barbarian warrior. I can only fight to the death. I can't retreat, Man Ji said vehemently. You will only die if you stay here. If you survive today, you can take revenge in the future. Don't waste your life. Long Chen treated him as a friend, so he said so much. No, I'd rather die in battle than retreat, and I definitely can't abandon the people of the chief-elect tribe. Man Ji's eyes were bloodshot. The enemies were getting closer and closer. He actually couldn't resist this invasion that he had planned for so long. He could only wait for Man Huang's sect master and the others. This was his spirit and also Long Chen's helplessness. Spirit was something that couldn't be shaken. If Long Chen took him away by force, he would hate him. He would feel that he had lost his value. That would hurt him even more. However, the ancient Fae surged over and the barbarians fled in panic. In the face of this planned murder, how many of the barbarians could escape? Man Ji raised his arm and shouted, Barbarian race, let's sweep the world. All barbarian warriors, follow me to kill this ancient demon. Not only did Man Ji not retreat, he even led a group of barbarian race warriors towards the ancient demons. Long Chen gritted his teeth and also rushed forward. He could only help the barbarian race kill a few ancient demons. In such a chaotic situation, there was a demon lord on the other side. He could not do anything else. To the barbarian race, this was a catastrophe. Hundreds of deity emperor ancient monsters descended and charged at them. The largest of them was so huge that it could blot out the sky and kill a large number of barbarian deities with a single stomp. Surrounded by a large number of ancient demons, the 2 chaos fiend demons were there. Long Chen had managed to escape from the demon lord once, but it would be difficult for him to do so again. Chapter 2989. This was an attack that the primal chaos fiendish demon supremacy had meticulously planned for many years. Naturally, the speed of his advance was terrifying. All the ancient demons were under his command. Not just the god emperor ancient demons, all the ancient demons in the demonic demon stream rushed out. Looking over, they had already covered half the sky. The barbarian race's calamity. Long Chen couldn't reverse the situation. After all, the ancient demon's goal was to destroy the barbarian race and cause chaos. The Wildlands sect leader and the others hadn't arrived yet. The ancient demons came too quickly. In an instant, the god emperors led by Man-Ji were drowned by the ancient demons. If Man-Ji had listened to Long Chen could have taken him away. But Long Chen knew that Man-Ji was fighting for his life. If it was Long Chen, he wouldn't have been able to leave even half a step. Now that he had rushed into the group of ancient demons, trying to stop them from advancing, Long Chen knew that Man-Ji would be finished. There was no doubt about it. Kill! The battle cries of the barbarian race could be heard in the chaos. At the same time, the cries of the weak could be heard. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many barbarian warriors had fallen under the onslaught of the ancient demons. Even their corpses were devoured by the ancient demons. A large number of ancient demons had already reached the chief-elect tribe, but there were still a large number of barbarians who had not left the tribe. Obviously, even if Long Chen knew about the existence of the chaos demons in advance, he could only reduce the number of casualties. He definitely couldn't eliminate the number of casualties. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The chief-elect tribe's defensive line was collapsing at an unprecedented speed. For the barbarians here, this was definitely a catastrophe. One by one, the barbarians died and were devoured. The ancient demons attacked and surrounded the barbarians. Their goal was to kill. So you're still here. Long Chen killed a few god emperors and ancient demons. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. That's right, it was the chaos demon, Yao Yan. Black hair fluttered in the wind. Killing intent surged in the chaos demon blade and blood dripped from it. In this short period of time, he should have killed quite a few barbarians. Yao Yan laughed. In the direction he pointed, at the highest point, the white-haired chaos demon was floating in the air, standing above all the ancient demons. The barbarians could see this voice when they raised their heads. At this moment, he carried a bulky barbarian in his hand and his cold voice swept through the world. Barbarians, your doomsday has arrived. Let's start with him. The barbarian in his hand could not resist at all and was thrown away. Gu Yao, the Wildlands sect master and the other 4 hierarchs will definitely avenge me and take your life. If you continue to cause trouble, the ancient god will personally come out and consign you to eternal damnation. Before the barbarian died, he still shouted loudly. His eyes were resolute, as though he was facing death with equanimity. He did not cower in the slightest and only had hatred for Gu Yao. He was Man-Ji. The barbarians were extremely excited. They raised their heads, their eyes filled with blood. Long Chen was furious and wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, Man-Ji was controlled by the Divine Lord and Yao Yan was in front of him. In this situation, his power was limited and he couldn't save Man-Ji. Man-Ji. Under Long Chen's gaze, the chaos demon casually punched Man-Ji. Man-Ji's soul flew and his life disappeared. But even so, he still looked at Gu Yao proudly and angrily. He showed a disdainful smile. Even though Gu Yao was strong, he wasn't afraid of him at all. Roar! An ancient demon charged over and swallowed Man-Ji. This passionate barbarian disappeared from the world just like that. Long Chen still remembered his straightforward smile. It was a pity that he died protecting them. From then on, Long Chen would never see him again. Even though he didn't have a close relationship with the barbarian tribe, Long Chen was still furious to see them being slaughtered like this. Man-Ji's death was a huge blow to him. He would never forget the look in Man-Ji's eyes. He was looking forward to the barbarian tribe's divine venerables killing this chaos demon to avenge him. Your leader is dead. Don't move and die obediently. The chaos demon's voice reached the ears of all the barbarians. Man-Ji, who had protected them for so long, the chief-elect war god, had died in battle. For some of the barbarian race, this was their determination to take revenge. It would only make them crazier. But for the majority of the barbarian race, facing such a tyrannical enemy was a disaster and despair. Especially since they knew that the Wildlands sect leader and the others wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. Boom! Several giant beasts rushed into the chief-elect tribe. Without attacking, they just opened their mouths and swallowed countless barbarians as food. Out of the hundreds of millions of barbarians in the chief-elect tribe, less than a third escaped. Those who were still here were decreasing at a terrifying speed. Those are hundreds of deity emperor ancient demons. In the entire Pangu continent, only the heart of Pangu has this level of power. It's too easy to destroy a tribe with this level of power. Although I've grown much stronger, I still can't deal with opponents of this level. Sure enough, no matter what level I reach, I will encounter enemies of the same level. If I could fight a divine emperor, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Manji's death had buried anger and hatred in Long Chen's heart. To be honest, he couldn't tell right from wrong in the battle between the ancient demons and the barbarians. The ancient demons were fighting for their survival, but their methods were too brutal. But as an outsider, Long Chen didn't hate the ancient demons too much. But now that Manji was dead, of course, he hated it. Try your best to help. Consider it as revenge for Manji. Yao Yan let him see how the fiend sovereign killed Manji. Once again, he stood in front of Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from attacking the ancient demons. He laughed evilly and said, "It's your turn now. Are you ready?" Not only him, even the fiend sovereign, who was 1,000 meters away, had his eyes fixed on Wu Qi, as if he would launch an attack at any time. If Wu Qi and fiend sovereign suddenly attacked, Wu Qi would be dead for sure. Looking down, it was a horrible scene. At least hundreds of millions of barbarians were killed in the operation of the ancient demons. Countless cries and roars could be heard down below. It was like hell on earth. Long Chen couldn't forget today's anger. If the other barbarians saw this, they would be even more furious. But he knew that for the fiend sovereign, who was well prepared, today was just the beginning of the war. Facing Yao Yan, he could still calm down. Before Yao Yan attacked, he had already opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, and half of his body was already in it. Yao Yan's overall strength was not much stronger than him, so he couldn't stop him from escaping. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry to leave. "If you have the guts, you can come in and fight me." If he dared to enter the Death Realm, without the threat of the Fiend Sovereign, Long Chen would like to fight him. Even though it would be difficult, he was almost invincible in the Death Realm. One day, he would be able to kill this Chaos Demon that was as strong as the top 5 on the Divine Emperor list. "You think I don't dare to?" Yao Yan roared with laughter. He raised the Primal Chaos Demon Blade and was about to charge forward. Long Chen was surprised that Yao Yan was so straightforward. If he could take revenge for Manji today, it would naturally be for the best, and he would not let down Manji's spirit in heaven. "Yao Yan," White Hair Sovereign said coldly. Yao Yan stopped in his tracks. Seeing that the Fiend Sovereign was about to take action, Long Chen closed the Death Realm Dragon Gate and returned to the Death Realm. At that moment, the entire Death Realm shook. It should be the Fiend Sovereign attacking. Luckily, I closed it quickly. Through the traces left behind by the Death Realm Dragon Gate, Long Chen could roughly feel the situation outside the Death Realm. At this moment, the Fiend Sovereign and Yao Yan met up. "This is such a great opportunity. Why didn't you let me go in and kill him?" Yao Yan was a little angry. "The other party's hierarch is here. Retreat to the next location." Under the demon's command, all the ancient demons stopped and started running back towards the direction of the demonic demon stream without hesitation. Of course, only the god emperors and ancient demons left. The ordinary ancient demons were endless and were still rushing out from the demonic stream. Only, even though the divine emperor and Gu Yao had left, the chief-elect tribe was already finished. There were very few people who could truly escape. Right now, the people here were in a terrible state, a tragic sight to behold. If the Wildland Sect Master and the others came and saw this kind of tragedy, just a little bit more and I would have finished that guy. "Don't be anxious. Don't spoil our plan." After saying this, the 2 Chaos Demons returned. They were too cautious. They left immediately after accomplishing their goal. It seemed like they didn't want to fight with the Wildland Sect leader and the others at all. After they left, Long Chen came out of the Death Realm. After the God Emperors and Ancient Demons left, there were still many ancient demons fighting with the remaining barbarians. They were devouring their corpses. The scene was extremely tragic. Weeping Blood Dragon Soul. The ordinary ancient demons were easy to deal with. Long Chen created countless slaughter dragons, each dealing with an ordinary ancient demon. Under the slaughter of the slaughter dragons, no matter how many there were, they couldn't get close to the chief-elect tribe. Only then did the remaining barbarians escape danger. But looking at the blood-stained ground, at the countless barbarian corpses, and at their comrades, they couldn't help but cry and howl. This desolate scene made Long Chen feel helpless. If he could defeat the two chaos demons, he wouldn't be in this state. Boom! A tall figure appeared in the sky above the chief-elect tribe. It was the Wildlands sect leader. Seeing the scene below, his eyes were bloodshot. When he heard Long Chen's news, he had already rushed here. Damn it! The Wildlands sect leader didn't stop. With a loud roar, he rushed towards the demonic stream. Long Chen was using his life force to heal the injured barbarians. Seeing the Wildlands sect leader chase after him, he also rushed up. Chapter 2990. The Demon Venerable and Yao Yan are still on the diagram. When Long Chen appeared, almost all the God Emperors and ancient demons had entered. You again! Yao Yan was angry. Long Chen met the gaze of the white-haired Demon Venerable. The Wildlands sect leader had not appeared yet. He was still hiding in the death rain. However, the two demons only looked at Long Chen and did not attack. Kid, the next time I see you, you better be prepared to be eaten by my ancient demons. Yao Yan and the Demon Venerable had also entered the diagram. Rumble. Up above, the Wildlands sect leader suddenly appeared and punched down. All the ancient demons along the way were smashed into smithereens. That huge fist imprint was even bigger than the entire gray array diagram. When that fist landed on the gray array diagram, everything within a radius of tens of millions of meters was destroyed. The entire demonic demon stream was on the verge of collapse. You are the Wildlands sect leader. Next time, I will fight with you. The voice of the chaos demon reverberated throughout the entire demonic crevice. From his calm tone, one could tell that they had successfully escaped. Long Chen could see that the gray diagram below had been completely destroyed by the Wildlands sect leader. They escaped. The Wildlands sect leader appeared before Long Chen. He clenched his fists and looked calm, but Long Chen could clearly feel the rage in his heart. I thought it was just a simple ancient demon riot. I did not expect a godly venerable ancient demon king to appear. The history of our barbarian race is about to repeat itself. This time, they actually have such a hiding place. It will be even more troublesome. If we do not take measures quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. The Wildlands sect leader turned and looked at Long Chen. He was curious about Long Chen's sudden appearance, but this was not the time to worry. He said, if you did not discover them in advance, the consequences would be even worse. I thank you on behalf of the barbarian race. However, the situation is urgent and I cannot thank you properly. I have to meet up with Heavenly the Arch-Yin-Yang and Hierarch Hai Sun to discuss how to deal with the ancient demon king and set up the barbarian defensive line. The few ultimate gods had to deal with the chaos fiendish demon. Long Chen's current goal was to improve himself. Senior, if you need any help, just let me know. Man Ji is my friend and now that he has died, I have to do something. Alright, no problem. We don't know where Gu Yao is now. Let's go up first. The Wildlands sect leader had the demeanor of an expert. Although he was tyrannical, he was amiable and approachable. Long Chen had just followed him out of the demonic demon stream when he suddenly frowned. They actually appeared in the sun-chasing tribe in the south and are massacring. The great sun sovereign is nearby, so how could they move so quickly? The Wildlands sect leader knew how far he was from the sun-chasing tribe in the south. However, he did not have time to hesitate here. Shrinking earth to inches. Without bidding farewell to Long Chen, the Wildlands sect master directly used his divinity rule, a rule similar to spatial teleportation. In an instant, he disappeared before Long Chen's eyes, heading towards the sun-chasing tribe in the south. Long Chen was left alone here. I can't believe he has gone to such a faraway place in such a short period of time. Clearly, the chaos fiendish demon has most likely laid out something similar to the cosmic teleportation formation across the entire Panga continent, and built a passage that allows him to travel across the continent. His goal should be to kill the weaker barbarians as much as possible, wiping them out and causing panic across the entire Panga continent. Only the two of them are capable of such despicable acts. This was a big problem. If I want to enter the realm of life, only when Panga continent is at peace will the ancient god allow me to enter. Now that the two chaos fiendish demons have created such a great chaos, there will never be peace in the long run. Pangu continent will be plunged into a catastrophe. Not only will hundreds of millions of people die, it is possible that trillions of people will die, or even more. A war between races of such a scale is rare in the myriad of worlds. Fortunately, from what the Wildlands sect leader said, apart from the ancient god, he and the other 4 ultimate gods have probably reached an agreement to deal with this chaos demon together. However, how could the chaos demon not know about this since he has made such a detailed plan? He must have a way to move crazily and slaughter the barbarians while the other 5 ultimate gods can't do anything to him, causing unprecedented panic among the barbarians. Although it was the barbarians who died, Long Chen could feel the depression and anger of the Bodhisattva sect master and the others. Back when he was fighting against the primordial great demon on the dragon sacrificial continent, wasn't he the same as the Bodhisattva sect master today? Racial hatred. The cunning chaos fiendish demon was much more difficult to deal with than the epic heavenly devil. The latter was a reasonable primeval troll with dreams and thoughts, while the chaos fiendish demon was a ferocious demon who slaughtered for the sake of killing. An idea suddenly occurred to Long Chen. In that case, it is very likely that the chaos fiendish demon has built interconnected passageways in hundreds of ancient demon colonies, allowing him to travel freely. Although the Wildlands sect leader has 5 divine venerables, he can't block all the passageways, and it is not easy to destroy them one by one. That's why the chaos fiendish demon has decided to end the battle as soon as possible. I suppose there are more barbarians now. If I have a way to let the Wildlands sect leader and the other divine venerables surround the chaos fiendish demon, he will not be able to escape even if he has wings. Without the fastest means of teleportation, it is impossible for such a situation to happen. But my death rain is special. Generally, after using it, there will be more than 10 days, or even a month, for me to reappear. This is equivalent to Lingxi's shifting stars. Moreover, the location was even more accurate than the shifting stars. Now that Lingxi was at the most crucial moment, he definitely could not let Lingxi relocate the Wildlands sect leader and the others. Then, if I go to most of the ancient demon colonies and leave the Death Rain Dragon Gates rules there, the 2 chaos fiendish demon will definitely appear at the place where I leave the rules. At that time, I will contact the Wildlands sect leader and the others and let them appear there through the Death Rain. Then, the chaos fiendish demon will be in danger. Although I can't stop the chaos fiendish demon from slaughtering the barbarians now, there is a high possibility that I can stop him. At the thought of this, Long Chen knew that he had to act quickly. At the same time, he had to communicate his thoughts to the Wildlands sect leader. Not for anything else, but at least to avenge Man Ji. For this fearless warrior, he had to fulfill his wish and help him protect his home. Long Chen came from the dragon sacrificial continent, so he had a deeper understanding of protecting his home. After listening to Long Chen's narration, the Wildlands sect leader said, "You try it first. I will meet up with the Great Sun Hierarch and try to hunt him down." Of course, he would not place all his hopes on Long Chen. After all, he had a great responsibility. All right. Long Chen immediately embarked on his journey. The closer Lingxi was to giving birth, the weaker her body became. Right now, let alone stellar transposition, it was difficult for her to even cast a single nomological law. Long Chen could only use his own speed to travel to these places and plant his own coordinates to make it easier for him to move. His goal was naturally to plant as many positions as possible within half a month as he could. As for Lingxi's womb, as Long Yan grew, Long Chen could see that Long Yan's origin dragon soul was becoming more and more different from his own. Perhaps, once she was born, she would really be the true ancestral dragon. Primordial blood spiritual dragon. Long Chen was looking forward to the birth of his precious daughter. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. He returned to the chief-elect tribe, found a map marked with the locations of all the ancient demons, and began his journey. His goal was all the ancient demon settlements near the tribe. This time, Long Chen ran at full speed. In the past, it had taken him months to travel from the south to the north of Pangu continent. But this time, he ran at full speed, reaching his destination one by one. If only I could slow down a little. Over the past month, Long Chen had traveled to a large number of places. He had planted at least 50 coordinates, but by now, most of them had begun to disappear. And over the past month, the chaos demons had moved more than a dozen locations, appearing every 2 or 3 days. Every time they appeared, they would kill a large number of barbarians. So far, tens of billions of barbarians had died in the chaos. Soon, He will appear in my coordinates. Long Chen already had a hunch. The Chaos Demons had been very far away from here the last few times, and each time he changed his location, it had been a long time since he came to Long Chen's place. So, Long Chen guessed that he would come here. The loss of tens of billions of barbarians had caused panic among the barbarians. In fact, it was not just the hundreds of divine emperors and ancient demons. At this time, all the ancient demons on Pangu continent had been mobilized to fight all the barbarians. However, the teams led by the two Chaos Demons were the most lethal, and the ordinary barbarians could not resist them. Moreover, they had been playing a game of hide-and-seek with a few divine venerables. The Wildland sect leader wanted to destroy all the Chaos Demons' spirit designs first. However, before the spirit designs were activated, they had no idea where the spirit designs were located in the massive ancient demon assembly grounds. Hence, they couldn't destroy them. The Chaos Demons weren't that stupid. During the chase, the Wildland sect leader had already fought them head-on. Usually, as soon as a godly venerable came near, the Chaos Fiendish demons would quickly flee. The few times they fought, the Chaos Fiendish demons were not in the mood to fight. However, the Wildland sect leader told Long Chen that the demon did have the combat prowess of the top 5 in the Divine Emperor list. After failing to kill the Chaos Demons several times, the 5 Divine Venerables did not split up, but gathered together and came to Long Chen's place. "We have no other choice," said the Wildland sect leader. "We can only rely on you this time. Your ability is beyond our expectation. Long Chen, if you succeed, we will reward you handsomely." Long Chen took a deep breath.